I admit defeat, Feng Zhang said with an unwilling attitude. I'll give up on the quota to ascend the Sword Saint Mountain. But you have some explaining to do. How did you withstand 10 of my moves? Did you use some sort of treasure to boost your strength temporarily? The crowd was stunned before they realized that there was really something fishy about Lin Yun. After all, the wind-manipulating sword technique was a monarch fortune martial technique, and it defied common sense that Lin Yun was actually able to resolve the attacks. There are countless treasures in the heavenly path, so this might really be possible. A core disciple muttered. If you've really used it, then you cheated. We can get an elder to check if you cheated, said Feng Zhang coldly. Putting his holy spirits away, Lin Yun smiled. Why do I need to cheat against such a garbage sword technique? What did you say? Asked Feng Zhang in disbelief. I said that your sword technique is nothing but utter garbage. Lin Yun swept his glance at the core disciples and sneered. Aren't you guys just jealous that I'll receive the quota to ascend the Sword Saint Mountain? No matter what, the quota is mine. If any of you aren't convinced by my strength, I'll show you what a true genius looks like. Everyone was shocked by Lin Yun's tone because he wasn't just trying to slap Feng Zhang's face but all the core disciples as well. However, none of the core disciples were furious. They just thought that Lin Yun got lucky on the heavenly path. They believed that if they were also on the heavenly path, their achievement would have been higher than Lin Yun's achievement. Kunlun Realm had no lack of geniuses, so there weren't many who stood out above the others. The fleeting Cloud Sword sect fell under this category as no one in the sect was weak. Furthermore, they had seen tons of heaven-defying geniuses. Although Lin Yun was strong, he was simply a frog in the well to call himself a genius before them. Old geezer, do you mind if I take a look at the wind-manipulating sword technique? Lin Yun said as he glanced at the sect master. The elders were furious because this was already the second time that Lin Yun was so rude to the sect master. But the sect master merely smiled in response. Give it to him. He's already a core disciple, so there's no issue if he takes a look at the wind-manipulating sword technique. It didn't take long for an elder to step forward with a jade slip. Lin Yun merely took the jade slip, placed it against his forehead, and began to walk around the palace. His pace was neither fast nor slow, and everyone could see him clearly. They were confused at what he was doing. As Lin Yun walked, he seemed to be emitting some sort of profundity as phenomena started to appear around him. Clouds, thunder, and even dragons began to soar into the sky. Feng Zhang began to feel uneasy, so he spoke up. Lin Yun, how long are you going to waste our time? We have no time to waste with you. Lin Yun continued his pace and completely ignored Feng Zhang. After taking his 7th step, he opened his eyes and waved his hand. In the next second, he summoned the flower burial sword from his sword box. His action had left everyone baffled because Lin Yun had only paced around for 7 steps. The wind-manipulating sword technique was a monarch fortune martial technique. So wasn't Lin Yun a little too overconfident? Even the core disciples wore disdain on their faces at this sight. The first sword, firmament-shaking wind. Lin Yun swung his sword out while lightning rumbling on his sword. When everyone raised their heads, they couldn't see any lightning except for clouds tumbling in the sky. They instantly realized that it wasn't the sound of thunder they were hearing but the violent movement of wind that caused the rumbling. Lin Yun had reached a high stage that not many people could accomplish. Even Feng Zhang's face had changed. However, he didn't think it was impressive because he could also do it. But shortly after, everyone's faces changed because it wasn't the wind that made the noise, but a dragon. As the dragon flew through the thunderclouds, it tore the thunderclouds in its path apart and released a ferocious roar. In Lin Yun's hands, the scale of the phenomena was completely different from when Feng Zhang had used it. It was like the difference between a dragon and a worm. After one glance, Feng Zhang's sword fell to the ground. He was completely dumbstruck. Second sword, wind manipulating lightning. But before everyone could recover from their shock, Lin Yun swung out another sword with ghastly howls ringing out of the horizon that made many inner disciples tremble. At the same time, a horrifying-looking head appeared from the clouds that caused many disciples to lose consciousness. It's the heavenly ghost. Elders on the stage began to tremble with excitement because this was the phenomenon only achievable after reaching the legendary manifestation stage. It had been hundreds of years since any disciple had reached that level. Even the core disciples who were laughing at Lin Yun earlier were stunned. They couldn't believe what they were seeing right now. Third sword, wave riding wind. Lin Yun followed with an unbelievably fast stab through 18 layers of water screens. Then, a wave poured out of the water screens that was so high that the sky couldn't block the attack. The sword was simply breathtaking. When everyone saw this scene, they were completely convinced by what Lin Yun said earlier. Compared to Lin Yun's version, Feng Zhang's version wasn't just terrible, it was trash. They couldn't believe that Feng Zhang had the guts to question Lin Yun's integrity. The whole situation had turned into a huge joke. After looking at Lin Yun's sword technique, Feng Zhang's sword technique looked like it was full of flaws. The crowd was confident that they could resolve Feng Zhang's attacks the same way that Lin Yun did. However, they knew it wouldn't be as easy as Lin Yun made it seem. Meanwhile, Lin Yun's sword kept moving faster, leaving everyone breathless by his performance. When Lin Yun performed the last sword, he sheathed his sword and descended from the sky. However, the crowd couldn't recover from the shock they were feeling. Aside from the sect master, everyone from the fleeting cloud sword sect was dumbfounded that Lin Yun only used 7 steps to master a monarch fortune martial technique to the level of the manifestation stage. The core disciples who were mocking Lin Yun just a moment ago wore unsightly faces because they could feel their cheeks aching from the invisible slap that Lin Yun gave them. However, Lin Yun didn't let them go off easily. The quota to ascend the Sword Saint Mountain is mine. Is there anyone who agrees or disagrees? Lin Yun's words placed all the core disciples under immense pressure. He was only in the heavenly soul realm, but there was nothing they could do against him. After all, Lin Yun had mastered a powerful sword technique in just 7 steps. It was a feat that no one was confident they could mimic. The day was supposed to be peaceful, but Lin Yun had other plans. Now he left the fleeting cloud sword sect in chaos, and no one dared to disagree anymore. The flying cloud palace was silent for a long time. No one dared to respond to Lin Yun's question. As for Feng Zhang, he was filled with shame after watching Lin Yun master the sword technique in just 7 steps. With Lin Yun's version of the sword technique as a point of comparison, even a fool could tell that Feng Zhang's sword technique was terrible. Each of Lin Yun's swords was like a resounding slap to his face that made him feel numb. Even worse, he brought up the topic of his sword technique. If he had kept his mouth shut, he wouldn't have been so terribly humiliated. Now, there was no way he could show his face in the fleeting cloud sword sect. At the very least, he had to wait for everyone to forget about what happened. Since there aren't any objections, I'll assume that everyone agrees. The sect master's cold voice sounded out before he barked again. Don't think that I had no idea what all of you were doing behind my back for the past 3 days. Now, do you understand the saying that there's always someone better in the world? All of the disciples had ugly expressions on their faces as the sect master scolded them. The sect master rarely appeared in public, not to mention reprimanding them. Over the years, I never saw any one of you stand up to protect the sect's reputation. So why are you getting so riled up for the quota to ascend the Sword Saint Mountain? All of you even dared to question my decision. Do you doubting my ability? The sect master snorted. His words made many people's hearts throb because they finally realized that the sect master already knew about Lin Yun's strength. The reason why he didn't stop Lin Yun was to use the latter to teach them a lesson. Although the fleeting Cloud Sword sect was still one of the 4 major sects in the profound Azure Manor, it had long lost its reputation as the strongest sect. In fact, the sect was showing signs of falling out of the 4 major sections. Listening to the sect master's words, everyone lowered their heads in shame. At the same time, Lil Purple's voice also sounded out of the sword box. Lin Yun, it looks like the sect master is doing this on purpose. He wanted to borrow your ability to extinguish the pride in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. Lin Yun didn't say a word because he already knew what the sect master was doing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been called the sect master an old geezer. Now, he was looking forward to the secrets on the Sword Saint Mountain. At the very least, he knew that the boundless sword intent could complement his sword Dao well. The Tao wasn't complete in the profound amber realm. So Lin Yun was able to sense the complete Tao the moment he stepped into Kunlun realm. At the same time, he knew that his sword intent needed to make an improvement or else it would stop at the 3rd grade. Lin Yun. After the sect master was done reprimanding the disciples, he turned to look at Lin Yun. From today onwards, you'll be a core disciple of my fleeting cloud sword sect. Are you willing? It's an honor, smiled Lin Yun. Then I'll bestow you a heavenly token. This means that there are no restrictions to you in the sect. You can go wherever you want. The sect master tossed a golden token toward Lin Yun after he was done speaking. Lin Yun could see the symbol of the core disciple on the back of the token with the word Yun engraved on it. Based on this alone, he could tell that the sect master had already prepared this token a long time ago. Everyone in the palace was shocked at the token Lin Yun received. After all, there were only 4 heavenly core disciples in the fleeting cloud sword sect, and they were known as the 4 pillars. Now, they would be called the 5 cores. This token not only symbolized a noble status, but was full of lavish benefits. Not only could one receive a lot more monthly resources, but they could also go wherever they wanted in the fleeting cloud sword sect. It was so special that many people were envious. Then again, no one dared to say a word anymore, especially after Lin Yun mastered the wind manipulation sword technique with 7 steps. Even if there were core disciples unhappy about it, they didn't dare to express it publicly. Thank you. Lin Yun cupped his hands together after taking the token. Standing on the stage, Yi Xiling's eyes began to flicker. Open the mountain. The sect master glanced at Lin Yun before instructing the elders to unseal the sword Saint Mountain. When Lin Yun looked at the sword Saint Mountain, flames blazed in the depths of his eyes. He wanted to go to the mountain ever since he arrived. Now he could fulfill his wish. Wait! Suddenly, Yi Xiling called out when the elders were about to move. When Lin Yun heard her speak, he could tell that she had a high status in the sect. After all, the elders stopped at her command and looked at the sect master to see what to do. Xiling, this matter has already been decided, said the sect master indifferently. Bowing, Yi Xiling said, Sect master, I have no objections to Lin Yun ascending the Sword Saint Mountain, but I'd like to ask that you delay it. The opportunity to ascend the Sword Saint Mountain is precious, and he isn't even in the Empyrean realm. I'm afraid that he won't even be able to make it through the first 3 tests, so this will be a complete waste of an opportunity. I suggest we wait until he's in the Empyrean realm. Lin Yun's impression of Yi Xiling changed. It turned out that she only cared about the sect and wasn't targeting him on purpose. Now that he had displayed sufficient talent, she naturally wouldn't stop him from ascending the Sword Saint Mountain. She just wanted him to wait so the trip wouldn't be a waste. She's looking down on me. It's just 3 tests. It doesn't matter. I'll give him another opportunity to ascend the Sword Saint Mountain when he's in the Empyrean realm, said the sect master, which waves in everyone's hearts. After all core disciples only had one opportunity to ascend the Sword Saint Mountain. Despite her status, Yi Xiling wasn't even an exception. After all, the opening of every Sword Saint Mountain requires the sect master to be present. On top of that, he would have to spend 3 months in recovery. Father, is it even worth it? Yi Xiling exclaimed as her face changed. Lin Yun was shocked that Yi Xiling was actually the sect master's daughter. However, he remembered from his conversation with Wang Yuruo that the sect master's surname was Wang. It seemed like there was a story behind Yi Xiling's name. The sect master's eyes flashed with indifference and said, You shouldn't be the one to ask me if this is worth it. Yi Xiling knew that she had misspoken out of anxiety, but she still wasn't willing to take a step back. This instantly placed Lin Yun in an awkward position. Senior Sister Yi, it appears that you have a misunderstanding of me. Lin Yun interrupted and smiled. The Sword Saint Mountain has 13 tests which are known as the 13 Fleeting Cloud tests. The first 3 tests are so difficult that even Galaxy Stage experts might fail. I'm not targeting you, I'm just stating the facts, said Yi Xiling after turning to look at Lin Yun. Senior Sister Yi, are you really that sure that I can't make it through the first 3 tests? Lin Yun wore a smile. It appears that he had been underestimated. That's right. So I suggest that you don't waste this opportunity, said Yixiling. I don't believe that I'll fail. I'm not just targeting the first 3 tests, but all 13. Lin Yun's fighting spirit was riled up. No matter how he looked at it, Yixiling was still targeting him. But the moment he said that, Yixiling smiled cunningly. If you can get through all 13 tests, I can agree to one request of yours. Any request? Lin Yun said with a playful smile. Yixiling's eyes flashed coldly after seeing Lin Yun's playful smile. Any request. But you also have to agree that you will give up the opportunity to ascend the Sword Saint Mountain again if you fail. Deal. Lin Yun agreed. Lord Sect Master, I have no objection now. Yixiling glanced at Lin Yun with disdain before cupping her hands towards the Sect Master. The Sect Master glared at her before he turned to Lin Yun. Stay here. I'll open the mountain with the elders and then you can come over later. When he was done, the Sect Master soared into the sky and flew towards the Sword Saint Mountain. At the same time, an uproar broke out in the Flying Cloud Palace once again as many disciples whispered among themselves. They were under the assumption that Lin Yun did something foolish again. Senior Brother Yun. A cheerful voice sounded out as Wang Yuruo ran over. Looking at her, Lin Yun's mood got a lot better. I like it better when you call me Junior Brother Yun. I dare not. Wang Yuruo shook her head and continued. Senior Brother Yun, your identity is even nobler than mine now. All right then. Lin Yun smiled before he asked. What's with the fleeting cloud 13 tests? Wang Yuruo smiled. Senior Brother Yun, you're really formidable. Senior Sister Yi made it through the 9th test last year, which is the record of the last century. If you can do what you claim, you'll break the record of the past millennium. At this moment, Lin Yun finally realized why Yixiling dared to bet with him. So it turns out that no one had gotten through the 13 tests in the past millennium, not to mention that he was only in the Heavenly Soul realm. So it didn't seem possible that he could make it through the 13 tests. In the past millennium, the best record was the 10th stage. However, that too was enough to shock the entire profound Azure Manor. It also happened to be when the fleeting Cloud Sword Sect's reputation was at its peak. When Wang Yuruo continued her explanation, the smile gradually disappeared from Lin Yun's face. He felt like he was tricked and had given up an opportunity to ascend the Sword Saint Mountain. Lin Yun, it looks like you'll really fail this time. I can sense that the Sword Saint Mountain has a huge origin, said Lil Purple in a stern tone. Lin Yun simply ignored her and looked at Wang Yuruo. What about the Sword Saint Mountain? The fleeting Cloud 13 swords not only have an infamous reputation in the profound Azure Manor, but even in Eastern Desolation. I heard that there's a legend that if one can practice all the 13 swords, he or she will be invincible in the Empyrean realm. Additionally, they will be able to uncover the secrets of Sword Saint Mountain, said Wang Yuruo. But just when Lin Yun was about to ask for more, a dazzling light shined out of Sword Saint Mountain that instantly drew everyone's attention. With the others tagging along, Lin Yun headed towards Sword Saint Mountain. The light from the mountain wasn't actual light, but from an ancient sword intent that had been accumulated over the years. It was majestic and ancient. Lin Yun's face suddenly changed when he noticed the beam soar into the sky and towards the massive array protecting the sect. If the array was struck by the sword intent, at least half of the sect would be destroyed. However, no one responded, which baffled Lin Yun. Out of nowhere, the sect master appeared above the beam and reached out towards the beam that was about to break apart the array. The sect master emitted a terrifying sword aura as 9 massive dragons enveloped the entire fleeting Cloud Sword sect. Along with a massive collision, the sword ray that soared towards the sky was blocked. Then, the sect master sat down and 9 massive dragons blocked the sword aura emitted by the Sword Saint Mountain. Lin Yun was deeply shocked by the domineering aura that the sect master emitted. Compared to the sect master, the dragons released by Jinju were nothing. This old geezer is interesting. He probably has a knot in his heart, which is why he's stuck in the Dragon Pulse realm. Based on his foundation alone, he can even make it as a heavenly king the moment he makes a breakthrough. Lil Purple muttered in the sword box and continued. No wonder he can suppress the sword aura from the Sword Saint Mountain. Dragon Pulse. Lin Yun was baffled. He only knew that the Empyrean realm was above the heavenly soul realm, and there was the Elysium core realm above it. But he knew nothing more than that. After all, he just arrived at Kunlun realm. With disdain on her face, Lil Purple said, "How ignorant! Let me brush you up on some knowledge. The Elysium core realm comes after the Empyrean realm, where one is also known as a venerable. Above the Elysium core realm is the Dragon Pulse realm, and each improvement will slowly make the body like a dragon. When all 9 pulses are opened, one will have the qualification to become a saint in the future. This is also the reason why everyone says that the people in Kunlun realm are dragons. What about a king? Kings are a completely different story. They're practically invincible beneath the saint realm. However, they barely have the qualification to be my servant. After all, heavenly kings are very strong when they become a saint," said Lil Purple. Heavenly kings were invincible beneath the saint realm. So it seemed like the sect master had a storied past. But Lil Purple also didn't explain what a heavenly king was, and it appeared that they needed to talk more about cultivation in Kunlun realm. Lin Yun. The sect master's voice sounded out from the horizon as everyone looked at Lin Yun. At this moment, Lin Yun felt as though everyone had disappeared in the world except for the sect master and him. You can ascend now. Although this feeling had only lasted for a split second, it still sent chills down Lin Yun's spine. He instantly knew that the sect master was probably even stronger than senior brother Fengju, or even senior Luo Qingshu from the Sacred Alliance. Just like that, Lin Yun flew towards the Sword Saint Mountain. 13 stages? Lin Yun really knows how to boast. It's been over a millennium since anyone managed to ascend the mountain. He's still too inexperienced to do it. It's impressive that he can master a sword technique with 7 steps. But this is completely different. He'll probably suffer a failure. It'll be interesting if he can't even make it through the 3rd stage. It's time for him to suffer a loss. After all, he humiliated us. After Lin Yun left, all sorts of discussions sounded out in the place. However, it was a lot louder this time. It was clear that no one dared to speak in front of Lin Yun. Senior sister, will senior brother Yun really be able to ascend the peak? Will you really agree to any request from him if he does? Wang Yurua smiled because it was a risky promise and Yi Xiling was famed for her beauty. The only reason why no one dared to approach her was because she was too cold. Recalling Lin Yun's gaze earlier, Yi Xiling said coldly, "He's courting humiliation. Let's not mention the 13th stage, it'll be good if he can even make it through the 3rd. And you, don't get too close to him." Bibut's senior brother was really handsome earlier. He mastered a sword technique in only 7 steps. You didn't see how ugly senior brother Feng's face was earlier. Wang Yurua's head was lowered in the beginning, but she raised her head as she spoke with her eyes shining brightly. "Only little girls like you will be fooled by him." Yi Xiling's eyes flashed with disdain before she gave Wang Yurua another warning. "Senior sister, look, that's senior brother Yun's cat." Wang Yurua's eyes lit up. She pointed at Lil Red, who was licking its paw and staring at Sword Saint Mountain. Not long later, Wang Yurua returned with Lil Red in her embrace. Lowering her head, Yi Xiling locked her brows together. She saw Lil Red moving around Wang Yurua's chest before closing its eyes in satisfaction. Wang Yurua might be young, but she had a great figure. Yi Xiling was instantly furious with how perverted Lin Yun's cat was. But when she swept her glance out, she saw a white figure standing at the top of a pavilion, looking in Lin Yun's direction. "She's actually here." Yi Xiling was surprised when she saw this white figure. "Hehe, senior sister. This cat is really adorable." Wang Yurua didn't listen and naively rubbed Lil Red's head. However, Yi Xiling didn't bother with her anymore. After all, she couldn't possibly lower herself to a cat's level. The only thing she could do now was to watch what Lin Yun would do. There were many mountains in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, and Lin Yun traveled through them with the Golden Crow 9 transformations. When he got close to the Sword Saint Mountain, an elder came up and said, "Follow me." Lin Yun responded by nodding his head. When he got to the foot of the mountain, he could see a colossal mountain that pierced through the sky. He instantly knew that it wouldn't be easy for him to ascend the mountain. which made him feel a little bitter. The Sword Saint Mountain has a total of 13 stages, and you can receive a sword for each stage you get through, explained the elder. Is there a sword sutra that comes along with it? Lin Yun asked curiously. He desperately needed a Holy Spirit sword sutra right now. So it would be great if there was one that came with this sword technique. There isn't. The elder smiled and continued. But who knows? There might be one if you can make it to the peak. After all, it's been a millennium since anyone made it up there, and no one truly knows what's at the peak. Senior, you must be joking. Lin Yun smiled awkwardly. Ha ha ha. The elder laughed as his impression of Lin Yun changed. After all, Lin Yun was arrogant back in the palace and disregarded everyone. But after coming in contact with Lin Yun, he realized that Lin Yun didn't put on any airs. You're a heavenly core disciple now. You can flip through the library to find a Holy Spirit Sword Sutra, said the elder. With a sigh, he continued speaking. You shouldn't have made the bet with that lass. The 13 stages represent 13 swords. It will really end up being a waste if you can only make it through 2 of them. If he could only learn 2 swords of a Holy Spirit sword technique, then there was no point in taking the test. Up ahead is the Sword Saint Mountain. Remember to take it slow as you only have 1 chance. The elder gave Lin Yun a few more pointers and even gave him a few secrets to the mountain. Lin Yun nodded vigorously as he benefited greatly from the explanation. Then he entered the Sword Saint Mountain. As he walked, he could sense the boundless sword intent in the environment that made him feel relaxed. What a great place! Lin Yun let out a long breath because it was a treasured land for Sword Dao. Without any hesitation, Lin Yun decided to go into seclusion before proceeding to the first test. The test was on the wall up ahead and guarded by a stone statue. There were many runes engraved on the wall along with ancient words. Pick a word and defeat it to make it through the test, said the statue when Lin Yun was examining the wall. That simple? Lin Yun was baffled when he heard that. Simple? If you can find a word within an hour, then you're a peerless genius in the Sword Dao, said the stone statue with disdain. Hearing that, Lin Yun smiled. Then I might really be a peerless genius in the Sword Dao. Listen well. Emerald stars beyond the azure sky. When he was done, the stone statue wore a disbelief expression. However, Lin Yun didn't stop there and continued. The complete verse should go like this. Emerald stars beyond the azure sky, as flowers bloom and dance in the wind, they are accompanied by the stars in the sky. Fleeting clouds isn't my intention, and 10,000 years have passed with a flick of my finger. Every time Lin Yun recited a word, the ancient runes on the wall would shine brightly. When he was done, the ancient runes radiated with great brilliance. Simultaneously, the statue guarding the wall was completely dumbstruck as it looked at Lin Yun with disbelief. Ever since the Sword Saint Mountain fell to the fleeting cloud sword sect, no one had recited the verse in one go. In the past, it was impressive if a disciple could find a word in an hour. Even the talented ones could only find a word within half an hour at best. But this was the first stage, so it wasn't that difficult. Although it wasn't difficult, no one had ever found 2 words, let alone the entire verse. Lin Yun accomplished something so unbelievable that the stone statue was having a hard time processing what just happened. In fact, it didn't even know that there was an entire verse on the wall. Looking at Lin Yun again, the stone statue was dumbfounded and said, how did you manage to do it? Lin Yun blinked his eyes and smiled. Didn't I say that I'm a heaven-defying genius? Do you know what a genius is? Even the other geniuses aren't qualified to lift my shoe for me. But the moment he finished speaking, he regretted his words. He was starting to sound like Lil Purple. He was even worried that she was poisoning his mind. But no matter what, he was easily able to see the entire verse with just one look. It wasn't difficult at all. At the very least, it was a lot easier than cultivating the sword of the beginning. Was this the power of the sky sword intent at complete mastery? Or rather, was his talent in Sword Dao a lot higher than the disciples of the fleeting cloud sword sect? When the stone statue heard that, there was nothing it could say. After all, the statue was the one who underestimated Lin Yun earlier. What should we do now? Lin Yun scratched his head with an embarrassed smile. According to the rules and regulations, Lin Yun had to challenge a word. But now that Lin Yun had recited the entire verse, it didn't make any sense for him to challenge them all. So the stone statue hesitated briefly before it spoke out. How about this? Pick a word to challenge, or you can also challenge the entire verse. Anyhow, you'll pass the first test as long as you win, and I won't stop you from carrying on. Looking at the wall once more, Lin Yun held onto his chin and fell into deep thoughts. He knew that he could receive a sword in the first test. It also seemed like the difference between challenging a word and an entire verse wasn't that great. Reciting the verse several times in his heart, Lin Yun decided on cloud and pointed at it. I'll pick. Wait. But just when he was about to announce his choice, Lil Purple's voice sounded out from the sword box. What's wrong? The stone statue asked, looking at Lin Yun. Hee. Just wait and see. Lin Yun smiled before transmitting his voice to Lil Purple. Hey, what's the matter? Relax. With me around, it won't be difficult to make it through the 13 tests. Lil Purple continued. Furthermore, you must address me as Empress. I'm the Phoenix. Out with it. Lin Yun interrupted her. Speak. You see those patterns on the wall? They're sword marks. I saw them a while ago, replied Lin Yun. The patterns were complicated, and he could tell that they were sword marks if he looked at it clearly. They even had ancient words hidden in the sword rays. Even a fool can tell that. You want to boast in front of me with your tiny knowledge? I need to educate you today, or I'll be embarrassed in the future if you go out. Continue to watch, Lil Purple said with disdain. Lin Yun's face changed as he watched. It seemed like there was something to the sword marks, but he couldn't understand it. It was just like what Lil Purple had said. There was more to the patterns on the wall. So, did our little genius here manage to see anything? Lil Purple asked with a smug face. Her words made Lin Yun feel awkward because he couldn't answer her. The weight also caused the stone statue to be confused as it watched Lin Yun. It was strange because it looked like Lin Yun was talking to someone, but he didn't utter a single word. So the stone statue couldn't help taking a few steps forward. What's wrong? I'll give you a failing mark for the test if you don't make a choice. Don't think that you're special just because you can recite the entire verse. As long as I don't let you pass, there's nothing you can do. Haha. Please wait. Please wait. Lin Yun smiled. Humph. I'll give you another half hour. The stone statue raised his head and continued. In my view, you're just afraid. If you can't make a choice in the next half hour, you can leave the mountain. Seeing the stone statue's temper, Lin Yun quickly replied, Supreme Heavenly Slaughter Empress, speak. You're calling me Empress now. But you have to recite my full title, the Divine Phoenix Clans. Lil Purple mustered her courage and recited her entire title. All right. Stop, interrupted Lin Yun. The stone statue is already looking down on you. So do you really know anything about it? Humph, it's just a puppet. How dare it be arrogant before this empress? Lin Yun, let me show you what's in the verse you saw earlier. Lil Purple snorted in disdain. There are clouds, sky, stars, sea, and wind. Don't you think that the verse is more like a painting? When Lil Purple said those words, a flash of inspiration exploded in Lin Yun's mind. He finally caught what he previously missed. Gathering his sword intent in his pupils, Lin Yun began to find traces of the painting. Not long later, the verse came to life and the words turned into a painting in front of his very eyes. In fact, the painting began to move and became even more vivid. Hey statue, I've made my choice. Lin Yun wore an excited smile and called out to the stone statue. So, which word do you want? The stone statue asked while memorizing how Lin Yun addressed it. None of them. Lin Yun smiled, raising his brow. Are you messing with me? Get lost now. The stone statue emitted a terrifying aura and walked towards Lin Yun. This shocked Lin Yun because he didn't expect that the stone statue was actually in the Dragon Pulse realm. This made Lin Yun panic before he smiled. Statue, why don't you turn around and take a look? You think I'm a fool? Why should I listen to you? The stone statue snorted but was suddenly surprised to notice some changes to the wall. Turning around, the stone statue looked at a figure walking out of the painting on the wall. This scene instantly made the stone statue fall to his knees. "Master!" When the painting fully unfolded, the sword marks on the wall disappeared. They were instantly replaced with many fine patterns. Before Lin Yun could recover from shock, the figure from the painting charged towards him. But Lin Yun responded in time and summoned the flower burial sword to block the attack. Facing this attack, Lin Yun was forced to take 3 steps back. Lin Yun, defeat him. The words on the wall are the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sutra. Lil Purple became excited and waved her hand around in the process. The Fleeting Cloud Sword Sutra? Lin Yun quickly looked at the wall. The words were flashing and he couldn't see them clearly, but it really seemed to be the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sutra. Before he could look at it more, the figure charged towards him again with a sword. Good! Lin Yun squinted his eyes and looked at the person before him. The person had a higher cultivation and was using a Holy Spirit sword technique, but his sword intent wasn't in the sky sword intent. So this meant that it wouldn't be difficult for Lin Yun to win. 10 moves later, Lin Yun brought out his sky sword intent with the sun and moon radiating out of his sword. He cut the figure in 2, forcing it to return to the painting. Then, the person pointed his finger at Lin Yun from the painting, unleashing a light beam that shot into Lin Yun's mind. It was the Fleeting Cloud 13 Sword's first sword. Lin Yun merely closed his eyes and comprehended briefly before he opened his eyes. There was nothing difficult about the first test. At the same time, the person in the painting spoke out. "No wonder you can find the painting that I've hidden in the wall. It seems like you grasped the complete mastery of Sky Sword intent in the Heavenly Soul realm. But it's still incomplete." "You're right, Senior. The reason why Lin Yun came here was to complete his Sky Sword intent." "Master!" The stone statue continued to bow upon seeing the person in the painting. The person in the painting looked at Lin Yun briefly before he pointed at Lin Yun. "Follow him. Don't let anything happen to him on the mountain." "Roger." The painting rolled up and disappeared back into the wall. At the same time, the stone statue stood up and looked at Lin Yun respectfully. "Greetings, Master." "Master?" Lin Yun sheathed his sword and wore a smile. He was feeling pretty good about being called a master. "Stand to the side for now." Lin Yun wanted to remember the verse on the wall, so he instructed the stone statue to stand by the side while he sat and contemplated the verse. The verse flickered with profundity, but Lin Yun wasn't trying to fully comprehend it. He simply wanted to remember it. A short while later, Lin Yun slowly stood up. He successfully memorized the verse, but it was clearly incomplete. It was impossible for him to rely on this verse to cultivate the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sutra. It seemed like he needed to make it through the test to obtain the complete Fleeting Cloud Sword Sutra. At the same time, the sect master who was bearing the torrential sword intent also seemed to have noticed something unusual about this situation. He began to worry if something had happened. After all, he promised senior brother Feng Ju to make Lin Yun worthy of becoming their master's disciple within 1 year. The only reason why he placed Lin Yun in the pit earlier was to force Lin Yun to bring out all his potential. This was also the reason why he wanted Lin Yun to ascend the Sword Saint Mountain in the Heavenly Soul Realm. With Lin Yun's cultivation, he knew that Lin Yun wouldn't be able to go far, but he definitely would benefit greatly from it, which would make reaching the Empyrean realm a lot easier. But if anything happened to Lin Yun, he would fail his objective. It had been a century since his master took in a new disciple. Ever since he left the sect a century ago and slaughtered thousands of disciples from the profound Sky sect, his master hadn't taken another disciple. It left a knot in his heart and in his master's heart. Although he wasn't his master's most talented disciple, he was still important to his master. But now that his master had decided to take in a new disciple, he naturally had to make Lin Yun qualified to inherit his master's title as the strongest sword saint in the Eastern Desolation. At that time, the knot in his heart and his master's heart would be resolved. Although he knew that Lin Yun must have encountered some trouble, he had no intention of interfering and muttered, "Brat, don't die in there." In reality, Lin Yun was enjoying his time in the mountains. After memorizing the verse, Lin Yun looked at the stone statue and smiled. "What's your name?" "My name is Stone One, Master," the stone statue replied. Lin Yun was pleased that he was being called Master. Looking at the stone statue, Lin Yun smiled. "Didn't you want to chase me away earlier?" "I wouldn't dare to do that," replied the stone statue. Seeing that the stone statue was so boring, Lin Yun replied, "I'll be going to the second test." Knowing that Lin Yun was about to leave, the stone statue quickly followed behind him. So Lin Yun responded in curiosity, "You're going to follow me?" "Master asked me to follow you to make sure that nothing happens to you," said the stone statue respectfully. "Come on then." Lin Yun didn't think that there would be an issue with the stone statue following him around, not to mention that it would further ensure his safety. After Lin Yun passed his test, he could sense a boundless sword intent in the surroundings. So as he walked on the small path, he was placed under immense pressure. He finally understood why Yi Xiling was sure that he could only make it through 3 tests. Leaving the difficulty of the tests aside, just walking on the path wasn't easy since he wasn't in the Empyrean realm. This meant that he had to rely on his sky sword intent to make it through the pressure. Although his sky sword intent could enable him to make it through the first 3 tests, he knew that it wouldn't be easy. But just when he was about to bring out his sky sword intent, the stone statue suddenly stepped forward to bear the pressure of the sword intent. "Master, follow behind me." The stone statue was in the Dragon Pulse realm, not to mention that it was a puppet, so the pressure was nothing to it. When Lin Yun saw this scene, his eyes lit up while he smiled. It was a form of cheating, but Lin Yun didn't feel bad about it. After all, he didn't command the stone statue to follow and protect him. "Humph, look at you, you don't have a backbone. You're just letting the stone statue help you." Lil Purple mocked Lin Yun as he walked behind the stone statue like its boss. However, Lin Yun wasn't disturbed by the comment. He simply focused on sensing the law of the sword intent and absorbed its essence. With this, his sword intent gradually improved. "If I can make it to the peak, I might be able to complete whatever is lacking in my sword intent." Lin Yun's eyes flashed with excitement. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the next test. He had taken a long time for the first test, but now it should be easy. It didn't take long for him to make it through the second test to obtain the second sword of the Fleeting Cloud Sword technique and the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sutra. At the same time, another stone statue was added to the party. After the second test, the pressure became even stronger. There were even ferocious beasts lurking around. However, Lin Yun didn't worry because he had 2 stone statues clearing the path for him. They would kill any ferocious beasts that dared to get close. So the remaining beasts could only lay on the ground in fear. Lin Yun began to laugh because this treatment had far exceeded his imagination. If there were other disciples around to see what was happening, they would be shocked. As Lil Purple watched, she pouted in jealousy. She couldn't stand Lin Yun's smug attitude when she had an even more glorious past. For hours after Lin Yun entered the Sword Saint Mountain, many disciples began to discuss Lin Yun's status. They weren't sure what happened since they had yet to see a phenomenon from the mountain. "Don't tell me Lin Yun failed the first test?" "It's hard to say. It has been 4 hours, so he's probably trapped. If he had made it through the first test, we would have seen a phenomenon." "Ha ha ha, it'll be interesting if he can't even make it through the first test." The Flying Cloud Palace became loud as many disciples began to discuss among themselves. All of the disciples were still bitter about Lin Yun's performance, so they were hoping he would fail. After all, failure would mean that Lin Yun was just an ordinary person. "Senior sister, are the 13 tests really that hard?" Wang Yurua asked softly with Lil Red in her embrace. Yi Xiling's mood was much improved when she saw that Lin Yun still hadn't passed the first test after 4 hours. Pride flashed through her pupils as she replied, "Of course! The tests are difficult because you need strong talent in the sword Dao and strength. As for the paths after the tests, even an Empyrean will have difficulty walking. After all, I suffered a setback 1 year ago even with my cultivation in the greater galaxy stage. In fact, I barely made it to the 9th test. Will senior brother Yun be able to make it through the first test?" Wang Yurua asked nervously. "There's a high possibility. He can definitely find the words with his talent, but it's another story if he can defeat it. After all, he's only in the heavenly soul realm. Xiling smiled confidently. Then, she turned to Lil Red, who was in Wang Yurua's embrace. This damnable cat really knows how to sleep while his master is being tortured in the Sword Saint Mountain. Ah! Wang Yurua became nervous when she heard that and continued, Senior sister, go and help senior brother Yun. I can't. He's the one who acted impudently and even made a bet with me. Don't worry about him, he won't die. At most, he will be embarrassed, smiled Xiling. But right at this moment, a sword hum echoed out that enveloped the entire fleeting cloud sword sect. The sword hum sounded ancient, which made everyone's blood boil. The phenomenon also made Xiling's face change as she quickly turned to look at the fleeting cloud sword sect. Then, she saw an azure light enveloping the Sword Saint Mountain. From the looks of it, a divine beast, the azure bird, was flying around the mountain. An azure bird! Lin Yun made it through the first test. An uproar broke out in the flying cloud palace. The azure bird was the holy spirit of the fleeting cloud 13 sword, and it would appear when someone made it through a test. This also meant that Lin Yun had successfully made it through the first test. Senior sister, Lin Yun made it. Wang Yurua jumped around in excitement with joy written on her face. Xiling's face became unnatural as she turned her head away. There's nothing to be happy about. It's just the first test. But not long later, another azure light shined from the Sword Saint Mountain along with a sword hum. Then, another azure bird flew out of the mountain, leaving everyone shocked. Holy shit, what's going on? He made it through another test. How is that possible? He had just made it through the first test. How did he make it through the second one so quickly? What's going on? Many disciples were left shocked, including Xiling, who turned around with flickering eyes. She was confident that it would take Lin Yun at least an hour with his cultivation in the heavenly soul realm, but it had only been half an hour. While everyone was in shock, another sword hum echoed out while another azure bird flew out. The third test was successfully passed. This time, Xiling could no longer maintain her composure. She quickly traveled to the border of the Flying Cloud Palace to look at the Sword Saint Mountain. The Sword Saint Mountain was enveloped with 3 bright azure birds with powerful sword intent. She could tell that they were real, which meant that Lin Yun really made it through the third test. Then, another azure bird flew out that was accompanied by a sword hum. At this moment, the entire Flying Cloud Palace fell silent. However, the commotion didn't stop, for more azure birds flew into the sky. Lin Yun was ferociously charging through the Sword Saint Mountain. He completed 8 tests in a row with a speed that left everyone dumbfounded. The whole time, the disciples were staring at Xiling because Lin Yun was getting closer and closer to Xiling's record. Suddenly, another azure light shined from the mountain. This time, the disciples could no longer maintain their composure. In disbelief, they wondered if Lin Yun was still human. Senior sister, look, senior brother Yun is really strong. He already made it through 9 tests. Wang Yurua's face turned red with excitement as her eyes became bright. However, Xiling couldn't smile. Her jaw was clenched as she made a tight fist with her hand. She was angry that Lin Yun had the same record as her. So what? As long as Lin Yun doesn't reach the peak, it's still my victory. But when Xiling raised her head to look at the 9 azure birds in the sky, her face couldn't help turning red with frustration. Everyone in the Flying Cloud Palace was anxiously waiting while several figures flew towards the sky. Not long later, they arrived before the sect master who was bearing the pressure of the Sword Saint Mountain. Sect master, Lin Yun made it through the 9th test. An elder spoke out nervously with excitement flashing in his pupils. His heart throbbed violently at Lin Yun's speed. After all, Xiling took 3 days to reach the 9th test. I know, replied the sect master with a composed face, but the flickers in his eyes betrayed him. Some elders want to enter and take a look at what's going on, but none of them are able to enter, said another elder. Ignore it, replied the sect master. The elders nodded their heads, but one elder couldn't help asking, Sect master, will Lin Yun really be able to reach the peak? After all, they knew that Lin Yun had an ongoing bet with Yi Xiling. Back then, the elders merely smiled because Lin Yun didn't know how terrifying Sword Saint Mountain was. But now, they were worried that Lin Yun would really be able to ascend the peak. Sect Master, has anyone made it to the peak before? Another elder asked curiously. It had been 2 millennia since anyone made it to the peak, but the elders didn't know if the records were real. After all, the history of the Sword Saint Mountain was even longer than the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect. The Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect was a subsidiary force of the Sword Sect, and this mountain existed before the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect existed. The Sword Saint Mountain was a treasured sword in the profound azure manner with many sects eyeing it, because it had many secrets. No one from the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect has, said the sect master. The elders were shocked when they heard that. After all, the sect master said that no one from the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect ascended the peak. Did that mean that someone who wasn't from the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect made it to the top? Lin Yun still can't reach the top. You guys go down and wait for now, instructed the sect master. Still can't reach the top? This made the elders curious about the sect master's confidence. But they didn't pry. Instead, they bowed and left. That brat is really surprising, the sect master muttered while he looked at the Sword Saint Mountain. He was trying to capture the boundless sword ray in his eyes, but he couldn't see past the layer of fog that enveloped the mountain. He could sense some changes on Sword Saint Mountain, which meant that Lin Yun discovered a secret of the mountain. However, there was also the possibility that Lin Yun used another method to make it through the 9th test. Either way, the next 3 tests weren't going to be easy for Lin Yun. Back in the Sword Saint Mountain, Lin Yun spent an hour on the 10th test before he passed. With that, Lin Yun had obtained 10 of the Fleeting Cloud 13 swords. Now, he only had 3 more to go. Master, the last 3 tests are next, but we can't follow you anymore. 10 stone statues spoke as they stood before Lin Yun respectfully. This instantly extinguished Lin Yun's joy. He had memorized all the verses up until, and he was only lacking the crucial part. If he couldn't get the crucial part, he wouldn't be able to cultivate the technique. All 10 verses would go to waste. Furthermore, this would mean that he could only obtain 10 of the Fleeting Cloud 13 swords. Although it was impressive since Yi Xiling only made it through the 9th test, Lin Yun couldn't accept an outcome where he didn't ascend the peak. It was fine if he didn't see the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sutra, but now that he had seen it, he was sure that the sword technique and sword sutra had to be practiced together. The person in the painting instructed you guys to follow me, smiled Lin Yun. It was great having 10 statues open the path for him, and Lin Yun didn't want to end it here. We're already at the end, and this is how high the mountain goes, said a stone statue. Wait, aren't there 3 more tests? We're still far from ascending the mountain, argued Lin Yun. This is how far the mountain goes. The stone statues were still respectful to Lin Yun, but they were pretty certain that this was how far the mountain went. Lin Yun began to ponder before he replied, All right then. Thank you for all your help so far. I'll continue the journey myself. After the stone statues left, Lin Yun's thoughts flashed quickly because he knew that someone else had also made it to the 10th test like him a few centuries ago. It was also recorded in the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect that the 10th test was the highest level and that there was no path above it. At least, no one in the last millennium knew of a higher level. At the same time, he pondered the words of the stone statues. He could clearly tell that the mountain didn't stop here. I should keep walking. Lin Yun gathered his thoughts and walked forward, but the path disappeared as soon as he walked. The path was instantly replaced with a cliff. Lin Yun felt a chill run down his spine as he saw the air of death all around him. He was so terrified that he had to retreat. What's going on? Lin Yun's face turned pale because he would have fallen off the cliff if he moved faster. Just thinking about it sent shivers through his body. When Lin Yun raised his head, the path towards the peak looked illusory. Lin Yun picked up a pebble and threw it at the path. The pebble bounced off the path before stopping. Clearly, the path was real despite disappearing whenever Lin Yun tried to walk on it. Is that an illusion? Lin Yun rubbed his chin and took a step forward. The cliff appeared before him once more, and he was sure that it wasn't an illusion. At this moment, he understood why no one ascended the peak. No wonder many people lost the courage to keep going. It looks like I boasted a little too much. How am I supposed to go up? Lin Yun knew that if he went back, Yi Xiling would definitely laugh at him. The thought of this riled up his fighting spirits and made him fall into deep thoughts. But right at this moment, Lil Purple's voice sounded out from the sword box. Lin Yun, what are you afraid of? With me around, you don't have to worry that you'll die. If you're that strong, why don't you come out and walk in front of me? I'll follow behind. Lin Yun smiled. Humph, why should I? Lil Purple raised her head proudly. Hearing that, Lin Yun smiled because he knew that Lil Purple was boasting again. Ignoring Lil Purple, Lin Yun tried a few times again and failed. He was sure that he would die a terrible death if he took another step forward. This was no longer an issue about his courage. If one only needed to be courageous, there would have been many people who reached the peak. There were many geniuses who weren't afraid of death. But the mountain wasn't that simple. I must have missed something, Lin Yun pondered. What did I miss? Lin Yun smiled bitterly. It looks like the mountain was harder than comprehending the sword of the beginning. Although it was dangerous back then, he could still turn back if he wanted. But this time, there would be no turning back if he took a step forward. I think it's time to go down. Lin Yun turned around as his gaze lingered on the path for a long time. Perhaps he might be able to uncover the secrets here after reaching the Empyrean realm. Then again, he really found it a pity to give up here when he already made it this far. Letting out a sigh, Lin Yun shook his head and left. At the same time, everyone in the Flying Cloud Palace looked at the 10 azure birds flying around Sword Saint Mountain with shock on their faces. After all, this was the highest record in the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sutra in the past millennium. What's a genius? That is a genius. He entered the sect officially and made it to the 10th test on the first try. No one can really compare to him. He's too strong. Lin Yun's performance fully convinced the disciples. But as time passed without any additional phenomena, everyone knew that Lin Yun was stuck. It was like the previous genius a few centuries ago who got stuck on the 11th test. But this time, no one uttered a word. If Lin Yun couldn't make it through the last 3 tests even with his aptitude, no one would be able to ascend the peak. Senior sister, Lin Yun is stuck at the 11th test. Wang Yuruo ran over in excitement. As expected. After all, no one has made it through the last 3 tests, replied Yi Xiling. Why? Wang Yuruo asked. Her words made the nearby disciples grow quiet. They were quietly waiting for Yi Xiling's explanation. After all, she was the sect master's daughter, and she might know some secrets about the Sword Saint Mountain. Yi Xiling didn't hide it from her and replied, the Sword Sect's disciple who made it to the 10th test 7 centuries ago left some notes behind. I looked through them before. He said that there is no path after the 10th test. It might seem like a path, but it's actually a deadly cliff. The 10th test is where everything ends. The crowd was shocked that Sword Saint Mountain had such a huge secret. Then won't senior sister win the bet with senior brother Yun? Wang Yuruo pouted her lips. You think I'll make a bet on something that I'm not confident in? After all, I have to agree to any request if I lose, replied Yi Xiling. Actually, it doesn't really matter. With how outstanding senior brother Yun is, he's definitely a perfect match for you. Wang Yuruo spoke cheerfully to Yi Xiling. What are you thinking? Why don't I give you to him instead? Yi Xiling glared at Wang Yuruo. Hearing that, Wang Yuruo lowered her red face. I am still young. Knocking on Wang Yuruo's head, Yi Xiling said, You really took that seriously? I'm warning you to distance yourself from him, or you won't even know how you got sold. He'll definitely lose this bet, and it'll make him behave for some time. It hurts. Wang Yuruo held onto her head. Those who were nearby clicked their tongues. After all, Lin Yun had just come to the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect, and he nearly conquered 2 of their beauties. It didn't take long for Lin Yun to reach the foot of the mountain. When he arrived at the first test, the stone statue bowed to Lin Yun. Looking at the stone statue, Lin Yun smiled before he continued forward. But just when he was about to leave the mountain, he suddenly came to a stop. He finally found what he missed when he saw the stone statue bowing to him. Ha ha ha! Lin Yun laughed and smacked the back of his head happily. I'm really a genius. Lin Yun, why are you hitting yourself? Have you become stupid? Lil Purple chuckled. Hee hee, just wait and see. Lin Yun climbed the mountain once more. This time he would ascend the mountain. When Lin Yun returned to the 10th test, he could see a boundless sea of clouds ahead of him. Then he raised his head and looked at the peak. At this moment he was right in front of the cliff. He could clearly sense that he might not be able to travel through the air because the abyss below the cliff would devour him. It had been millennia since someone made it to the peak, and he had no idea how lonely the person must be waiting at the peak. Emerald stars beyond the azure sky, Lin Yun muttered while he looked up ahead. You have already recited it several times. Lin Yun, do you really know how to ascend the peak? Lil Purple doubted while she was in the sword box. Hearing that, Lin Yun smiled. Let me ask you, what's the meaning of emerald stars beyond the azure sky? Stars outside the sky? Lil Purple replied. That's right. What is in the sky? Clouds. Lin Yun said with his eyes blazing. I can see the mountain above the clouds, but the statues are right. This is as far as the mountain goes and the path is done. The next 3 tests are 3 mountains. There's 1 mountain for each test. Those are the 3 strongest swords in the fleeting cloud 13 swords. That's just your speculation, said Lil Purple. Lass, don't you think that this mountain is a little too lonely? It has been so many years, but no one is able to ascend it despite seeing it. So much so that this is also the reason why I'm able to see the verse, smiled Lin Yun. So what? How can anyone travel in the clouds? You'll die if you guess incorrectly, replied Lil Purple. Ha ha ha. Lin Yun laughed. As a swordsman, why would I be afraid of death? As Lin Yun laughed, he soared into the sky and charged forward. At the same time, the path ahead of him had changed into a boundless abyss. Hey! Lil Purple exclaimed from the sword box. While Lin Yun was in the sky, he could sense that his origin energy was sealed along with his sword intent. Fixing his target on a cloud, Lin Yun knew that he would fall if his speculation was wrong. At the same time, he could hear ferocious roars echoing from the abyss with countless crimson and black aura. There was even a skeleton waiting for him above the abyss. Lin Yun's face paled as he sensed the evil skeleton. Fear loomed over his heart as he quickly headed for the clouds. However, the skeleton was too fast and it appeared behind him in 1 second. But despite facing death, Lin Yun maintained his composure and faced the demonic skull head-on. Just when he was about to be devoured by the demonic aura, Lin Yun landed on the cloud where his origin energy and sword intent were unsealed. Die! Lin Yun flicked his finger without any hesitation and unleashed a powerful sword ray from his while 3 layers of flowers appeared behind him. In the sea of flowers, his outstanding temperament made him look like he was crafted from jade. When the divine flicking finger instantly pierced through the skull, Lin Yun's face turned pale. He was so close to death. What the hell is this? Lin Yun muttered with his brows locked. Demonic will. Regardless of righteous or demonic cultivators, they will produce will upon their death and will be demonified if the area isn't cleansed for a long time. What you just encountered is an ordinary demonic will, said Lil Purple. When Lin Yun turned around, he noticed that she had already come out of the sword box. Ha! Looks like the heavenly slaughtering empress is pretty worried about me. Lin Yun chuckled. Humph. I'm only out here to take in some fresh air. Lil Purple turned her head around and pouted. And you have to recite my entire title to make it sound more intimidating. I'm the Divine Phoenix Clans. But Lin Yun had interrupted her before she could finish. Lil Purple, look what's that? Seeing that Lin Yun had interrupted her again, Lil Purple snorted. Why should I look just because of your words? Dream on. I won't listen to you. Holy shit. What's that? It's really a mountain. Lin Yun, you were right. Lil Purple still turned her head around and exclaimed with excitement on her face. She could see an azure mountain in the boundless sea of clouds with a starry sky behind it. With pride flashing in his pupils, Lin Yun smiled. Didn't I say I'm a peerless genius in the sword Dao? Humph. I won't believe you. Didn't you say earlier that you weren't afraid of death? Then why did your face become pale earlier? I can even hear your heart beating violently still, said Lil Purple in a disdainful tone. Well, you won't understand the hot-blooded nature of young people, smiled Lin Yun. What did you say? Lil Purple's face turned red. How could she accept Lin Yun calling her old? Ha ha ha! I said nothing. Lin Yun laughed before he dashed forward. This made Lil Purple sigh before she chased after him. Just like that, the two of them laughed while they headed toward the mountain. But Lin Yun stopped when he was about to approach the mountain. The mountain wasn't that large from afar, but now that he was close it was extremely massive. Lin Yun, what did you say about me earlier? Lil Purple glared at Lin Yun furiously. She still hadn't forgotten about Lin Yun calling her old. If Lin Yun couldn't give her an appropriate explanation, there was no way she would let this matter rest. Lin Yun squinted his eyes and turned around to look at Lil Purple before he smiled. I realize that you have a pair of beautiful eyes that look like two shining stars in the sky. Although Lil Purple was flattered by those words, she still wore a disdainful smile. Of course I do. Right? You're of the Divine Phoenix clan. Let's go. Lin Yun smiled. Just like that, the two of them walked in the boundless sea of clouds like two immortals. The emerald stars in the sky were gorgeous. But as Lil Purple walked, she locked her brows together because she remembered what Lin Yun said about her. Realizing that, she spoke out unhappily. Stupid Lin Yun, didn't you say anything about me earlier? I seem to recall you thinking I was old. What? Look how high the mountain is. Lin Yun smiled. Humph. I could have destroyed that with a flick of my finger when I was at full strength, Lil Purple said with disdain. Lin Yun merely smiled and landed on the Azure Mountain. When he got to the peak, a stone statue was waiting next to a wall. Looking at the wall riddled with sword marks, Lin Yun heard a sword hum echo in his ears. I'm here for the test, said Lin Yun. There's a painting on the wall, and you'll pass if you can defeat it, replied the stone statue. Lin Yun didn't waste time and began to examine the wall. The wall was clearly different from the previous ones, and the sword intent was a lot stronger. Pushing his sky sword intent to the limit, his hair began to flutter as his gaze became serious. About an hour later, Lil Purple suddenly spoke up. Lin Yun, your eyes are bleeding. Blood was flowing down from Lin Yun's eyes. But he didn't care. He continued to look at the wall in search of the painting. Suddenly, he smiled and a painting appeared before his eyes. When the painting unfolded, a figure charged at Lin Yun. Without any hesitation, Lin Yun drew his sword and charged forward. Just like that, he began to clash with the figure from the painting. It was a brutal battle that forced Lin Yun to bring out the iris sword array. Even then, he barely won the fight. When he was done, a beam of light shot into Lin Yun's mind from the painting. It was the 11th sword of the fleeting cloud 13 swords, called the Emerald Stars. Opening his eyes, Lin Yun wiped the blood off his lips and smiled. I knew it. The verse. Memorize it quickly. Lil Purple urged Lin Yun to be proactive when she saw him smiling. Got it. Lin Yun smiled and sat down as he memorized the verse on the wall. After he got up, the stone statue spoke. You've passed this test. By now, many people in the Flying Cloud Palace felt that Lin Yun would be heading out. However, another azure beam flew into the sky to manifest an azure bird. This meant that Lin Yun passed the 11th test. How is this possible? Yi Xiling exclaimed with shock on her face because there was no path after the 10th test. Since there was no path, it was impossible to make it to the 11th test. But there were 11 azure birds circling the mountain with divine auras. Wow! How did Senior Brother Yun manage to do that? Senior Sister, what's going on? Wang Yuruo was also deeply shocked by this scene. Locking her brows together, Yi Xiling replied, I have no idea. Is his talent really that terrifying? Senior Sister, haven't you ever wanted to see the last 3 swords in the fleeting cloud 13 swords? If Lin Yun is able to get it, you can ask for it from him. Wang Yuruo suddenly smiled. Her words made Yi Xiling's eyes lit up, but her pupils soon dimmed upon recalling Lin Yun's gaze. She didn't believe that Lin Yun would give it to her if he could really ascend the peak. Furthermore, she was a lot stronger than Lin Yun in terms of cultivation, so she couldn't lower herself to challenge Lin Yun. He still hasn't ascended the peak. Right now, he only grasped one sword more than me, said Yi Xiling stubbornly, not wanting to admit her loss. The 11th test. Lin Yun seems to have broken the record in the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. The highest record in the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect was only the 10th test, and that was 7 centuries ago, whispered someone in the crowd. Today, Lin Yun broke a record from 7 centuries ago. It made the disciples, elders, and even the sect master feel a little depressed. How did this brat manage to do it? The sect master was shocked because he had also ascended the Sword Saint Mountain before, but he got stuck in the 10th stage. For hours later, another sword hum echoed out with an azure bird. This meant that Lin Yun had passed the 12th test. Lin Yun was only 1 test away from ascending the mountain. Oh my god! Is Lin Yun really going to ascend the peak? Is Lin Yun really going to break the record? First, he mastered a sword technique in 7 steps. Now, he's going to ascend the mountain. How can we compete with him? He's only in the heavenly soul realm. Now that Lin Yun was only 1 test away from ascending the peak, the entire flying cloud palace broke into an uproar. Only Yi Xiling's face was wearing an ugly expression. After all, she made a bet with Lin Yun where she would agree to his demands if he reached the top. After Lin Yun completed the 12th test, he headed towards the last mountain. Both he and Lil Purple had excitement on their faces because they only had the last mountain left. Suddenly, music from a flute sounded out as Lin Yun saw a person at the top of the mountain enveloped in sword light. Using a flute as a sword, Lil Purple was surprised before she continued. Lin Yun, be careful. This test won't be easy for you. When she was done speaking, she disappeared into the sword box. Wearing a grave expression, Lin Yun knew that this test wouldn't be simple because Lil Purple didn't hide inside the sword box in the previous 2 tests. Soon, Lin Yun arrived before the azure figure who looked similar to the person from the paintings of the previous test. He couldn't help speaking out, wind howling in the desolate sea. Stars accompanied by the jade flute. The azure-clothed person smiled. Senior, you're the owner of this place? Lin Yun asked. The azure-clothed person shook his head and smiled. I'm not. I'm merely the spirit guarding the mountain. This mountain belongs to my master. Hearing that, Lin Yun began to wonder what the origin of the mountain was. As long as you can get through this test, you'll be able to ascend the mountain. Then, you'll have the last sword of the Fleeting Cloud 13 Swords and the last verse of the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sutra, said the azure-clothed person. So how do I pass the final test? Lin Yun asked. Last half an incense's time under the influence of my music, replied the azure-clothed person. That doesn't sound too difficult, smiled Lin Yun. Talk after you've experienced it. Let's get started. The azure-clothed person didn't waste time with Lin Yun and placed the flute by his lips. Before Lin Yun could react, the music already charged towards him and made his face change. Without any hesitation, Lin Yun drew his sword and unleashed sword rays against the incoming music. Suddenly, the flute music changed and became filled with desolation. This made cracks spread out on Lin Yun's internal organs as he felt his blood freeze. Soon after, sword wounds began to appear on his body as he was covered in blood. But just when he was about to find a resolution, a piece of music resonated and made Lin Yun feel as though he was being preyed on by a colossal dragon. Blood began to drip from his lips as his face turned pale. Taking a few steps back, Lin Yun managed to regain his footing. In the end, Lin Yun failed. Do you want to continue? The azure-clothed person placed the flute down and smiled. Lin Yun smiled bitterly because he had never experienced this before and had no idea how to deal with it. He had lost before he could even bring out his full strength, and this was only because the azure-clothed person had gone easy on him. Yes, Lin Yun wiped the blood off his lips and continued. But give me some time. I won't wait for long or else the beautiful scenery here will disappear, smiled the azure-clothed person. 2 hours. Just 2 hours. Lin Yun replied. All right. The azure-clothed person pondered before he smiled. It's not easy to wait for a person, but I'll wait for 2 hours. Thank you. Lin Yun turned around and called out Lil Purple when he got to the foot of the mountain. I have 2 hours. Do you have a solution to let me last half an incense's time? Lin Yun asked because Lil Purple said that she had a solution and she needed 2 hours. What kind of look is that? Are you looking down on this empress? Take out the jade flute given to you by your little lover. Lil Purple said confidently. You're not asking me to use the flute as a sword, right? But I don't even know how to use a flute. Lin Yun was surprised by Lil Purple's words. Of course. Lil Purple rolled her eyes before she snorted. Otherwise, what else can you do? There's no way you can last half an incense's time with your current strength. His sword intent isn't flawed, but yours is flawed. You're lucky that you only need to last for an hour or else you won't even be able to last for a split second if he gets serious. Are you sure about that? Lin Yun asked. It will be a different story with the divine indigo jade bamboo flute that your lover gave you. With my guidance, it'll be possible for you to last for half an incense's time. Smiled Lil Purple. Lin Yun suddenly realized what was going on. After all, the flute given to him by Yu Weiwei had an extraordinary origin. I'll teach you a way to circulate your origin energy. Lil Purple took the flute. As they were in a rush for time, she gave a really fast tutorial. When she was done, she handed the flute over and smiled. Come, give it a try. Lin Yun placed the flute by his lips and gently tapped on the flute. Not long later, ethereal music flowed out. Placing the flute down, Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts before he blew it once more. Let me try again. Lil Purple had disdain on her face in the beginning, but her face gradually changed because it actually wasn't bad. When Lin Yun was done, he placed the flute down and smiled. That was simple. Meanwhile, Lil Purple was shocked because Lin Yun had learned the basic technique so quickly. But it was naturally impossible for her to praise Lin Yun, so she praised herself instead. That's because I'm a good teacher. Lin Yun smiled and chose not to argue with her. Right at this moment, some flute music sounded out from the mountain that made Lin Yun's blood boil. Hearing the music, Lin Yun praised the skill inwardly. He knew that the other party was flaunting their skill on purpose. When Lil Purple heard that, her face became ugly. Right at this moment, the azure-clothed person's voice sounded out from the mountain. Lad, I can teach you if you want to learn, but you only have 2 hours, and it's too unrealistic for you to get through this test relying on flute music. That fellow actually dared to look down on this empress. Lil Purple became enraged and pulled Lin Yun down the mountain. Let's go somewhere further and don't let him listen. Let's teach him a lesson. This divine indigo jade bamboo flute is comparable to a divine artifact, so there's no need to fear him. Looking at Lil Purple's reaction, Lin Yun smiled bitterly and followed her. However, he was unconvinced that he would last half an incense's time. Flute music drifted out from the sea of clouds with snowflakes falling down. Lin Yun was calm, but his face was full of disbelief. He couldn't believe that this music was from Lil Purple, especially as her music made her look even more ethereal. At this moment, she was the focus of attention in the entire world. Very quickly, Lin Yun could sense the Iris Sword Sutra circulating without his control along with the music. As the iris flower bloomed in his violet palace, indigo petals flew out from his body, which made the scenery even more beautiful. In the end, Lin Yun closed his eyes and sat down while the Iris Sword Sutra circulated along with the music. When the iris flower bloomed within his body, waves of sword aura swept out of his body uncontrollably. His Iris Sword Sutra was displaying an unrivaled luster after being led by the music. As the music continued, Lin Yun felt as though a whole new world had opened to him. It was a bizarre feeling. Then, the music notes played by Lil Purple were imprinted into his sword aura to display an unrivaled demeanor. When the music came to an end, without realizing, Lin Yun was enveloped in a terrifying sword aura that manifested into an ice phoenix outside of his body. Lin Yun was deeply shocked as he had a whole new understanding of using the flute as a sword. With the flute, the Iris Sword Sutra revealed a newfound complexity that left Lin Yun speechless. When he opened his eyes, he looked at Lil Purple and asked, "What song is this?" "Praise the Phoenix." Shaking her head, Lil Purple replied, "Praise the Phoenix is a part of the Dragon Phoenix sword score. How can you possibly learn that with your current cultivation? This song is called Dancing Indigo Phoenix. You created it? This song is absolutely brilliant, and it matches my Iris Sword Sutra well," replied Lin Yun. When Lin Yun said that, Lil Purple's face became weird. "This was created by that brat, Iris Sword Saint. It's just a beginner song, so there's nothing impressive about it." "Humph. The Dragon Phoenix sword score that I'm going to teach you is a genuine divine song." When Lin Yun heard that, he smiled awkwardly and became silent. But Lil Purple became energetic and said, "But you're right. This song matches your Iris Sword Sutra perfectly. Although it's not comparable to Praise the Phoenix, it can allow you to wield the flute as a sword within a short period of time." "What exactly is wielding the flute as a sword?" Lin Yun asked curiously. "It means combining the music and your sword intent perfectly. It will allow your music to manifest your sword intent while containing the intent of any sword technique. As long as your sword intent is strong enough, the intent displayed in the music will be even more terrifying," replied Lil Purple with her head tilted to the side. "Is it that strong?" Now that he looked at it again, the grades of the sword techniques that he learned in the past, such as the Thunderclap sword art and Dustlight sword art, weren't high, but the intent contained in them was strong. This also meant that he could start using them again, which filled him with anticipation. After grasping this method, you'll be able to use any sword technique you want. If the sword technique matches the music well, the power will far exceed your imagination. Lin Yun's eyes lit up and said, "Just like the Divine Dragon sword score, Godly Phoenix sword score, and Dragon Phoenix sword score? Smart." Lil Purple then continued, "Come, stand behind me so I can teach you the Dancing Indigo Phoenix and the technique." Lin Yun listened to what she said and stood behind her. "Put your hands over the flute like this," said Lil Purple. In the end, Lin Yun had no choice but to sit down and hold onto the flute from behind Lil Purple. Just like that, two pairs of hands, one tiny and one large, wielded the flute together. This also meant that their hands were touching each other. Lil Purple wasn't happy with it, so she turned around to glare at Lin Yun. "You're not allowed to take advantage of me." When Lin Yun heard that, he scrunched his face. Just what is this brat thinking? Lin Yun wasn't perverted to the point of being interested in a brat. But seeing how serious she was, he could only smile awkwardly and not defend himself. "Humph!" Lil Purple snorted and whipped her braids to slap Lin Yun's face. Lin Yun was talented, so he quickly picked up the technique she was teaching him. So Lil Purple started to test Lin Yun. Holding onto the flute, Lin Yun began to play it without any anxiety on his face. He circulated the Iris Sword Sutra and sword rays shined out of his body. At this moment he looked gentle and sacred. When the flute music sounded out, snowflakes and indigo phoenixes began to soar in the surroundings. Lil Purple was shocked as she watched Lin Yun's Sword Sutra and music resonate together. As his fingers played the flute, his hair fluttered in the wind. "Not bad," Lil Purple praised softly. It was already impressive that Lin Yun could accomplish this when he just learned how to play the flute. Perhaps this young man before her really was a peerless genius when it came to sword Dao. But Lil Purple shook her head because this was all thanks to her. She was a good teacher. When Lin Yun was done, he opened his eyes and asked, "How is it?" "Not bad. There's naturally no way you can compete with me. Plus, the Dancing Indigo Phoenix is easy for me." Lil Purple continued, "If you can't last over an hour this time, I won't let you off easily." She glared at Lin Yun with the most ferocious look she could muster, but it made her look even more adorable. So Lin Yun smiled and gently nodded his head. 2 hours later, Lin Yun ascended the mountain once more where the azure-clothed figure was waiting for him. Looking at Lin Yun, the azure-clothed figure wore a smile because he didn't believe that Lin Yun could learn anything in just 2 hours. "How was it?" "Not bad, I guess," replied Lin Yun. "If you really want to learn how to use a flute, I can teach you. As long as you give up on the test, I have plenty of time to teach you. What do you think? The azure-clothed figure asked. Honestly speaking, Lin Yun was very tempted, but he had other priorities. I refuse. Humph, if you dared to agree to his request, this empress would have taught you the true meaning of despair. Lil Purple was satisfied with Lin Yun's reply. The azure-clothed figure was briefly stunned when he heard that before he said, "Let's get started then." With a flick of his finger, he lit up the incense on the cliff once more and played his flute. Lin Yun also maintained his composure and placed the divine indigo jade bamboo flute by his lips. This scene made the azure-clothed figure wear a playful smile because he didn't think that Lin Yun could learn anything in 2 hours. In his view, Lin Yun was still too young and needed to learn how to walk before he could run. As music drifted out of his flute, it pounced like a ferocious dragon. He was planning to use a single note to defeat Lin Yun. But the music that came from Lin Yun's direction resonated with sword rays and sliced the dragon in half. That flute! The azure-clothed figure was surprised because he could sense that the flute wasn't simple. So he no longer dared to treat Lin Yun lightly. Just like that, Lin Yun and his music rang out with boundless sword aura. As their music continued to clash, it looked like 2 treasured swords were exploding in the air. This left the azure-clothed figure even more shocked because he couldn't believe that Lin Yun could achieve this level in just 2 hours. Noticing the flaw in the azure-clothed figure's heart, Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly and his music changed. It sounded like countless swords being drawn. Accumulating boundless sword aura, Lin Yun manifested a massive array. Iris Sword Sutra unrivaled. He's going to overtake me. The azure-clothed figure's heart sank when he saw that Lin Yun didn't want to simply pass the test, but launch a counterattack too. In the next second, azure birds flew out of his body and charged towards the massive array. But naturally, Lin Yun wasn't an easy target. So he changed his tune, which caused the Iris Sword array to reverse circulate. Primal Origin. Praise the Phoenix. When the array circulated 9 times, an indigo ice phoenix flew out of the breathtaking array, destroying all the azure birds with just 1 exchange. Seeing this, the azure-clothed figure's music came to a stop and he lowered his flute. I lost. He knew that he was careless. Plus, Lin Yun's flute had a huge origin. The moment he revealed his flaw, Lin Yun pounced like a true genius. Lin Yun's reaction was terrifyingly fast, not to mention that it went well with his sword sutra. So I've passed the test, right? Lin Yun smiled. Nodding his head, the azure-clothed figure replied, But I wish to know who taught you how to use the flute? He was really curious how Lin Yun managed to reach this level in just 2 hours. He was certain that the person who taught him wasn't simple, and that it wasn't something Lin Yun figured out on his own. Then you have to listen well. Her title is a little long, smiled Lin Yun. Go ahead, replied the azure-clothed figure. She's the Divine Phoenix Clan's supreme heavenly slaughter empress of 4 seas, 8 barons, 36 heavens, and 72 earths. When the azure-clothed figure heard that long title, he nearly dropped his flute. His mouth twitched at the ridiculously long title. Looking at the azure-clothed figure's dumbfounded face, Lin Yun couldn't help but smile. He knew that the azure-clothed figure was cursing on the inside. After all, even he thought Lil Purple's title was a little ridiculously long. By the time the azure-clothed figure recovered from his shock, Lin Yun had already walked past him and jumped into the sea of clouds. When Lin Yun fell into the sea of clouds, he began to laugh out loud because he finally saw the summit of Sword Saint Mountain. So it turns out that the 3 mountains were in an isolated space, and the real summit would appear after the tests were over. The path to the summit was in the sky, which was why no one made it to the top. Ha ha ha! Lil Purple also laughed from inside the sword box because it was simply satisfying for her when Lin Yun recited her title. If she could fly, she would definitely soar into the sky and let everyone see her grace. She then asked, Lin Yun, am I overbearing? You are. Lin Yun replied casually while examining his surroundings. Am I powerful? She continued. Very, responded Lin Yun. Hearing that, a satisfied smile appeared on Lil Purple's face. Then recite my title again. No way, it's too long. Lin Yun couldn't deal with her smug face right now. Lil Purple probably thought her name was amazing, but Lin Yun was certain that the azure-clothed figure probably didn't even remember it. Humph. I don't need you to say it anyway. Lil Purple was smiling foolishly in the sword box. When Lin Yun passed through the sea of clouds, he was instantly welcomed by a cold wind that made him shiver. Furthermore, he could sense a desolation here, which meant that it had been a long time since someone ascended Sword Saint Mountain. Spreading his arms apart, Lin Yun quickly reached the summit. There was a stone monument that had the last sword of the Fleeting Cloud 13 Swords and final verse of the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sutra. The entire journey wasn't easy, but he had finally gathered all Fleeting Cloud 13 Swords and the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sutra. If he wasn't successful, this would have been one of his greatest regrets in life. Looking at the stone monument, Lin Yun muttered, "Fleeting Cloud isn't my will and 10,000 years in the flick of the finger." When Lin Yun read that, he instantly knew that he was destined to ascend the summit. Even if he couldn't make it to the summit now, he would still make it to the summit the next time because the summit was too lonely, and no one could see or understand the verse. But the summit wasn't lonely anymore with Lin Yun around. Taking a big step forward, Lin Yun placed his palm on the stone monument, and all the dust that covered it disappeared. Shortly after, a massive amount of information began to pour into his mind, which contained the last sword of the Fleeting Cloud 13 sword. Above the sky, Lin Yun was stunned. He could sense that fate had decided on everything because there were too many coincidences. He had comprehended 3 swords in the heavenly path that could slay everything beneath the sky, and the name of the sword technique was above the sky. Suddenly, Lin Yun smiled because no matter what path he walked, he was destined to reach this level. It was like the river converging into the ocean or the sky becoming heaven itself. Lin Yun instantly had a deeper understanding of the verse. Ordinary people could only see the clouds and not the sky itself, so they would only think that the clouds were as high as the sky. But 10,000 years was just a matter of a flick. He didn't need to bother himself with the clouds because he had a sword above the sky itself. As the stone monument shined brightly, runes began to appear one by one. They were the core part of the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sutra. Lin Yun sat down and memorized every single one of the words on the monument and completed the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sutra. Suddenly, the entire mountain began to tremble as spiritual energy and sword rays condensed at the summit. Then, they soared into the sky while being accompanied by a long and ancient bell chime that was filled with Tao rhyme. This was the note of Tao, the sound of sword Tao. As the sound enveloped Lin Yun, his sword intent began to rise violently, and the surrounding spiritual energy poured into his body to greatly boost his sword aura and cultivation. As he sat on the ground, a boundless beam appeared in the sky that left everyone in the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sutra dumbfounded. No matter from which angle they looked, they could see the beam manifesting into a person. It was such a bright phenomenon that the whole sect was turned upside down. Lin Yun climbed the mountain. He passed all 13 tests. Comprehend it quickly. That's the sound of Tao, the sound of sword Tao. Legend has it that it's a phenomenon that will only appear when someone becomes a saint. How is that possible? Just what kind of secret is hidden in the Sword Saint Mountain? An uproar broke out in the Flying Cloud Palace as all the core disciples immediately sat down when the sound rang out. Senior sister, is that senior brother Yun? Wang Yuruo looked at that figure in the sky with great shock in her heart. She didn't know when, but Lin Yun's figure had already been deeply imprinted in her heart. Cut the nonsense. This is a rare opportunity. So comprehend immediately. Yi Xiling wore a grave expression as her sky sword intent at lesser mastery was swiftly ignited within her body when she heard the sound. Even someone as prideful as her couldn't think of anything else right now. Looking at that figure in the sky, Wang Yuruo became dazed and turned her head to look at all the disciples. Without exception, everyone sat on the ground to comprehend the bell chime. At this moment, sword intent was resonating in everyone's hearts. And above everyone was Lin Yun's projection that made him look sacred. Realizing this, Wang Yuruo knew that she also had to comprehend it. Placing Lil Red down, Wang Yuruo sat down and swiftly comprehended the sound. What a heaven-defying genius! The sect master who was suppressing the sword aura swept his glance down and looked at everyone who was busy comprehending the sound. As the bell chime rang out, the fleeting cloud sword sect turned silent. It was a scene that made the sect master smile because he knew that the fleeting cloud sword sect was about to transform. This transformation wouldn't only affect the fleeting cloud sword sect, but the entire Eastern Desolation. He was absolutely certain that a swordsman by the name of Lin Yun would shake the entire Eastern Desolation a year from now. He was especially certain because Lin Yun would also become his master's disciple. Meaning, Lin Yun would bear the responsibility as a disciple of a sword saint. A long time later, everyone in the Flying Cloud Palace slowly opened their eyes while their pupils shined brightly. Everyone had benefited from Lin Yun, and their sword intent had become a lot stronger. Even their cultivation made swift improvements in the short period of time. When the core disciples recovered from their meditation and opened their eyes, they emitted a terrifying aura. Every single one of them had satisfaction on their faces because they had benefited greatly from Lin Yun. As swordsmen, they were naturally happy that they could make such great improvements in such a short period of time. So everyone wanted to laugh out loud to express their joy. Lin Yun! Right at this moment, someone cried out and instantly drew everyone's attention. When everyone turned their heads, they witnessed Lin Yun descending towards the Flying Cloud Palace with a smile that contained traces of disdain. All the disciples quickly restrained their aura in an awkward manner because the current Lin Yun was no different than a legend in their eyes. There was no way they dared to show off in front of Lin Yun. At the same time, many core disciples were rejoicing that they didn't cause trouble for Lin Yun earlier. Lin Yun chuckled when he saw the disciples and said, "Don't look at me like this. Didn't I say that I would show all of you the true meaning of a genius?" Then, Lin Yun roared with laughter that revealed everything he had comprehended at the summit. Looking at the smug look on Lin Yun's face, the disciples couldn't help feeling annoyed. The reverence in their eyes disappeared and was replaced with clenched jaws. Although they couldn't stand Lin Yun, they didn't dare to say anything. In the end, they buried their feelings, which made their faces turn red. Lin Yun saw this, but didn't care. As young people, there's no reason for you to bottle up your frustration. If there's something any of you aren't happy with, let me know. We can discuss it with heaven and earth as our witness. I happen to enjoy talking things out with others, and I happen to be good at teaching. No one believed Lin Yun's words. After all, his discussion with Feng Zhang left the latter's face swollen. Furthermore, Lin Yun even mastered a sword technique in 7 steps, which completely humiliated Feng Zhang. "Senior brother Feng, what do you think?" Lin Yun looked at Feng Zhang, who was hiding in the crowd. Feng Zhang benefited greatly from the bell and was only half a step from grasping the sky sword intent. He even laughed with joy when obtained his harvest. When Feng Zhang looked at Lin Yun, he shivered and lowered his head. He hoped that Lin Yun wouldn't see him, but it wasn't meant to be. At this moment, everyone realized that Lin Yun was a grudgeful person. Clearly, he wanted to embarrass Feng Zhang once again. Didn't Lin Yun know that Feng Zhang already felt awkward? "Calm down. I'm not a grudgeful person, so you can say what you want," said Lin Yun with an even bigger smile than before. With no other choice, Feng Zhang stepped forward with a stiff smile. "Junior brother Lin, you're right. I have benefited greatly from our discussion. My wind manipulation sword technique actually benefited a lot. After all, your mastery of the sword technique in 7 steps left me breathless. It's a shame that our discussion was so short, or else I might have been able to achieve the legendary manifestation stage. It's fine, we can have another discussion in the future," smiled Lin Yun. Feng Zhang's face turned black from Lin Yun's words. His legs almost gave out as his forehead dripped with sweat. "To this? Let's talk about it again in the future." All of the disciples smiled when they saw this because Feng Zhang used to be confident. After all, he was the one who challenged Lin Yun and declared that Lin Yun was nothing before him. "Lin Yun, aren't you afraid of being beaten to death for being so arrogant?" Right at this moment, a cold voice sounded out from the Flying Cloud Palace along with a terrifying chill. It came from Yi Xiling, who was opening her eyes and slowly standing up. When she got up, everyone felt as though they could see a giant mountain behind her that was soaring into the sky. At the same time, a suffocating aura swept out. The disciples were shocked because they knew that Yi Xiling had benefited as her sword intent reached an unfathomable height. "Greetings, senior sister." Everyone quickly cupped their hands together in respect. When Lin Yun turned around, he saw Yi Xiling slowly walking over with her usual cold face. Her unique temperament made her stand out as a stunning beauty. She might not have the greatest looks, but she was more attractive than others because of her temperament. Since her sky sword intent reached greater mastery, her cultivation would soon reach the pinnacle galaxy stage. It was the very reason why her aura was so terrifying. Everyone began to wonder what Yi Xiling was going to do to Lin Yun. After all, Lin Yun continued to humiliate the sect. Naturally, they were hopeful that Yi Xiling would teach Lin Yun a lesson on their behalf. Even Feng Zhang's eyes lit up because he couldn't get revenge, but Yi Xiling could on his behalf. After all, Lin Yun made him feel so bad that he wanted to crawl into a little hole and disappear forever. With Yi Zixling's new strength, there was no way he wouldn't feel hopeful. Lin Yun maintained his composure and blinked before he smiled. "I'm not sure if I'll be beaten to death. However, I'd like to ask Lady Yi if she still remembers our bet." The moment Lin Yun said that, everyone in the Flying Cloud Palace sucked in a cold breath. They had completely forgotten about the bet between Lin Yun and Yi Xiling. When Yi Xiling heard that, her face became startled. She had gotten a lot stronger after making a breakthrough in her sword intent, so she wanted to make Lin Yun suffer a little setback. However, Lin Yun's reminder about the bet made her face turn ugly. Raising his brow, Lin Yun's eyes flashed with arrogance before he laughed. "Can anyone tell me who made it through all 13 tests? And who broke the Sword Saint Mountain record? And who was it that caused the bell to ring? Who did the bell ring for?" Lin Yun's words made everyone's heart throb because they knew that Yi Xiling was digging a hole for herself. No one here could refute or deny the truth of Lin Yun's words. Everyone started to curse because Lin Yun was even willing to humiliate Yi Xiling. Now, they realized that Lin Yun couldn't be provoked, and anyone who tried to provoke him would die a terrible death. In the end, everyone had to stay silent. Right at this moment, a chuckle sounded out as Wang Yurua ran over excitedly. "It's Senior Brother Yun. Senior Brother Yun is the one that got through all 13 tests. Senior Brother Yun who broke the Sword Saint Mountain record." The bell also rang because of Senior Brother Yun. But when Yi Xiling gave her a glare, Wang Yurua immediately regretted her actions. She became silent and no longer dared to utter a word. However, she snuck a peek at Lin Yun, who winked at her. Once she saw that, she lowered her head in excitement and embarrassment. "Lady Yi, will you honor your words?" Lin Yun smiled. His words instantly drew everyone's attention as they were hoping that Yi Xiling would deny it. They all hoped that Yi Xiling wouldn't lower her head. After all, she made a promise that she would agree to any request from Lin Yun. Feeling bashful and furious at the same time, Yi Xiling replied, "Of course, my words still stand. So speak. What request do you have?" Her words instantly made everyone howl in their hearts. They were worried that Lin Yun would lay his demonic claws on Yi Xiling. It was like he was cutting out their hearts. Upon hearing Yi Xiling's words, Lin Yun looked at Yi Xiling with a playful gaze. But just when he was about to sound his request, he could sense a faint gaze directed at him from the sect master. He chucked on the inside because he knew that the old man was nervous. However, he didn't have any intentions of making an unreasonable request. Looking at Yi Xiling, Lin Yun shook his head with disappointment flashing through his eyes. "Let's talk about it later. I'm in no rush for a favor because there's nothing I need from you right now." His words instantly left Yi Xiling furious. What kind of look did he just give me? It's like he's unhappy with me. Lin Yun ignored the furious gaze from Yi Xiling and departed with a laugh. Lin Yun, who was traveling down the mountain, abruptly stopped. It made Lil Purple speak up in confusion. "What's wrong? For some reason, I can sense someone looking at me." Lin Yun suddenly turned around and swept his gaze around. Then, his gaze stopped on a white-clothed lady who wore a veil and was standing on a high pagoda. But just when he was about to focus his gaze on her, she turned into a blur of light and disappeared into the distance. Before she disappeared, she turned back to look at Lin Yun, and he could tell how stunning she was from a single glance. Lin Yun was surprised by her speed, and he didn't know that someone was observing everything. This made him wonder if she was also a disciple in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. At the very least, he could sense that she was a lot stronger than Yi Xiling. Lin Yun suddenly recalled Wang Yurua's words. She said that there were two people who had grasped Sky Sword intent among the disciples. If Yi Xiling was one of them, was the lady the second one? Lin Yun realized that there were many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. After all, he knew how hard it was to grasp the Sky Sword intent. But he didn't spend too much time thinking about the mysterious lady. Lin Yun's arrogant performance had placed immense pressure on everyone in the Flying Cloud Palace. He was destined to go down in history as an unrivaled genius in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect's records. Honestly speaking, if he wasn't arrogant, he wouldn't be worthy of the unrivaled genius title. Out of all the disciples, Yi Xiling's emotions were the most complicated right now because Lin Yun had ascended the Sword Saint Mountain while in the Sixth Soul Heavenly Soul realm. Furthermore, Lin Yun still hadn't excavated his entire potential because he had just come to Kunlun realm. If he wanted, he could have made his breakthrough to the Empyrean realm, but he didn't do so. Furthermore, it was weird because she couldn't see through Lin Yun's sword intent when her Sky Sword intent had reached greater mastery. Senior sister, why are you staring at senior brother Yun? Have you fallen for him? Wang Yurua chuckled. Without any change to her face, Yi Xiling replied indifferently, I won't fall for anyone until the fleeting Cloud Sword sect becomes the champion in the profound Azure Manners ranking battle. Right at this moment, the sect master descended from the sky and swept his glance around. Disperse. From today onwards, Lin Yun will be a heavenly core disciple. Keep that in mind. Upon hearing that, everyone bowed and left. Wait for me here, said Yi Xiling to Wang Yurua before she soared into the sky and chased after the sect master. But the sect master was too fast and disappeared with a few flickers. Just when Yi Xiling was feeling frustrated, her eyes suddenly lit up because she noticed that the sect master was waiting for her at the peak up ahead. Father! Yi Xiling called out respectfully. Since no one was around, she didn't need to address him so formally. The sect master nodded his head with a smile on his face. I know that you have many questions, but I can't answer all of them. I just want to know who he is, and why did he come to the fleeting Cloud Sword sect? Yi Xiling asked. With a sigh, the sect master smiled. I'm not lying to you when I say that he's from the heavenly path. He also doesn't have any objectives in coming to the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, nor was it his intention. He's only going to be here for a year before leaving. Only for 1 year? Yi Xiling was surprised to hear that and asked, then what was his rank in the heavenly path? There's no way that he can't make it into the top 100 or gold ranking with his strength. He's naturally not just in the gold ranking. The sect master smiled bitterly. Lin Yun wasn't just in the gold ranking, but he was the champion of the 9th heavenly path who killed 5 realm sons and crippled 5 other realm sons. Furthermore, he was a disciple that his master wanted. Lin Yun had suppressed all the geniuses in the 9th heavenly path, so there was no question that many people wanted to find him right now. However, the sect master knew that this explanation would attract too much attention from the ancient forces, so he couldn't say anything to Yi Xiling. Feng Zhu placed Lin Yun in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect for the latter's safety, so the sect master naturally wouldn't leak the news. Seeing that her father only told her part of the information, Yi Xiling gave up. Knowing her father, she knew that he wouldn't say anything else. Raising her head, she asked, I'm curious why he didn't make a breakthrough into the Empyrean realm. With a Holy Spirit martial technique and the fleeting Cloud 13 swords, it shouldn't be difficult for him to make it to the Empyrean realm or even ascend the Empyrean ranking. I think I know what he's doing. He might be thinking about planting 7 demonic astral flowers in each of his aura oceans before reaching the Empyrean realm, replied the sect master. How is that possible? Yi Xiling was shocked when she heard that. The limit of the heavenly soul realm was known to be 7 flowers. It was practically an act of defiance towards the heavens. After all, many geniuses tried to reach that legendary realm, but all of them died a terrible death. Since many people died, 7 flowers slowly became a taboo. But if someone managed to succeed, there was no doubt that their strength would undergo a drastic transformation. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He doesn't fully trust the fleeting Cloud Sword sect yet. That's why he acted so arrogantly earlier. If there's a chance in the future, you should try to get to know him, said the sect master. This was the best he could do in instructing his daughter. Lin Yun was placed in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect by Feng Ju and wasn't told that his master was the Radiant Sword Saint. Naturally, he couldn't trust the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. No way. He took advantage of me earlier. Xiling showed a trace of bashfulness on her cold face. Haha. He was just joking with you. The sect master chuckled. His daughter had no idea that Lin Yun was someone who even rejected that person's daughter. So why would Lin Yun try to take advantage of Xiling? Lin Yun was merely trying to have fun since the heavenly path made him so uptight. I don't care. Father, the profound Azure Manners ranking battle. The moment Xiling spoke, the sect master stopped smiling and interrupted. I know what you're thinking. If you want the entire fleeting Cloud 13 swords, you can ask him yourself. I won't help you out. No way. Xiling naturally couldn't accept it. She initially wanted her father to help negotiate with Lin Yun, so she was surprised when he rejected her. The sect master let out a sigh because his daughter was just as prideful as he was, which wasn't necessarily a good thing. For her sake, he didn't mind having her suffer a little setback from Lin Yun. There's more to him than what he's shown to all of you, said the sect master before he left. Lin Yun returned to his residence and sat down on the stage to comprehend the Fleeting Cloud 13 Swords and Fleeting Cloud Sword Sutra. His greatest harvest this time was an entire set of Holy Spirit martial techniques that came with a sword technique and sword sutra. There was no doubt that it would be his greatest trump card in facing Empyreans. Additionally, he had the spiritual energy of the entire Sword Saint Mountain, which perfected his sky sword intent. With the spiritual energy from the Sword Saint Mountain, he could make a breakthrough to the Empyrean realm directly. However, he didn't do this because he wanted to reach the limit of the heavenly soul realm. With so much spiritual energy gathered, he felt more confident that he could reach his limit. On the other hand, he still couldn't make a breakthrough in his sword intent. His sky sword intent had already reached a terrifying height, not to mention that it no longer had any flaws, so he could completely suppress all opponents who had the same cultivation as him. However, he knew that he wouldn't be able to reach a whole new level if he couldn't make a breakthrough in it. Sword intent was differentiated into 9 grades, and every 3 grades represented a huge threshold that even a Dragon Pulse Realm expert would have difficulty grasping. It was also the threshold that 90% of swordsmen were trapped. As his sword intent blazed, he could faintly sense that he had touched the surface of the next grade. However, he needed to find an opportunity for the breakthrough. Raising his head, he saw Lil Purple pacing around in the courtyard while occasionally glancing at him. She had been this way ever since they came down from the Flying Cloud Palace. Although Lin Yu knew that she would ultimately talk to him, he still smiled. Lil Purple, you've been pacing around for some time now. Hearing that, Lil Purple came to a stop and spoke out unhappily. Why didn't you say my title earlier in the Flying Cloud Palace? Humph. You think you can ascend the peak without my help? All her grievance was blatantly written on her face. That's my fault. Lin Yun smiled. Humph. Then you have to promise me that you will say my entire title whenever you're showing off. Lil Purple immediately chuckled. Then what if someone asks about our relationship? Lin Yun smiled. You're my servant, Lil Purple declared with confidence. Hearing that, Lin Yun instantly ignored her. Then, he raised his head. Someone's here. Not long later, Yi Xiling and Wang Yurua walked in, while Lil Red jumped out of Wang Yurua's embrace. Seeing this, Wang Yurua smiled. Senior Brother Yun, we're here to deliver your cat. But that only lasted for a brief moment before they noticed the grumbling Lil Purple. Both Yi Xiling and Wang Yurua forgot to breathe when they saw Lil Purple's cuteness and temperament. They could instantly tell that Lil Purple would grow into a beauty in the future. Lady Yi, why did you come here? Lin Yun asked while remaining seated on the stage. Recovering from her shock, Yi Xiling looked at Lin Yun before turning to Lil Purple with disbelief. Lin Yun, you're actually rearing young girls. When Lin Yun heard that, his face turned dark. Then again, it made sense since Lil Purple was so adorable. However, that didn't mean that he would accept this accusation. Don't speak nonsense. Then explain your relationship with her, Yi Xiling asked. Her question really left Lin Yun stunned before he smiled. You can ask her yourself. Glaring at Lin Yun, Yi Xiling's gaze became gentle as she looked at Lil Purple. Young sister, what's your name? Lil Purple rolled her eyes and raised her head. Who's your sister? This empress is the Divine Phoenix Clan's supreme heavenly slaughter empress of 4 seas, 8 barons, 36 heavens, and 72 earths. Her lengthy title left Yi Xiling completely stunned. She initially thought that this little girl would have a simple name, but it actually turned out to be really long. When Lin Yun looked at Yi Xiling's dumbfounded expression, he had a hard time holding in his laughter. Squeezing out a smile, Yi Xiling persisted. What's your relationship with that baddie? Did he bully you? He's this empress servant. I can easily kill him with one finger if I want. No one in the heavens or earth can bully me. I was before heaven was created and I won't die even if heaven is destroyed. I'm 18 years old, with 1 year equaling 1 era. Lin Yun couldn't hold back anymore. He laughed so hard, which drew a nasty look from Yi Xiling. She blamed Lin Yun for Lil Purple's personality. In the end, she placed Lil Purple on her shoulder and looked at Lin Yun coldly. I initially wanted to apologize to me, but I never expected that YYU. She briefly paused to find the right words and then said, You're good for nothing. Lin Yun tried his best to comprehend Yi Xiling's words. Did that mean that he had nothing aside from his good looks? That didn't sound wrong. So Lin Yun smiled. Thank you for your praises. You! Yi Xiling nearly threw up blood when Lin Yun acknowledged her comment in a strange way. Then, she turned around to leave, ignoring Lil Purple's struggle. Let go of this empress or I'll become angry, yelled Lil Purple. This empress commands you to put me down this instant, yelled Lil Purple once again. Woo! Lin Yun, save me. I was wrong. Lil Purple struggled, but she couldn't break free from Yi Xiling. However, Lin Yun didn't lift a finger. Even if he could defeat Yi Xiling, he didn't want to make a move because Lil Purple needed to be taught a lesson after calling him a servant. As for her safety, he naturally had no concern because he could tell that Yi Xiling was truly concerned for her. Not to mention that Lil Purple had the title of Heavenly Slaughter Empress. It just so happened that he needed some peace to cultivate the fleeting Cloud Sword Sutra too. Senior Brother Yun, can I come and play with your cat in the future? Wang Yurua asked, pointing at Lil Red. Didn't you hear what your senior sister said about me? Lin Yun smiled. I believe that you're not that sort of person, Wang Yurua said seriously. Then you can come anytime you want, smiled Lin Yun. Yurua. Yi Xiling's enraged voice sounded out. So Wang Yurua stuck her tongue out and left. Looking at this scene, Lin Yun smiled. He felt that the fleeting Cloud Sword sect wasn't so bad. At the very least, he could tell that it wouldn't be boring here. However, he needed to find out who the Lady in White was if he had time. The fleeting Cloud 13 Swords was a high-grade Holy Spirit martial technique with a total of 13 swords. But unlike other Holy Spirit martial techniques, one could manifest an Azure Bird Holy Spirit upon reaching complete mastery in each sword. The strongest disciple in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect could manifest 10 Azure Birds, which was unmatched. However, the flaw was also obvious because one Azure Bird wasn't a complete Holy Spirit, so it would shatter when facing another Holy Spirit. However, to this day, no one grasped the entire sword technique. Most core disciples only grasped 3 to 8 swords. In fact, no one aside from Yi Xiling could master the 10th sword. While this sword technique could summon lots of Holy Spirits, it was also complicated to control all of them. If one didn't have sufficient comprehension skills, they would try to just control one Holy Spirit. This was why other disciples would choose to learn other Holy Spirit martial techniques. Only a few geniuses could unleash the power of this sword technique. 7 centuries ago, The genius who made it to the 10th test had forged an undefeated legend in the Empyrean realm for himself in the ancient barren domain. It was especially impressive once people heard that the fleeting Cloud 13 swords weren't complete. The genius strength would have been unimaginable if he had the complete version. No one could imagine how powerful the complete version was. However, Lin Yun knew how powerful it was because he had the complete version along with the fleeting Cloud Sword Sutra. More accurately speaking, the Azure Birds weren't the holy spirits of the fleeting Cloud 13 swords, they were just a part of the technique. One had to combine them with the fleeting Cloud Sword Sutra to obtain the genuine Holy Spirit. After Lin Yun comprehended the sword technique and sword sutra, he began to cultivate it with 13 paintings unfolding in his mind. Every single painting had a vivid figure that brandished his sword. Just like that, Lin Yun remained seated for 2 days to comprehend what was in the paintings. 2 days later, Lin Yun began to swing his sword in the plaza to exhibit the swords that were imprinted in his mind. As he swung his sword, he would unleash a terrifying sword ray. Just like that, Lin Yun would practice the sword technique during the day and the sword sutra at night. Since the two complemented each other, he was making swift progress in the Holy Spirit martial technique, which greatly boosted his strength. The reason why he could master the wind manipulation sword technique back then was because its grade wasn't high and it was based on wind intent. Lin Yun possessed the Azure Dragon Sword aura, which meant that attainments in both wind and thunder were astonishing, not to mention that his sky sword intent was also a complete mastery. The fleeting Cloud 13 sword placed an emphasis on the clouds, and the incomplete sword technique was already a high-grade Holy Spirit martial technique. So it wasn't an injustice to say that the complete fleeting Cloud 13 sword was a peerless grade. Even so, Lin Yun had only spent 7 days learning up to the 9th sword. He had reached complete mastery and could now manifest an Azure Bird. His comprehension speed was astonishing and no one in the profound Azure manner could compete with him. At the same time, Lin Yun also reached a certain level in the fleeting Cloud Sword Sutra. Using it together with the sword technique, he easily increased the power of his 9th sword to a whole new level. Realistically, though, Lin Yun's cultivation was still too weak for the technique. Since Yi Xiling's cultivation was so high, she could still easily suppress him when relying on her cultivation. Over the past 7 days, Lin Yun had also exhausted 1/10 of the spiritual energy that he absorbed from the Sword Saint Mountain. He was able to refine his origin energy several times with the spiritual energy. With this, he would reach the 7th soul heavenly soul realm in 1 month. Right now, the river behind Lin Yun's residence was surging violently as Lin Yun performed the fleeting Cloud 13 swords. First sword, sun concealing clouds. Second sword, storm clouds and wind. Third sword, firmament stirring clouds. Fourth sword, aloof clouds. Eighth sword, clouds manifesting dragon. Ninth sword, soaring azure sky. Dressed in his azure clothes, Lin Yun wielded the flower burial sword and continued to brandish his sword while clouds enveloped him. Whenever his sword flashed, he stood proudly like a mountain in the clouds. It was like he was looking down on everything around him. Just like that, Lin Yun brandished 9 swords in a single breath before he soared into the sky. Then, the entire sky turned dark. Bolts of lightning streaked across the horizon while his sword emitted a destructive light. When Lin Yun sheathed his sword, he muttered to himself with flashing eyes, "I see. If I want to cultivate the fleeting Cloud 13 swords to the manifestation stage, I have to grasp the last verse. Otherwise, I'll be trapped beneath the clouds no matter how much I practice." Earlier, when he practiced the sword techniques, his aura was like a lone mountain, and he had treated himself as the Sword Saint Mountain. When he unleashed the last sword, he could faintly sense that his sword aura was about to break through the clouds. However, when he saw that, he began to wonder if he should share the technique with Yi Xiling. She was probably the strongest disciple in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. So if she couldn't comprehend the profundity in it, she would never be able to grasp the true essence of this sword technique. Although she didn't have a pleasant attitude, she wasn't bad. But knowing her personality, it would probably be impossible for her to accept this kind of favor. Thinking about it, Lin Yun merely smiled before he tossed it to the back of his mind. If she really wanted it, she would come look for him. Time to practice the flute, said Lin Yun after sheathing his sword. Lin Yun had neglected the flute because he was too focused on practicing the fleeting Cloud 13 sword. Wielding flute as a sword could be considered one of his strongest means right now, so he needed to practice it. Plus, he needed to be proficient in the flute in order to practice the Dragon Phoenix World annihilating sword cannon in the future. At the very least, he had to reach the level of using music as his sword. After all, relying on the phenomenon that he created with music was too simple. Any stronger opponent would be able to see right through his attack. Lin Yun took out the divine indigo jade flute and left his residence. The fleeting cloud sword sect was surrounded by 108 levitating mountains, and they were all used to suppress the Sword Saint Mountain. Otherwise, the terrifying sword intent from Sword Saint Mountain would turn the entire sect into ashes. Most of the time, the mountains were forbidden places that not even elders could step a foot in. However, Lin Yun was a heavenly core disciple, so he could go anywhere he wanted. Since he was going to practice his flute, he naturally had to find a remote area. So the levitating mountains were the perfect place. Lin Yun swept his glance out before landing on a serene mountain. Then Lin Yun began to practice. However, after putting the flute to his lips, he realized that the technique for the dancing indigo phoenix was unfamiliar now. After all, he hadn't practiced for several days. So Lin Yun placed the flute down and pondered briefly before he tried again. It didn't take long for Lin Yun to figure it out and produce beautiful music. As the ethereal flute music sounded out from the mountain, indigo petals also began to fly out of his body. During this time, Lin Yun focused on fusing his sword intent and music. As time gradually passed, Lin Yun began to comprehend some profundities from the music. Music was a form of emotion, and music was also a Tao that wasn't any weaker than Sword Tao. If he wielded the flute as his sword, practicing the flute would be the same as training his sword. After he was done playing, exhaustion filled Lin Yun's face. I can also wield my sword with my emotions, such as rage and happiness. Lin Yun's eyes flickered as he had gained more insight from his practice. Just like that, Lin Yun focused on practicing the flute for the next 3 days. He completely pushed the thought of his sword to the back of his mind. As he practiced, the music changed with his emotions, which helped him grow more adept with the iris sword array. After a while, Lin Yun started to express the feelings in his heart. He stopped playing the dancing indigo phoenix song altogether and made his own melody. When he was done, he found himself to be enveloped with many emotions, so he continued to play another song. This time, the tune was filled with sorrow as he recalled Xianju's death, and how Xianyen chose to marry an enemy just because of him. This song was for Xianyen. Then he played another song for Yu Weiwei. In the end, he poured all his emotions into his music and played a tune with unprecedented pride and arrogance. This music was for the sword in his hand. Lin Yun played a total of 5 different songs, and each song had its own feeling. However, Lin Yun was just casually playing, so they contained his purest emotions. The first piece represented his loneliness and dominance through the heavenly path. The second piece was for Xianyen, the third was for Yu Weiwei, and the fourth was for Su Ziao. They were the most important women in his life, and no one could replace them. Usually, he would only cherish them once they were gone. He didn't realize it, but his emotions were bottled up until now. For example, he only realized at this moment that Xianyen had an important position in his heart. And whenever he looked at the flute in his hand, he would recall his first meeting with Yu Weiwei. Just like that, Lin Yun looked at the flute in his hand and daydreamed. Finally, there was Su Ziao, the lover of Lin Yun's 2 lifetimes. There was the Lin Yun from Earth and Lin Yun the sword slave. But at the same time, neither of them existed anymore. It was because of the promise he made with Su Ziao that he went through life and death to arrive in Kunlun realm. However, he didn't know when he would see her again. The 5th song was for his sword, Flower Burial. Ever since he received it, he could tell that it wasn't an ordinary sword. Just like his sword, Lin Yun wouldn't allow himself to be trapped under the clouds. He was determined to go beyond the sky. Suddenly, Lin Yun's sword intent manifested into crystallized flowers all around him. It looked like he was in a sky full of stars. Wielding the flute as a sword, I see. At this moment, Lin Yun finally understood the true meaning behind wielding the flute as a sword. In a word, it was emotion. When Lin Yun understood the meaning, he felt a warm current surging through his forehead. Felt like he was about to have a breakthrough, but it ultimately failed. Did that have something to do with the fourth-grade sword intent? Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts because this wasn't the first time he had this feeling. So it turns out that playing the flute would also improve his sword intent. If that was the case, practicing the flute was the same as practicing the sword. Lin Yun began to look forward to the day that his sword intent reached the fourth grade. Waving his hand, the flowers around him made up of sword intent soared into the sky in a gorgeous and bewitching manner. At this moment, Lin Yun couldn't help wondering how beautiful the fourth-grade sword intent would be. But just when Lin Yun was about to leave, he heard an ethereal zither somewhere in the 108 mountains. Lin Yun was inwardly shocked because he could sense that this person's attainment in music was a lot stronger than his attainment. He was captivated by the music, so he tried to see where it was coming from. Then he spread his arms apart and passed through the layers of clouds. When he passed the clouds, he saw the person playing the music. It was a woman who was strumming the zither with her fingers. Just from her hands alone, he could tell that she was definitely a beauty. Suddenly, he was full of doubt because she was the mysterious lady dressed in white. However, when he tried to get a better look at her, he couldn't see her appearance. Despite the setback, Lin Yun was certain she was the same lady who was watching him. Without any change in his expression, Lin Yun quietly approached her. When he got close, the lady dressed in white stopped playing. "Young Master Lin, since you're here, why are you still hiding? I've been waiting for you." Lin Yun wore an awkward smile and walked out of the clouds after he was discovered. When he got close to the lady, he saw 5 cups on the desk and he couldn't help asking curiously, "You've been waiting for me? It has been a long time since I played the zither, and I was tempted to play it again after listening to your 5 songs," smiled the white-clothed lady. "You know my surname, so that person from back then must be you," smiled Lin Yun. The lady in white didn't deny it and replied, "They say that everyone from the heavenly path is a genius, so I came to take a look for myself. I was pleasantly surprised by the good show you put on. You mastered a sword technique in 7 steps and even ascended the Sword Saint Mountain. But I never expected that you would have such deep attainment in the flute." Hearing the praises, Lin Yun wore an awkward expression and replied, "I'm flattered. I just started to practice the flute. I can clearly hear the profundity in your music. But I'm curious, why is your music filled with so much sorrow and loneliness?" The lady in white raised her head to look at Lin Yun. Hearing that, the smile disappeared on Lin Yun's face. He never expected that someone would manage to hear the real intent in his music. Now, a bitter smile was plastered on his face. "Miss, do you want to hear a story?" Lin Yun said after a brief hesitation. He had no idea why he wanted to share the stories with her. "Please have a seat before you share your story," she responded. Sitting down, Lin Yun raised the cup of wine and smiled. "So the wine was prepared for me. Then I won't be polite with you." When he gulped down the wine, he could sense a fire burning in his throat while his organs began to surge violently. Everything felt like it was on fire, which made him tear. After a series of coughs, Lin Yun spoke. "What good wine? It's a long story. Where should I start?" A long time ago in a remote region, there was a sword slave in a sect. There's nothing out of ordinary in his talent aside from polishing swords. But this sword slave was infatuated with a woman. Lin Yun began to laugh when he reached the part about desolation. He was clearly sharing the story from a third-person angle, but he still couldn't control his tears. Without him knowing, he had already fused with the sword slave Lin Yun. He was both Lin Yun from the earth and also Lin Yun the sword slave. He shared his story about Su Ziao and how he traveled from the Azure Sky sect to the Great Qin Empire. Then he talked about Xian Ju's death and standing up for Xian Yen. After that, his story moved on to the woman who told him not to be so smug right before he left the Great Qin Empire. The whole time, the lady in white was smiling, but Lin Yun didn't notice it. Then, she interrupted him with a chill in her voice. "Are you really proud that you slept with her?" Lin Yun didn't notice the change in her emotions as he was half intoxicated and smiled. I'm not a superficial person. I'm only happy that she has me in her heart. Without noticing, Lin Yun had already finished the 5 cups of wine. However, he continued to drink while sharing about his past. He had no idea why, but he didn't want to hide anything from this lady. Perhaps it was because it wasn't easy to find someone to confide in. Or perhaps he had too many things bottled up and needed someone to share with. Then, he recapped his journey on the heavenly path, and how he rejected Yu Weiwei in the final battle. This was also why he was in such pain, because Yu Weiwei and Xianxia were both engraved in his heart. No need to be too bothered by it. If you didn't have any feelings for those 2 ladies, then you would be cold-blooded. Who knows, perhaps the lady you're in love with might not like you if you're too cold-blooded, said the white-clothed lady. No, it has nothing to do with her. I never expected that I would be trapped by love. Love is even harder than sword Dao, smiled Lin Yun. Young Master Lin, you're unlike the person that I saw 7 days ago, replied the white-clothed lady. I'm the same person, but I just can't fathom that old geezer's intention. I only acted that way because I could tell the old geezer was playing with me. I think I might have gone overboard though, smiled Lin Yun as his vision began to blur. As he drank, he began to share what he was feeling when he played the 5 songs. In the end, Lin Yun fell asleep in the pavilion they were at and began to mutter the things from his dream. When dawn arrived, Lin Yun slowly opened his eyes. He realized that there was a white fur coat draped on him. Then, he got up and started to look for the lady in white. Unfortunately, he couldn't find her. Where is this place? Looking at the wine on the table, Lin Yun slowly regained his consciousness and smiled bitterly at the white fur coat. How embarrassing of me to get so drunk. As Lin Yun stood up, he raised the cup and licked the last droplet of wine before he wiped his lips. What good wine! The wine was good, but he had no idea if that lady was a good person. Shaking his head, Lin Yun no longer thought about it and traveled through the sea of clouds to return to his residence. When he got back, he saw a child playing with her braids in annoyance. When Lin Yun saw her, his eyes lit up because Lil Purple had returned from Yixiling. When Lil Purple heard the commotion, she raised her head. And as soon as Lin Yun saw her appearance, all of the wine was shocked out of his system. Lil Purple's hair was a scattered mess. Freckles were all over her face, and she was wearing old-fashioned clothes. What monster are you? Lin Yun took a step back and questioned. When Lil Purple heard him, she began to sob before she bawled, Whoa! Lin Yun, you bastard! This Empress doesn't want to live anymore. Looking at Lil Purple bawling her eyes out, Lin Yun wanted to be sympathetic, but he just couldn't stop smiling. In the end, he wore a gentle smile and said, All right, stop crying. I'll wash it off for you. Whoa! This Empress doesn't want to wash. You actually asked who the hell I am. Whoa! I want to die right now. Lil Purple cried even more upon hearing Lin Yun's words and started kicking her legs on the ground in a tantrum. Lin Yun smiled and picked Lil Purple up. Initially, he thought she would struggle, but she actually calmed down the moment he picked her up. Now, she was only sobbing. Where is her dignity as an empress? It seemed like Lil Purple cried so hard earlier because she wanted Lin Yun to pick her up. It was so cute that Lin Yun had to smile. How is she an empress? She's like a little princess. Soon, they arrived at a river where Lin Yun began wiping off the freckles from her face. Why are you still smiling? Lil Purple glared and puffed her cheeks angrily. All right, I won't laugh at you anymore. Lin Yun tried not to smile and continued to wipe her face. You're lying. You're still smiling, Lil Purple said with tears welling up in her eyes. In the end, Lin Yun finally couldn't hold back anymore and laughed. All right, I'm still laughing. Ha ha ha. Empress, what the hell happened to you? Lil Purple instantly put on a distressed face and it looked like she wanted to jump into the lake. She began to sob. This emperor doesn't want to live anymore. Don't stop me. This empress wants to jump the lake. But I'm not stopping you. Lin Yun chuckled. When Lil Purple heard that, her sobbing stopped briefly before she bawled again. Don't cry. Your makeup will smudge if you do. comforted Lin Yun. When Lil Purple heard that, she cried even more, and it took Lin Yun a long time to calm her down. That demoness said that I'm too adorable, and baddies will come after me. So she said that I'll have to put on makeup in the future and dress ugly if I want to go out. Furthermore, she even wanted to teach this empress how to cultivate. Lil Purple puffed her cheeks up and started waving her hands around. I was born before heaven, and I won't die even if heaven is destroyed. Even the divine dragon has to bow before me. Why do I need her to teach me? I couldn't take it lying down and mocked her for it. So what happened then? Lin Yun asked. Then that demoness smacked this empress, saying that I'll be beaten if I'm not obedient in the future, said Lil Purple softly. Where did she smack you? Asked Lin Yun. My palm. Lil Purple stretched her hand out and said pitifully, Look, my palm is all swollen. When Lin Yun looked at her hand, it wasn't as bad as she claimed. There wasn't even a mark. Xiling probably went easy on her and only smacked her hard enough to feel pain. Furthermore, Lin Yun didn't think that there was anything wrong with the smack. After all, disobedient kids needed discipline. As for her makeup, it was understandable. After all, who knew what demonic cultivators would do, not to mention what they would do to someone like Lil Purple. If she didn't have the ability to protect herself, she would be kidnapped if she went out. It was hard for me to get away from her. Not only were you not concerned about this empress, but you even called this empress a monster. Lil Purple said pitifully. All right, it's my fault. Lin Yun apologized as he continued to wipe the makeup off her face. After a half day, he finally finished wiping her clean. After he was done, Lil Purple looked at her own reflection in the lake for a long time before revealing a smile. But when she looked at her clothes, she pouted her lips again. I want to change my clothes. Lil Purple disappeared into the sword box for a long time, and when she came out, she was wearing a snow-white dress and a small bracelet with a bell on her wrist. She was back to her adorable little self. Then, she snorted and turned to look at Lin Yun. Humph! Lin Yun, comb my hair for me. You look pretty good this way, smiled Lin Yun with his eyes narrowed. No, I want my braids back. Lil Purple seems to be pretty obsessed with her braids, so Lin Yun agreed. Lil Purple's face was full of smiles after Lin Yun agreed. Then, she took out a mirror and gave it to Lil Red to hold. Once she was all settled, she sat down and Lin Yun started to comb her hair. However, Lil Purple wasn't very satisfied with Lin Yun's method and commented on it occasionally. Lin Yun patiently smiled and kept working. He had a feeling that the braids held a very important meaning to Lil Purple. A while later, Lil Purple glanced at Lin Yun and noticed that his tone became a lot gentler. So she suddenly spoke up. Lin Yun, come and be this empress servant. Tying the braids for her, Lin Yun smiled. What's the benefit of me being your servant? I can bring you along while I fly. Lil Purple suddenly yelled. Hearing that, Lin Yun couldn't help smiling, but he remained silent. You don't believe me? When this empress finds her body, I will be able to fly very quickly, Lil Purple exclaimed when she saw the disbelief on Lin Yun's face. But you're a kid. It sounds weird for me to ride you, smiled Lin Yun. Who says that you'll ride me? I can grab you with my claws and you can just dangle underneath me, Lil Purple said. Hearing that, Lin Yun began to imagine an ice phoenix grabbing his shoulder while he dangled under the phoenix's claws. Actually, I can consider letting you ride on me if this empress is in a good mood, said Lil Purple with a lowered voice. Forget about it, smiled Lin Yun. Don't. This empress can fly very quickly. I can even take you to the border of the world. The scenery there is beautiful. I can even take you to see the stars, including the legendary spring in the sun. Lil Purple began to ramble incessantly as if she had been there before. All right, stop moving. We're almost done, said Lin Yun while he tied her braids for her. Okay. Lil Purple nodded her head obediently. Soon enough, Lil Purple had her braids back. She had Lil Red raise the mirror higher and looked at her braids before she chuckled. Hee, this empress is really adorable. When she was done, she took the mirror and ran away with Lil Red. Where are you going? What happens if you get bullied? Lin Yun quickly called out to her. Humph! Who dares to bully this empress? I'll give them a taste of my divine breath and burn them to ashes, Lil Purple said while she hugged Lil Red. Seeing this, Lin Yun sighed inwardly because she had clearly forgotten about her experience over the last few days. Then again, he wasn't worried for her safety with Lil Red around. Lil Red respected Lil Purple the most aside from Lin Yun and was pretty obedient to her. Seeing this scene, Lin Yun couldn't help muttering that Lil Red was close to betraying him. After they left, Lin Yun started practicing the fleeting cloud 13 swords in the courtyard. He had already reached complete mastery in the 9th sword and was working on reaching the manifestation stage. He wanted to combine his intent and movement techniques perfectly. So he was practicing the fleeting cloud 13 swords while using the Golden Crow 9 transformations. After a while, he noticed that he had a visitor. The visitor was Wang Yuruo, but Lin Yun didn't stop his practice to greet her. Just like that, his figure began to flash around in the courtyard while cloud intent enveloping his sword. When he was done, he sheathed his sword and looked at Wang Yuruo with a smile. Why are you here? Aren't you afraid that your senior sister will reprimand you? Hearing that, Wang Yuruo smiled. Senior sister went out, and she will take some time because she wants to make an attempt on the Empyrean ranking. Speaking of which, she's only able to challenge the ranking because of the improvements she made from the Sword Saint Mountain bell chime. Technically, it's all thanks to you. Empyrean ranking? Lin Yun asked. It's the Empyrean ranking for the Eastern Desolation. Only the top 100,000 will make it in the ranking, and those whose names are reflected on the ranking are all geniuses, explained Wang Yuruo. How many people are on the ranking from the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect? Lin Yun asked. Just senior sister. No one else is strong enough to make it on the ranking. Senior sister wants to make it into the top 10,000 this time, but it will probably be difficult for her to do that, said Wang Yuruo. When Lin Yun heard that, he couldn't help locking his brows together. He was baffled that Yi Xiling couldn't make it into the top 10,000 even with her strength. Then again, there were countless geniuses in Eastern Desolation, and the profound Azure Manor was nothing special. If the ranking didn't have an age limit, old geezers who had been in the Empyrean realm for a long time were probably on the ranking too. They would naturally be really strong. If that were the case, it would be surprising if Yi Xiling could make it into the top 10,000. Are you here to ask me to teach you how to fight? Lin Yun smiled after recollecting his thoughts. Yeah. Wang Yuruo nodded her head. How old are you this year? Asked Lin Yun. 17 years old, replied Wang Yuruo. You're really young. Lin Yun pondered briefly. Then again, it was terrifying that she was in the Empyrean realm at the age of 17. I'll be 18 soon. How am I young? Wang Yuruo then thought of something before she puffed out her chest with her face blushing. She was young, but she had a well-developed figure. When Lin Yun saw this scene, he couldn't help smiling bitterly as he wondered what the hell was going through her brain. I'll teach you the Fleeting Cloud 13 swords then. How many swords have you mastered? Lin Yun asked. He ignored the look of surprise on her face and began to perform the first 9 swords of the sword technique. Since he had already reached complete mastery of the 9 swords, he could naturally teach them to others. So even if Wang Yuruo had obtained the Fleeting Cloud 13 swords elsewhere, it might be faster if Lin Yun taught her. When Wang Yuruo was done learning, she was baffled why Lin Yun taught her the Fleeting Cloud 13 swords so casually. But Lin Yun didn't know what was in her mind and smiled. Not bad. You can come back 3 days from now and we'll spar with this sword technique to build your killing aura. Oh right, is there a lady dressed in white in the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect? Do you know what movement technique she uses? Lin Yun suddenly asked, recalling his encounter last night. Upon hearing that, Wang Yuruo's eyes lit up, and she replied, There is. She's senior sister Luo. She came to the sect 3 months ago, but she's rarely seen around because all she does is stay in her own residence. She has a mysterious identity, and I heard from senior sister Yi that she came from a saint clan from the ancient barren domain. She came here for the Fleeting Cloud 13 swords, but senior sister Yi doesn't like her. Oh right, she showed up back then when you ascended the Sword Saint Mountain. A saint clan from the ancient barren domain? It seemed like the lady had a huge origin, but Lin Yun stopped thinking about it to remember the secrets of Sword Saint Mountain. Just like that, Lin Yun spent every day practicing his sword technique. Then he would play his flute at night. Occasionally, he would even teach Wang Yurua how to fight. And gradually, he became familiar with the lady in white and enjoyed wine with her. His life was peaceful since he didn't kill anyone like he did on the heavenly path. During this period, Lin Yun also refined all the spiritual energy he had absorbed from Sword Saint Mountain. It was so much spiritual energy that he was forced to reach the seventh soul heavenly soul realm. For his tribulation, he exhausted nearly 10,000 divine astral pellets and many treasures. But even so, Lin Yun could only plant 2 additional demonic astral flowers in each of his aura oceans. So he had 6 demonic astral flowers in each of his aura oceans. In terms of origin energy alone, he wasn't any inferior to some of the geniuses who had just reached the Empyrean realm. According to Lil Purple, he had to undergo another tribulation before the Empyrean realm if he wanted to reach the limit to plant 7 demonic astral flowers in each of his aura oceans. Then again, he could also choose to give up on that tribulation and make a breakthrough to the Empyrean realm. Aside from the boost in his cultivation, Lin Yun also brought the 9 swords to the manifestation stage and became even more proficient in wielding the flute as his sword. He could now execute the Dustlight sword art, Thunderclap sword art, and Overlord sword through music. The current Lin Yun was a lot stronger than when he was in the final battle. If he fought the Imperial Feather Realm Sun again, he was confident that he could make the latter beg for his life in just one exchange. Just like that, 1 month had passed in the blink of an eye. The entire fleeting Cloud Sword sect was peaceful these days, and Lin Yun didn't have to worry about being ready to fight at any moment. It was completely different from the heavenly path. So his heart and killing aura became a lot calmer. However, just when things were getting too peaceful, he received a message from the sect master to head towards the main palace. He was long prepared for it because he knew that the old geezer wouldn't let him spend his days peacefully. Lin Yun had long arrived in the main palace waiting for the sect master. This old geezer was still as unfathomable as in the past, and his sword intent became even more terrifying than even Lin Yun couldn't see through with his sword intent. During this period of time, Lin Yun had a clear understanding of the cultivation in Kunlun realm. A Dragon Pulse realm expert was a powerhouse no matter where they were placed. And it wasn't that easy to reach either. After all, each pulse would allow the cultivator to undergo a transformation. The profound Azure Manor wasn't small even if it was just a small territory in the Eastern Desolation. In terms of size, it was even bigger than the profound Amber Realm. The number of Dragon Pulse Realm experts in the profound Azure Manor wouldn't exceed the number of fingers in 2 hands. Most elders in the 4 major sects in the profound Azure Manor were all Elysium Core Realm experts, and the Dragon Pulse realm meant equivalent position with the sect masters and could easily obtain a territory for themselves in the profound Azure Manor to open their own sects if they wanted. So it was weird for Lin Yun that the sect master's sword intent would be so strong when he had such strong cultivation. He had a feeling that even ordinary experts in the 9th pulse also wouldn't be able to put up a fight before the sect master. This made Lin Yun curious why someone like the sect master who could have a position in the Eastern Desolation would stay in a small place like the fleeting Cloud Sword sect silently. You're really patient. If I don't look for you, you're not going to find me? It has been nearly 2 months since you joined the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, right? You haven't even come to pay me a visit once. The sect master smiled. The reason why Lin Yun didn't want to come was that the sect master was too mysterious and fishy. But it looks like he wouldn't be able to avoid meeting the sect master now. Old geezer, why did you look for me? Lin Yun smiled. The sect master didn't care about Lin Yun's rudeness and smiled. There's naturally a reason why I look for you. It has nearly been 2 months, and you've just reached the 7th soul heavenly soul realm. I'm afraid that I won't be able to give Feng Ju an explanation 1 year from now. Lin Yun was from the lower realm. Unlike the other geniuses in Kunlun realm, Lin Yun clearly hadn't excavated all his potential. Logically speaking, Lin Yun should be an Empyrean by now since he had ascended the Sword Saint Mountain. This made Lin Yun's eyes flicker because the old geezer should be able to tell that he was trying to reach the limit of the heavenly soul realm. But Lin Yun didn't explain and waited for the sect master to continue. It's not that easy to reach the limit of the heavenly soul realm. Even if you have enough accumulation, it's another issue if your physique can tough through it. I believe you must have exhausted most of your true dragon Saint Liquid, right? The sect master smoked with his eyes squinted, seeing through all of Lin Yun's secrets. Lin Yun's heart sank when he heard that because he had almost used up all his true dragon Saint Liquid now, and the Azure Dragon Saint Art was still stuck in the 4th stage. He had been making swift progress in his sword technique, sword sutra, and cultivation. But the progression of his physique was slow, and his progress was no different from stagnant. You have more true dragon, Saint Liquid? Lin Yun's eyes flickered and immediately regretted the moment he spoke out. It would be weird if the sect master didn't have any with his cultivation. Not only did he waste his saliva asking, but he even revealed the fact that he needed more true dragon Saint Liquid. The sect master didn't say a word and took out a scroll instead. 5 droplets of true dragon Saint Liquid for a person and 25 droplets for the first name. When Lin Yun took the scroll over, he took a cold breath because they were all Empyrean demonic cultivators, and the first name was even in the galaxy stage. This meant that this person was even stronger than most core disciples in the fleeting cloud sword sect. "You're making it difficult for me," said Lin Yun in a salty tone after glancing at the sect master. He was only in the 7th soul heavenly soul realm. Although it wouldn't be an issue for him to face ordinary star stage experts, demonic cultivators weren't normal, and they were at least comparable to the core disciples. As for the first name, he was probably stronger than most core disciples aside from Yi Xiling. So one could imagine how tough it would be to kill him. After all, defeating and killing someone wasn't on the same level of difficulty. Take Lin Yun as an example. There was no way he could put up a fight against Yi Xiling, but he was also confident that Yi Xiling wouldn't be able to kill him. Not to mention that demonic cultivators were brutal and cunning, so they naturally have powerful trump cards. "So, are you going to accept it?" the sect master asked, ignoring Lin Yun's grumble. "That's for sure." Lin Yun didn't have any reason to refuse and kept the scroll carefully. "Remember that you either don't move or kill them altogether. Otherwise, you won't be able to get any true dragon Saint Liquid if you let one of them escape," smiled the sect master. Hearing that, Lin Yun's lips twitched and kept the scroll before he smiled bitterly. "Old geezer, you're no longer making it difficult for me but want me dead instead." This old geezer had been giving him pressure since he came to the sect, and now he wanted to kill him. The sect master stroked his beard and smiled. "Brat, you don't know what's good for you. You have no idea how terrifying it is to make it to the limit of the heavenly soul realm. Don't think that you'll succeed relying on the 9-leaf saint fruit. Even if you slew everyone on the scroll, the amount of true dragon Saint Liquid will still not be enough for you. Since you're going to die either way, then you might as well make some contribution to the fleeting cloud sword sect before your death." Keeping the scroll, a cold light flashed across Lin Yun's pupils, and he smiled. "Then I might disappoint you because I'll kill every single person on the list. I also won't die reaching the limit of the heavenly soul realm." Lin Yun didn't want to be underestimated by the old man. After leaving the main palace, Lin Yun regained more of his rationale and couldn't help smiling. "Looks like I've boasted a little too much this time." But just when he was going to go down the mountain, a piece of zither music drifted over from the distance and entered his ears. This instantly made Lin Yun's eyes lit up because he knew that it was the white-clothed lady, and he was just in time to share some of her wine. Lin Yun began to flicker in the sea of clouds as he executed the Golden Crow 9 transformation and descended on the mountain that the zither music was coming from. He only hesitated briefly before he took out the jade flute and started to play it, playing the dustlight sword art through the flute. This wasn't their first time playing music together and soon found their own rhythm. Just like that, the zither and flute music complemented each other well and were like 2 phoenixes soaring through the mountains. The intent of the dustlight sword art was perfectly exhibited under the flute music that surprised the white-clothed lady. She didn't hear this piece from Lin Yun before, and her fingers quickly strum on the zither, causing her music to be gentle. Then her music paused briefly before it soared into the clouds like a phoenix. This made Lin Yun smile because this woman seems to know him better than himself. This was the first time he played this piece, but she was able to match with him so quickly and easily. As the music became even louder, Lin Yun's tune changed and his blood began to boil, exhibiting the last portion of the dust-light sword art. When he was done, it took some time for him to calm his surging emotions. When he saw the wine long prepared on the table, he smiled and stepped forth before gulping down the wine. There's a huge change in your emotions through the music. Do you have anything bothering you? Asked the white-clothed lady. Lin Yun didn't hide it from her and revealed what the sect master tasked him to do, taking out the scroll in the process. When the white-clothed lady took the scroll over, she glanced at it briefly before she replied, "If you fight with the person on the first, you won't even have a 30% chance of winning. The difference between your cultivation is too high, but you might have a chance of winning if you use the flute. After all, just your complete mastery of Sky Sword intent places you in an invincible position, not to mention that your Sky Sword intent has been mended in the Sword Saint Mountain and even fused with the Azure Dragon Sword aura." Lin Yun was surprised as he looked at the white-clothed lady because he didn't tell her that, and not even the sect master could guess that. Now, Lin Yun had a clearer view of the Saint clans. "You understand me well. This will be a dangerous trip, but I have no regrets about being able to drink such good wine before leaving." Lin Yun laughed and gulped down the rest of the wine. "If you like it, come back alive and I can prepare what you want," smiled the white-clothed lady under the veil. "Any wine. Any. Then I want the Millennium Flame." Lin Yun chuckled. "Sure." Lin Yun was only casually talking about it, but he didn't think that the white-clothed lady would agree to it so casually. This instantly made him have a new impression of the Saint clans. "Then it looks like I have to make it back no matter what." Lin Yun smiled, but before he left, he suddenly thought of something and asked, "I only know about your surname and I have no idea of your full name." "My surname is Luo, and my given name is Hua." Luo Hua, it was a weird name, but he soon smiled. "Actually, my other name also has something to do with flowers." He was naturally talking about his title as Flower Burial. When Luo Hua looked over curious, Lin Yun merely smiled and left without any explanation. After all, his title as Flower Burial was accompanied by bloodbaths in the heavenly path, and he only needed one sword to kill. Now that he came to Kunlun Realm, it was also time for his title to shine. Lin Yun spent 2 days making preparations before he left the fleeting Cloud Sword sect with Lil Purple and Lil Red. In the year 3301 of Kunlun Realm's calendar, Lin Yun had finally started his journey in Kunlun Realm. On a desolate island in the fleeting Cloud Sea, a figure quietly descended. It was Lin Yun who had left the fleeting Cloud Sword sect for a little over a year. He had dealt with all the easy people on the list and now he was left with the difficult ones. He had arrived at an island with a secret underground palace to find his next target. Right now, a black-clothed middle-aged man was sitting on a throne while being served by a woman. There were 10 experts on both sides of the palace who were in the pinnacle 7th soul heavenly soul realm. They were only half a step away from reaching the Empyrean realm. In Kunlun Realm, everyone was born into the Xianxia realm, so they would reach the heavenly soul realm before the age of 15 if they had some talent. But the Empyrean realm was a threshold where more than 90% of the people failed. Take the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, for example. There were hundreds of millions of people within its territory, but there were less than 500 core disciples. From this alone, one could imagine how difficult it was for ordinary people to reach the Empyrean realm. The middle-aged man seated on the throne was in his 50s, and he had reached the pinnacle star stage. This meant that he was a lot stronger than most core disciples. Most importantly, the depth of his pupils was flickering with crimson light due to the strong baleful aura around him. The man's name was Huang Yong, and he was an infamous person in the profound Azure Manor. The 4 major sects sent core disciples to get rid of him multiple times, but he managed to escape all of their assaults. Huang Yong was enjoying music and dancing women in his palace as he drank with his subordinates. "Big brother, when are we going to stop hiding? Isn't it just Flower Burial? Why should we be afraid of him?" asked one of the 10 quasi-Empyrean unhappily. Huang Yong merely drank wine and ignored his subordinate. In the past month, a person suddenly appeared in the profound Azure Manor claiming to be Flower Burial. He slayed many demonic cultivators, which made Huang Yong feel uneasy. After all, the demonic cultivators who were killed so far had a grudge with the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. As a cautious person, he wanted to hide and wait for the commotion to disappear. After all, it was impossible for Flower Burial to spend all his time going after demonic cultivators. If that happened, Flower Burial wouldn't have time to cultivate. Hee old seventh, this place has good things to play with as well as a hidden spiritual spring that we can use to go into seclusion. There's no harm in hiding for a period of time. Another demonic cultivator said, staring at the dancing women. I'm just afraid that Flower Burial will find us, said another cautious person. Throwing the cup in his hand, Huang Yong said coldly, if he dares to come, I'll make sure that he won't be able to go back. I'm hiding not because I'm afraid of him. I just don't want to cause any unnecessary troubles. Huang Yong spent a great deal of effort on this underground palace. In addition to being secluded, it had several layers of spiritual arrays. So he was confident that no one could barge in unless they were in the astral stage. As a demonic cultivator who could survive in the profound azure manner for so many years, how could he not have methods to deal with trouble? Big brother. The indigo flame gold lotus in the spiritual lake has matured. A yellow-robed man ran into the hall in excitement with a box in his hands. Hearing that, the eyes of all Quasi-Empyrean lit up because this was the reason why they were willing to follow Huang Yong. After all, if they could obtain a leaf from the indigo flame gold lotus, they would be able to make a breakthrough into the Empyrean realm. Back down! Huang Yong's eyelid twitched as he chased all the women away. Then, he appeared in front of the yellow-robed person, which left the latter shocked because Huang Yong was simply too fast. It seemed like ordinary Empyreans wouldn't even be able to pose a threat to his big brother, including the core disciples of the major sects. After all, Huang Yong had killed many core disciples over the years, especially 2 years ago where Huang Yong tortured 4 core disciples of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect to death. It was an incident that caused the entire fleeting Cloud sect to tremble and dispatch their elders. But in the end, not even their elders could do anything to Huang Yong. Grabbing the box, Huang Yong returned to his seat and opened it. When he saw the indigo flame gold lotus in it, his eyes couldn't help shining brightly. Ha ha ha! We've been waiting for this lotus to mature for years. As long as I can refine the lotus heart, I'll be able to make a breakthrough into the galaxy stage. Congratulations, Big Brother. With this treasure, Big Brother can make a breakthrough within 3 years. Haha! Big Brother, this indigo flame gold lotus is a variant that has a wisp of demonic blood in the lotus heart. Not to mention the astral stage, but you might even be able to make it to the Elysium core realm within 3 years. All the Quasi-Empyreans began to flatter their leader. Although Huang Yong was someone who controlled his emotions well, he still couldn't help revealing the excitement in his eyes. This lotus was truly a variant, but his talent wasn't strong enough to take advantage of it. With this lotus, he might be able to make a breakthrough to the astral stage, but he knew that it was impossible for him to reach the Elysium core realm. But he was already satisfied that he could reach the astral stage as it was a rare event in the profound azure manner. Aside from the old geezers in the sects, no one would be able to deal with him. Don't worry, I won't treat you badly. This lotus has a total of 13 leaves, so there's enough for each one of you, smiled Huang Yong. Thank you, Big Brother. As long as Big Brother gives the word, we'll cross a sea of flames for you. Everyone's eyes lit up with excitement when they heard that. But Huang Yong sneered when he heard that because he knew how loyal these people were. As long as he was stronger than them, he wouldn't need to worry when they would stab him in the back. An indigo flame gold lotus with demonic blood on it? Interesting. I just so happen to be interested in that as well. Right at this moment, a clear voice sounded out. That voice instantly made the entire palace become quiet. Everyone's face became cold, especially Huang Yong as he put the indigo flame gold lotus away. Since you're already here, why aren't you showing yourself? There's no meaning in hiding anymore. As long as the other party dared to show up, they were destined to die. The array in the palace was something that Huang Yong spent a great price on, and it even took months to complete. In terms of divine astral pellets alone, he had spent more than thousands of them. However, he didn't get a reply. The only thing that he could hear was the sound of a flute. Strangely, the music sounded like an army of horses galloping on the battlefield. Then, a series of explosions rang out from the runes on the wall as the divine astral pellets shattered. Instantly, the array was broken. The palace turned dark as there were only a few lamps flickering with feeble light now. At the same time, the hearts of Huang Yong's subordinates sank because they knew that Flower Burial had come to kill them. Flower Burial was rumored to have white hair, a mask covering half of his face, long silver robes, a flute and a sword. There was even one time when he killed hundreds of people just to pursue one demonic cultivator. He was relentless and uprooted the demonic cultivator's manor. When Huang Yong realized who the visitor was, his face changed because he never expected that Flower Burial would come to his palace. Silver light filled the entire palace as a figure stood at the entrance. He had the same silver hair, silver mask, and silver robes that all the rumors talked about. However, this was the first time that anyone had seen a silver sword box. He was holding onto a long flute, and he had emitted immense pressure just by standing. It was enough to make everyone shiver in fear. "Kill him," commanded Huang Yong from his throne. But when he saw that no one was moving, his face instantly became ugly. "If you want to live, get lost," said Lin Yun with an arc on his lips. "Thank you for sparing us, Flower Burial." All of Huang Yong's minions felt relieved as they quickly fled for their lives, leaving Lin Yun and Huang Yong all by themselves. "I don't believe I offended you. If you're willing to spare me, I'm willing to give you the indigo flame gold lotus," Huang Yong said with a wisp of hope in his heart. "You know what grudges we have?" replied Lin Yun while he looked at the other party coldly. Huang Yong had tortured 4 core disciples of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect to death, sending the entire profound Azure Manor into shock and greatly humiliated the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. The sect tried to take revenge on him several times, but they failed to find him. Even if they could find him, they didn't dare to send out Elysium Core Realm Elders in fear that they might spook him. However, sending a core disciple was basically the same as sending a disciple to die. This was the reason why the sect master gave Lin Yun the list of names, to handle the big fish that regular disciples couldn't. "So you're really from the fleeting Cloud Sword sect?" A smile appeared on Huang Yong's lips as he looked more relaxed. "Based on your voice, you sound pretty young. I don't think you're an elder. Since you're here, you can forget about leaving." Lin Yun had nothing to fear as long as he wasn't facing an Elysium Core Realm expert. Even if the other party's cultivation was higher than his cultivation, he was confident he could run. But a star stage didn't matter since he had killed many star stage disciples so far. When he was done, he unleashed the aura of an Empyrean and charged toward Lin Yun. But Lin Yun simply raised his flute and began to play. When the music sounded out, Huang Yong's speed visibly slowed as he sensed an invincible sword intent obstructing his movements. Huang Yong snorted and pressed forward. Suddenly, Lin Yun's flute music changed to the thunderclap sword art, and his hair began to flutter violently in the wind. Huang Yong was covered in wounds as he approached Lin Yun with his blood-soaked body. When he was one step away from Lin Yun, Huang Yong roared and vented out all the rage in his heart. "Die!" But Lin Yun suddenly raised his eyebrow and his flute music soared into the sky. Before Huang Yong could even respond, he was devoured by a silver ray that was sliced into 2. Reaching out, a suction force exploded from Lin Yun's palm as he pulled a box over to him. Then, without any hesitation, he left the blood-splattered hall. Above the palace, the quasi-Empyreans who ran out didn't even have time to catch their breath. They could hear footsteps coming from behind, which made them confused. They weren't sure if Flower Burial failed because of how fast the battle ended. The Empyrean realm was divided into 3 stages: the star, galaxy, and astral stages. Although Huang Yong was only in the pinnacle star stage, even galaxy stage experts would have a hard time dealing with him in his palace. All of a sudden, everyone wore ugly expressions because they realized that they just betrayed Huang Yong. If Huang Yong managed to kill Flower Burial, he would be chasing all of them down. The thought of this prospect made everyone fall to their knees. But right at this moment, a breeze blew past. When the quasi-Empyreans opened their eyes, They couldn't speak. Then, Flower Burial's silver figure disappeared into the night. Suddenly, they recovered from their shock. If Flower Burial was here, did that mean that Huang Yong was dead? This was a little too quick, and it had practically just been a breath's time. This Flower Burial truly deserves his reputation. And he's really fast too. We can't stay here anymore. Let's leave quickly. The Quasi-Empyreans stood up with pale faces as they ran for their lives. Soon after, the dancers also left as they blankly stared at the sky. 4 hours later on a nearby island, Lin Yun, Lil Purple, and Lil Red were seated around a bonfire. Lady Luo was right. Lin Yun removed the mask on his face and looked at the jade flute in his hand blankly. I can really push my ability to the limit using the flute. The stronger the intent in the flute music, the stronger the sword intent would be. If he had relied on his sword to fight Huang Yong, he wouldn't win as easily. Then again, using the flute wasn't invincible either because Lin Yun had also been placed in several dangerous situations over the past month. If his opponent could break through the intent in his flute music, then Lin Yun would instantly suffer a backlash and fall into a weakened state. Additionally, he had to watch out if his opponent's cultivation was too strong, or if they had any special treasures. It's clearly something I taught you, so why are you thanking that woman instead of me? Who told you the flaws in the array underground? Otherwise, would it be so easy to kill Huang Yong? Lil Purple snorted unhappily. Of course, I have to thank our Lil Purple here, smiled Lin Yun. I'm angry now and I don't want to talk to you right now, replied Lil Purple. Not even this? Lin Yun said, playing with the box in his hand. It's mine. Lil Purple became anxious and pounced over like a little kitten. But Lin Yun merely smiled and pulled the box back, causing Lil Purple to miss and fall onto the ground. When Lil Purple got back on her feet, Lin Yun gave the box and winked. Yours. Humph. Lil Purple took the box and her eyes began to shine when she opened it. Inside the box was an indigo flame gold lotus with a trace of blood at the lotus heart. The trace of blood had a sacred aura that made the entire indigo flame gold lotus look sacred. It was stronger than the one Lin Yun had gotten in the past, especially since the trace of blood had a special feeling to it. It probably belonged to a divine beast and could have made Huang Yong reach the galaxy stage. But there was no way the indigo flame gold lotus could be compared to his 9-leaf saint fruit. Closing the box once more, Lil Purple replied, Not bad. I used to eat 10 celestial herbs every day for meals. The indigo flame gold lotus barely fits my diet. At least the trace of blood increases the medicinal effect of this herb even more. Lil Purple hugged the box tightly as if Lin Yun would snatch it away from her. Lin Yun smiled before he disappeared into the night. Stay here and don't go anywhere. When he returned, he came back with many dead demonic beasts. When Lil Red saw this, its eyes lit up because it knew that Lin Yun was going to roast meat. Lil Red had tasted the food roasted by Lin Yun in the past, and knew how delicious it was. So Lil Red had already started to drool when looking at the demonic beasts. Lil Purple, go find some wood. Lin Yun took out a dagger and began to skin the demonic beasts proficiently. When Lil Purple heard that, she pouted and said, Lil Red, go and find some wood. Lil Red went obediently to find wood and came back shortly after with some dried tree branches. But Lin Yun raised his head and looked at Lil Purple before he said, You go too. Humph. There's no way this Empress will go and pick up some branches. Then you can't have any of this later. Humph, this Empress never eats meat. I'm a vegan. Lil Purple glanced at Lin Yun with disdain. You better remember that. Lin Yun ignored her and continued to deal with the meat. It didn't take long for him to finish removing the most tender part of the demonic beasts before taking out condiments from his interspatial pouches. Then he started to roast the meat. When the fat oozed out of the meat, he started adding his spices. Just like that, the roasted meat emitted a fragrant aroma that made Lil Purple salivate and caused her stomach to grumble. Lin Yun brought out the iris sacred flame, using the cold attribute in the flame so that the meat wouldn't be charred on the outside. It didn't take long for the meat to become perfectly cooked. Seeing that Lin Yun was using the iris sacred flame to roast meat, Lil Purple couldn't help feeling furious. However, she continued to salivate at the fragrance. Lin Yun sliced a big piece of meat and handed it to Lil Red. When he was done, he sliced another piece before handing it to Lil Purple. "Here, for you." "Humph. I'm a vegan," Lil Purple said, turning her head away. But her stomach betrayed her as piqued at the meat Lin Yun was offering. "Go on. Your stomach is already grumbling." Lin Yun smiled. "Since you insist, I'll give you some face. I'll take a bite. But my dignity as a member of the Divine Phoenix clan won't allow me to take another. So you can be proud that I'm giving you this honor." Then Lil Purple took a bite. Since the meat was roasted with the iris sacred flame, it wasn't too hot on the surface. So the surface was crispy and chewy, not to mention that every single inch of the meat had perfectly fused with the spices. After Lil Purple took the first bite, she continued to eat with her eyes squinted, and it didn't take long for her mouth to be covered with oil. She then looked at Lin Yun and chuckled in excitement. "Lin Yun, it's really good. In the future, you're only allowed to roast meat for this empress and no one else." At this moment, she gave up her dignity as a member of the Divine Phoenix clan away. But Lin Yun merely smiled and wasn't bothered by it. After all, the empress has 3 major hobbies: boasting, slapping faces, and acting narcissistic. However, she didn't slap other people's faces. She would slap her own. To Lin Yun, it was as if Lil Purple wasn't comfortable until she slapped her face with her words. She was adorable, and anyone could tell that she would grow into a beauty in the future. But she was still foolish. When Lil Purple was done eating, she still didn't feel satisfied. So she had Lin Yun take out a pot to cook the indigo flame gold lotus and turned it into fish soup. Just like that, Lin Yun, Lil Purple, and Lil Red ate the indigo flame gold lotus. If Huang Yong knew how they wasted the indigo flame gold lotus that he had spent so many years nurturing, he would be angered to death. When Lil Purple was done, she was filled with excitement and carried Lil Red away. But Lin Yun grabbed onto her and wiped the oil from her lips. When this happened, Lil Purple was unhappy and she even waved her hands around. Lin Yun quickly finished and then took out the scroll with names. He only had one more name left. It was the strongest demonic cultivator who was in the Greater Mastery Galaxy stage. Half a year ago, this person had fought with Yi Xiling. Although he was defeated, he ultimately managed to escape. Half a year ago, Yi Xiling's Sky Sword intent was only at lesser mastery. Although the Sky Sword intent meant that she should be invincible among those in the same cultivation, she still allowed this demonic cultivator to escape. Now that half a year had passed, the demonic cultivator was much stronger. The last name on the scroll was Thunderclap Sword Demon Lang Aoran. He was a demonic cultivator with quite the personality in the profound azure manner. Unlike other demonic cultivators who kept a low profile, he preferred the spotlight. Just like his name implied, he was a prideful person and would deliver a challenge before making a move. He blatantly told his opponents when he would appear. Furthermore, he wasn't afraid of an ambush. In fact, he enjoyed when the core disciples of various sects would attack him. After all, they allowed his fame to grow and they were wealthy. He was a sinister man with sinister schemes. There were many core disciples that died to him, which is why he was infamous. Half a year ago, a subsidiary clan of the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect received the challenge and invited Yi Xiling. But in the end, not only were several core disciples injured, Lang Aoran managed to escape from Yi Xiling. It greatly affected the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect's reputation. It was also a great setback for Yi Xiling. After all, she had just comprehended the Sky Sword intent back then and was very proud of herself. Can it be that this fellow has hidden his strength since he enjoys the spotlight? Not even the Sky Sword intent can trap him. Lin Yun knew that Lang Aoran wasn't like any of the other demonic cultivators that he faced. Lin Yun put the scroll away. Unlike Lil Purple and Lil Red, who ran away to digest the soup, Lin Yun needed to cultivate. After all, the lotus was a powerful herb stained with the blood of a divine beast. Sitting down, Lin Yun began to circulate the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sutra to refine the medicinal effect within his body. As the demonic astral flowers bloomed in his aura oceans, The medicinal effect from the indigo flame gold lotus began to pour in. At this moment, his cultivation was increasing at a rapid speed. 3 days later, when Lin Yun opened his eyes, he let out a sign and light flashed through his pupils. He came from the lower realm, and he still had much potential to be excavated. After consuming the treasures, his cultivation swiftly went from lesser mastery to greater mastery. Then again, Lin Yun could make a breakthrough in the Empyrean realm by continuing to refine divine astral pellets if he wanted. After all, he had already accumulated enough in the heavenly path, and it would go smoothly if he wanted. But there was no meaning in this because he wanted to reach the limit of heavenly soul realm, the legendary limit of 7 flowers. Only then would he be confident to face the top-tier geniuses who had extraordinary foundations. "Time to head to the Lightflow Island," muttered Lin Yun. It was stated on the scroll that the Thunderclap Sword Demon would appear on Flowlight Island next. Flowlight Island was the largest island right after Fleeting Cloud Island. There were many local clans on Flowlight Island, so there was a large amount of wealth here. The local clans were basically the subsidiary of the 4 major clans, and they would offer a large number of resources annually. So other demonic cultivators had to reconsider making a move against them as the 4 major sects placed great priority on those clans because of their resources. They wouldn't even allow demonic cultivators to rob those clans. The biggest clan on Flowlight Island was the Cho clan. The Patriarch had cultivation in the Galaxy stage while the Elders were in the Star stage, not to mention that they had also invited Empyreans as guest elders of their clans. So no typical demonic cultivators dared to provoke them, but the Thunderclap Sword Demon was clearly not an ordinary demonic cultivator. Half a month ago, he left a note to the Cho clan asking them to prepare 8,000 demonic astral pellets. If they dared to refuse his request, he promised to massacre the entire clan. 8,000 demonic astral pellets was an enormous sum even for the Cho clan, and they might not have that much if they emptied out their entire clan. Additionally, giving that much away would damage the entire clan for hundreds of years. At this moment, the hall in Cho clan was filled with people from various clans. Everyone was here because they wanted the reward that the Cho clan promised, 1,000 divine astral pellets. It was a huge sum that surpassed what a core disciple would get from their own sect. However, the core disciples wanted something even more than the pellets. They wanted fame for defeating the infamous Thunderclap Sword Demon. Whoever managed to kill him would have their name spread far and wide in the profound Azure Manor. Although many core disciples were killed by the Thunderclap Sword Demon, many core disciples still came because they thought they were the chosen ones. There were many people in the hall who were familiar with each other. Disciples from the King's Suspend Palace, Thousand Crane Pavilion, and Azure Thunder Monastery were also present. Those 3 clans were part of the 4 major clans and had a much higher position than any other core disciple present. Although the core disciples of the other sects weren't weak and were basically in the Star stage, the disciples of the 3 major clans didn't bat an eye. The Cho clan's patriarch, Cho Lingyu, treated everyone evenly. Their Cho clan was unlucky to catch the attention of the Thunderclap Sword Demon, which meant that they needed to pay a great price to make it through the ordeal. "I'm grateful that everyone can come and help now that my Cho clan is in great danger." The Cho clan's patriarch cupped his hands with a smile. "I believe that the Thunderclap Sword Demon might not even dare to show up with so many geniuses here." "Ha ha!" The moment the patriarch spoke, a mocking voice sounded out. "Patriarch Cho, you must be joking. It doesn't matter how many people have come. If they're all garbage, they'll still be killed." The one who spoke was Yen Teng, the core disciple of the King's Suspend Palace whose cultivation was at the Pinnacle Galaxy stage. He had a robust figure and faintly emitted a monarch aura. Anyone could tell that it was the King's Suspend art of the King's Suspend Palace, and he had also cultivated it to a high level. His words offended everyone that wasn't from the major 4 clans. But the King's Suspend Palace was the strongest force in the profound Azure Manor, and Yen Teng wasn't a nobody. He was one of the top-ranked core disciples in the King's Suspend Palace. It was said that his King's Suspend art had reached the 5th stage, and his aura was comparable to an expert in the astral stage. The astral stage was the last stage of the Empyrean realm, and one could manifest their constellation at that point. Once they manifested their constellation, their strength would undergo a drastic transformation. Since Yen Teng was comparable to an astral stage expert, it naturally made sense that he was so arrogant. That's right. A bald monk smiled. If you're not strong enough, you might be a hindrance when fighting the Thunderclap Sword Demon. That monk was a disciple of the Azure Thunder Monastery. The Azure Thunder Monastery wasn't an authentic Buddhist lineage and didn't have any profound aura from the Buddhist sects. On the contrary, they were all ominous-looking. This monk's name was Fei, a famous figure in the profound Azure manner because of his physique. The core disciple of the Thousand Crane Pavilion, Lei Lan, sneered, "It's fine for you guys to stay here, but you better not have any ideas once the Thunderclap Sword Demon is dead. Naturally, that includes his treasures." The three seemed to have already discussed among themselves, which upset the core disciples of the other sections. Everyone, calm down. As long as the Cho clan can make it through this ordeal, we're willing to take out 500,000 astral pellets and 500 demonic astral pellets, said the Cho clan's patriarch. His words finally made everyone calm down, but Patriarch Cho wasn't happy. Now, he had to fork out another 500 divine astral pellets. The three core disciples of the three major sects couldn't be bothered because they were only here for the Thunderclap Sword Demon. Ha! I heard that there's someone by the title of Flower Burial recently who might also join in on the fun. It seems like we don't know who will kill the Thunderclap Sword Demon now. The sects that were overlooked began whispering among themselves because they were trying to incite the three major sections. I heard that this Flower Burial is an expert in the sword, but he's only used his flute so far. No one has ever seen him using his sword. I heard that this Flower Burial might be a core disciple of the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. He's killing the demonic cultivators who have a grudge with the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect, said another person. Looks like there's no one from the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. Who knows? Flower Burial might show up. Over the past month, the name Flower Burial had been making waves, so everyone was interested. Even Patriarch Cho was interested in this topic because Flower Burial was simply too mysterious. If Flower Burial really came to help, then the Cho clan might have a high chance of making it through this ordeal. Humph! Yen Ting snorted. He just hides behind his mask. All the demonic cultivators he has slain are only in the star stage. He better not offend me or I'll rip his mask off and slap his face. Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect's Lin Yun is here to help. Just when Yen Teng was done speaking, a voice sounded out from outside of the hall. Instantly, everyone looked at the entrance with interest. Lin Yun's voice instantly drew everyone's attention, especially the attention of those who were just talking about him. Patriarch Cho's eyes also lit up with excitement and anticipation. There was a high chance that Lin Yun was a core disciple of the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. So a cold light flashed in the eyes of the core disciples of the major sections. Although they acted uninterested, they were filled with enmity for Flower Burial. After all, the major sects placed great importance on reputation as well as cultivation. And somehow, Flower Burial was able to accumulate great fame in just 1 month. He completely suppressed geniuses like them with his reputation. There were even rumors that they wouldn't be able to compete with Flower Burial, which greatly annoyed them. So they waited with hostility to see who exactly Lin Yun was. It didn't take long for Lin Yun to appear. He wore azure-colored clothes and a sword box on his back. On top of that, he had flawless features and a purple mark on his forehead that made him stand out. When everyone took a look at Lin Yun, they were briefly shocked by his grace. Then, weird expressions appeared on their faces before they looked at Lin Yun with disdain. They could sense that he was only in the seventh soul heavenly soul realm. Although they could feel that Lin Yun was a lot stronger than others in the seventh soul, he was ultimately still in the seventh soul and wasn't an Empyrean. All the disciples who came here were at least in the star realm, so Lin Yun stood out. When Lin Yun entered and saw many people gathered, he furrowed his brows together. He began to wonder if it was true that the Thunderclap Sword Demon killed core disciples of the various clans. But Lin Yun realized that there wouldn't be so many people present if the rumor wasn't true. Plus, the stronger the Thunderclap Sword Demon's reputation was, the more Lin Yun would benefit by killing him. Disappointment also flashed in Patriarch Cho's eyes, but he quickly concealed it with a smile. So it's a disciple from the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. With that, the 4 major sect's disciples are all here. Young Master Lin, please have a seat. Lin Yun responded with a greeting and stepped forward. But before he took a step out, a voice of mockery had sounded out. Seat? What seat? Cold light flashed across Yen Teng's eyes as he said, Do you think you're qualified to sit? Look at how many Empyreans are here. Someone like you can only stand. Where did you get the face to sit? The moment he said those words, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became tense. Everyone knew that the King's Suspend Palace didn't have a good relationship with the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect, but they never expected that Yen Tang would stand out publicly. Xianxia of the Azure Thunder Monastery sneered. Patriarch Qiu was just being polite. Did you really think a heavenly soul realm like you is worthy of sitting with us? Lei Lan of the Thousand Crane Pavilion raised his cup and also smiled. Tisk, tsk. Not only did they send out a piece of trash, but they even sent out someone who's not even an Empyrean. Did you really think that Thunderclap Sword Demon is a pushover? Lin Yun locked his brows when he heard that because he was surprised by how hostile they were, especially the first person that spoke. With a slight change on his face, Lin Yun asked calmly, Who are you guys? Yen Tang of the King's Suspend Palace. Yen Tang snorted before he released his aura in the Pinnacle Galaxy stage. Xianxia of the Azure Thunder Monastery. Lei Lan of the Thousand Crane Pavilion. Xianxia and Lei Lan both grinned and looked at Lin Yun with a playful gaze. They could naturally tell that Lin Yun's talent was terrifying and that he would be invincible if they were in the same cultivation. After all, Lin Yun's aura wasn't any weaker than an ordinary star stage. They believed that the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect sent him to broaden his experience, not to kill the Thunderclap Sword Demon. And since the 3 of them were here, there was no place for the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. Even if Lin Yun was a genius, there was no way they would let him have an easy time. When they spoke, everyone in the hall became quiet because they could tell that there was something going on. Clearly, there was enmity between the 4 major clans. After all, the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect was the strongest back in the day and the 3 other sects were too weak to compare. Now that the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect had declined, the 3 sects naturally wouldn't go easy on the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. The King's Suspend Palace was especially cruel as they had been thinking of ways to suppress the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect to ensure that it wouldn't regain its past position. So you 3 are from the other major sections. Lin Yun instantly understood why they were so hostile towards him. After all, he already knew of the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect's relationship with the 3 other sections. It looks like he couldn't stay here anymore if he wanted some peace. Right at this moment, Patriarch Qiu smiled. Young Master Lin, please don't misunderstand. The Qiu clan has no intention of looking down on the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. Everyone, please give me some face and put this matter aside. Our priority here is Thunderclap Sword Demon. I've given you face by letting garbage like them stay here, but you want me to let an ant in the Heavenly Soul Realm stay too? Are you looking down on the King's Suspend Palace? Yen Ting sneered. Well said, Brother Yen. Xianxia laughed. You think there's a bargain for you not to offend both sides? If you want him here, then we'll leave. Make your choice. Don't blame us for not giving you any face because you're disregarding our 3 sects to let an ant like him stay behind. Looks like the Qiu clan has declined. No wonder you guys are targeted by Thunderclap Sword Demon. That's the only outcome when you treat ants in the Heavenly Soul Realm as valuable guests, said Lei Lan. The 3 of them took the opportunity to mock everyone. However, no one bothered to say anything because Yen Tang was too difficult to deal with, not to mention Lei Lan and Xianxia. If the 3 of them left, no one would have any confidence in facing Thunderclap Sword Demon. Patriarch Qiu's forehead was covered with sweat when he heard that and stuttered as he looked at Lin Yun. Brother Lin, how would you feel if I personally visited the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect in the future to apologize for today's matters? Don't worry. I have no intention of making things hard for you. I'm only here because of my orders. You don't have to feel bad about it. I'll be taking my leave now, smiled Lin Yun. Lin Yun was enraged, but he could only put up with it right now. After all, he preferred to let his sword do the talking. Leave. Yen Teng suddenly slammed on the table and startled everyone. All of the disciples in attendance began to tremble from the impact of the slam. Lin Yun locked his brows and wondered what Yen Teng was trying to do. When Yen Teng stood up, a cold light flashed through his pupils as he unleashed his killing aura, causing the temperature in the entire hall to drop. Who the hell do you think you are to come and go as you want? Do you think you're Yi Xiling? Did I permit you to leave? Yen Teng swept his gaze over and unleashed his aura toward Lin Yun. Since Lin Yun's sky sword intent was in complete mastery, he naturally had nothing to fear and merely looked at Yen Teng indifferently. What do you want? What do I want? Yen Teng sneered. Half a year ago, when the 4 major sects joined forces to deal with Thunderclap's sword demon, Yi Xiling was really arrogant. She treated us in disdain just because of her sky sword intent. I wasn't convinced by her power, so she taught me a lesson. Lin Yun didn't believe a word Yen Teng said. Yi Xiling might have a strong personality, but she wasn't someone who would make a move on someone without any reason. It was probably because Yen Teng ran his mouth that Yi Xiling taught him a lesson. Back then, Yi Xiling was arrogant, relying on her sky sword intent. But it's a pity that she still allowed Thunderclap's sword demon to escape. He even slew some garbage core disciples of your fleeting cloud sword sect. Haha, that was a ruthless slap to her face. If my senior brother was there, Thunderclap's sword demon wouldn't even last more than 3 moves, continued Xianfei. It was true that Thunderclap's sword demon had made the fleeting cloud sword sect suffer a considerable loss, but that had nothing to do with Lin Yun. Since Yen Teng had a grudge with Yi Xiling, he should look for her instead. Then again, now that Yi Xiling's sky sword intent had reached greater mastery, even an astral stage core disciple might not be her opponent. Are they coming after me because they couldn't do anything to Yi Xiling? Realizing this, rage began to blaze in Lin Yun's heart because the 3 sects were pathetic. Back then, Yi Xiling gave me 10 moves, so I'll also give you 10 moves. I won't make it difficult for you, and I'll only use half my strength. Of course, you can also refuse. A mocking smile rose on Yen Teng's lips. Kneel and kowtow 3 times. Admit to everyone that the fleeting cloud sword sect is garbage and you can leave. Ha ha ha. His words made the other disciples from the 3 major clans burst into laughter. Lin Yun, kneel if you don't have the courage to accept the challenge. Our senior brother Yen here is a ranked genius, so it's not humiliating to kneel before him. What courage can you have? Your entire fleeting cloud sword sect relies on a woman. If I was from the fleeting cloud sword sect, I definitely wouldn't have the face to stay. The other King's Suspend Palace's disciples behind Yen Teng began to burst into laughter fearlessly. They were certain that Lin Yun was a genius disciple of the fleeting cloud sword sect and that he wouldn't accept humiliation. If he really accepted the challenge, there was no doubt in their minds that Yen Teng would destroy Lin Yun in 5 moves. Then again, it would also be interesting to watch a genius kneel in front of them. The entire hall was terrifyingly quiet as everyone looked at Lin Yun with sympathy in their eyes. They all knew that Lin Yun was a genius, but it was a pity that he ran into Yen Teng. It was unreasonable for Yen Teng to humiliate Lin Yun. After all, Lin Yun wasn't even in the Empyrean realm. Just thinking about it made everyone shiver. Don't you think you're a little too much? Lin Yun questioned while suppressing his rage. He didn't want to start unnecessary fights as he was only staying in the profound Azure Manor for a year. He didn't want to involve himself in the grudges between the fleeting Cloud Sword sect and the other sections. But it seemed like others were determined to involve him. Do I, Yen Teng, need you to teach me? Yen Teng thought that Lin Yun was afraid and sneered. I naturally have no grudges with you, but I want to give some guidance to someone from the younger generation. If you don't give me any face, don't blame me for not giving you any face. Xianfei laughed. Brother Yen, why are you wasting your time with him? Lin Yun, either kneel or fight. Show us you're a real man. Didn't Brother Yen say that he would only use half of his strength? Don't tell me that you don't have any courage. The other disciples smiled bitterly when they heard that because Yen Teng and his group were really shameless. Yen Teng was already in the galaxy stage, so even if he only used half of his strength, he would be in the star stage. Lin Yun was clearly only in the Heavenly Soul Realm, so there was a huge gap between someone in the Heavenly Soul Realm and the Empyrean Realm in terms of the quality of their energy. It was clearly bullying even though they tried to make it sound righteous. "Come on then," said Lin Yun calmly while looking at Yen Teng. There was a huge difference in their strength, and it would be tough for them to fight unless Lin Yun revealed his identity as Flower Burial. But if Yen Teng was only using half of his strength, then there was nothing Lin Yun had to be afraid of. Lin Yun's reply left everyone surprised because they didn't think that Lin Yun would agree to it. Then again, they didn't think that Lin Yun had another solution right now unless he was really going to kneel and beg for forgiveness. "You're courageous." Yen Teng grinned with a sinister smile. "I told you, I'm only going to use half of my strength. If you can last 10 moves, then I won't make things difficult for you." The other disciples from the 3 clans also sneered when they heard that because Lin Yun was courting humiliation. It didn't matter how much Yen Teng suppressed his strength. They believed that Lin Yun would be defeated. First move. Yen Teng flashed and disappeared before everyone. When he reappeared, he was in front of Lin Yun, swinging his palm over at Lin Yun's face. His palm was accompanied by thunder and wind that made everyone gasp. But just when the slap was about to reach Lin Yun, the latter suddenly reached out and grabbed onto Yen Teng's wrist. This scene had left everyone shocked before they wondered if this was a coincidence. "You dare to stop me? Die!" Veins popped out on Yen Teng's forehead as he flew into a rage and pushed his palm down like a ferocious beast. Lin Yun didn't face him head-on and merely flashed to avoid this move. Just like that, Yen Teng's momentum carried him forward and his palms slapped the ground. When he turned back, his gaze locked onto Lin Yun and unleashed his second move. But Lin Yun merely used the Golden Crow 9 transformations and easily dodged this attack, leaving afterimages behind. Although Lin Yun's afterimages were destroyed by Yen Teng failed to even touch the corner of Lin Yun's clothes. Just like that, 7 moves had passed in the blink of an eye with Yen Teng unable to do anything to Lin Yun. It was so unbelievable to the crowd that they could only gasp in shock. Yen Teng's face began to sink as he unleashed his aura to lock Lin Yun in place. However, Lin Yun didn't seem to be restricted by it. After all, his Sky Sword intent was in complete mastery, and was only half a step from reaching the 4th grade. Not even an expert in the astral stage could do anything to him, not to mention someone in the galaxy stage. Relying on the Golden Crow 9 transformations, Lin Yun easily dodged Yen Teng's attacks, and 2 more attacks passed in the blink of an eye. Not that he was only left with 1 move left. Yen Teng cursed inwardly before he unleashed all of his strength. At this moment, he had unleashed all his cultivation, and a violent gale exploded out from him and swept through the hall. Lin Yun was caught by surprise and was forced to take several steps back. When he raised his head, a cold light flashed through his pupils because he was completely disappointed by the disciples of these 3 sections. He didn't think that they would be so shameless. "You're messing with me? I'm giving you guidance and all you do is dodge. Today, I'll teach you a lesson." Yen Teng was overwhelmed by fury and felt that he was fooled by Lin Yun. But just when he charged forth, a black blur had already dashed out with its claws directed at Yen Teng. "Watch out!" Lin Yun was shocked. It was Lil Red who stepped out, fearing that Lin Yun might be injured. Lil Red had yet to reach the Empyrean realm, and there was no way it could be a match for Yen Teng in its cat form. This had also surprised Yen Teng, and the origin energy around him was torn apart before he could even react, leaving wounds on his cheeks. Touching the blood on his cheeks, killing intent began to explode out from Yen Teng the next moment as he dashed toward that cat in the next moment. "You damned cat! You're courting death!" He was too quick for Lil Red and he didn't hold back any of his strength. So his palm landed on Lil Red with a loud explosion. Lil Red released a miserable howl before it fell onto the ground. Its bones had shattered under the palm and it could only lie on the ground. No matter how it struggled, Lil Red could only groan out in pain and couldn't get back up. Looking at this scene, Lin Yun's heart sank. "Brother Yen, are you all right?" Xianfei and Lei Lan's faces changed as they quickly came over. "Slaughter that cat and turn it into ashes." Yen Teng felt the stinging pain on his cheek and gnashed his teeth. The 2 didn't hesitate to make their moves and charged toward Lil Red. But just when they were about to reach Lil Red, Lin Yun soared into the sky and used the sword box to face Xianfei and Lei Lan's attacks. When Lin Yun took the attack, he let out a groan and his face turned pale. But he forced himself not to throw up blood by gnashing his teeth. Using his body to block the attack meant for Lil Red. How annoying! Yen Tung's face became sinister as he threw a palm out towards the sword box. The crowd was dumbfounded that the three of them would make a move against Lin Yun at the same time. Although the sword box had negated most of the damage, Lin Yun was still bleeding from the corner of his lips with one knee falling onto the ground. Looking at this scene, tears fell from Lil Red's eyes as it groaned. However, Lin Yun merely replied with a smile. In the next second, an outburst of white light exploded from the sword box that sent Yang Teng, Xian Fei, and Lei Lan flying. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Yun took Lil Red into his embrace and quickly left. Stop! Patriarch Chou's face sank seeing that Yen Teng's party was about to pursue Lin Yun. Are you guys going to kill a core disciple of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect in front of me? Yen Teng's group of three were briefly stunned before they recovered their composure. They had no intention of killing Lin Yun and only wanted to teach him a lesson, but they didn't expect that they would be fooled instead. Yen Teng was especially upset because he suffered a wound on his face. It was a great source of humiliation, but there was nothing they could do since Patriarch Chou had spoken. In the end, Yen Teng smiled. We were only messing around. It's not that serious. Everyone else also smiled and returned to their seats. No longer concealing his fury, Lin Yun wiped the blood off his lips and said, I've witnessed the grace of the three sections. Since you guys want to play, then we'll play. Before anyone could reply, he left with Lil Red. This instantly made the smile on Yen Teng's group of three disappear. Lin Yun was still so arrogant even after he managed to survive. They realized that they had to cripple Lin Yun no matter what. 100 miles away from the Chou clan's residence, Lil Red was in Lil Purple's embrace as she spoke with heartache in her eyes. Those bastards actually dared to injure Lil Red so badly? Lin Yun, you have to teach them a lesson no matter what. You think dogs will behave if you teach them a lesson? Lin Yun replied without changing the expression on his face. Then continue to teach them a lesson until they know how to behave, Lil Purple said. Dogs like them should be killed, said Lin Yun with a wisp of killing aura flashing through his pupils. When Lil Purple raised her head, she could see the terrifying chill on Lin Yun's face. Lin Yun's heart was already overwhelmed with a killing aura after seeing Yen Teng picking on him time and time again. Now that they dared to make a move on Lil Red, Lin Yun could no longer bear the killing intent in his heart. But fortunately, he still had his rationale and knew that it would only bring troubles to the fleeting Cloud Sword sect if he killed them. It just wasn't the right time to kill them. From their arrogance, Lin Yun could tell that the fleeting Cloud Sword sect's days hadn't been good. Furthermore, there was a chance they would escape if he made his move. After all, they were in the Pinnacle Galaxy stage, and even he wasn't confident of dealing with all of them even after revealing his identity as Flower Burial. If he had to make a move, he had to ensure that he could kill them. Lin Yun's words made Lil Purple feel a chill run down her spine as she saw the demon who slaughtered his way through the gold ranking of the Heavenly Path. After all, Lin Yun's journey in the Heavenly Path was forged by bones. Ever since he slaughtered his way through the servants of the Realm Sons in the Yellow Sandy Plain, everyone thought he was a demon. In fact, that was the moment where his title as Flower Burial began to spread. But after arriving in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, Lin Yun had calmed down a lot even after killing the demonic cultivators, so much so that he wouldn't even bother to deal with those who didn't provoke him unless they were on the list. But today, Lin Yun didn't hold back his rage and killing aura. With all of his experiences, his killing aura was a lot more terrifying than anyone had imagined. The three sects probably had no idea what kind of existence they offended. Lin Yun, they're all in the Pinnacle Galaxy stage. Even if you can wield the flute as a sword, it's still too impulsive, persuaded Lil Purple. She didn't want to see Lin Yun die. If it was just Yen Teng, Lin Yun could easily defeat him with his other identity as Flower Burial. But it didn't seem possible to her for Lin Yun to face all three of them. Do I look like an impulsive person? Lin Yun asked. No, replied Lil Purple. Rubbing Lil Purple on her head, Lin Yun replied, if I was impulsive, Yen Tong would be a dead man right now. However, I don't want to reveal my trump cards and identity. If I did, Thunderclap Sword Demon might not show up. Furthermore, Yen Tong's death would bring trouble to the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. Only then did Lil Purple realize that she overreacted. She could tell that Lin Yun wanted to kill the disciples of the three major sects and Thunderclap Sword Demon. So this is why you took 3 palms from them? Lil Purple asked. Well, I can't possibly watch Lil Red die, right? Lin Yun's gaze became gentle when he looked at Lil Red in Lil Purple's embrace. But the depth of his pupils was boiling with a killing aura. Not only did Yen Tong go against his words, but he even shattered all of Lil Red's bones with a palm. He was fortunate that Lil Red had a unique bloodline and also cultivated the ancient Dracope art. After all, Lil Red was fine after taking several droplets of True Dragon Saint Liquid. What's your current level with the flute? Lil Purple asked. Lin Yun usually cultivated alone, and Lil Purple wasn't around when he conversed with Luo Hua. Plus, Lin Yun didn't reveal his full strength over the past month. She was curious why Lin Yun was so confident. She knew that Lin Yun had a terrifying talent when it came to music, not to mention that he also had the divine indigo jade bamboo flute, which was comparable to a divine artifact. So he naturally made swift progress over the past 2 months. Looking at the stars in the sky, Lin Yun replied, "You'll know after 2 days." Humph! Lil Purple snorted, unhappy that Lin Yun wasn't going to tell her. But Lin Yun merely smiled before he took out a Nirvana pellet to heal his injuries. Although the sword box negated most of the damage from Yen Teng's group, he was still heavily injured due to his cultivation. But with the Nirvana pellet, he would be able to recover regardless of how heavy his injuries were. Although his injuries weren't so serious that he needed the Nirvana pellet, he still decided to use it because he knew that there would be an intense battle 2 days from now. The Nirvana pellet could not only heal his injuries completely, but it could also boost his cultivation. When night came, Yen Tong, Lan Lei, and Xianfei discussed how they should deal with Thunderclap Sword Demon in 2 days. After all, Thunderclap Sword Demon had an infamous reputation and would leave a note every time he made his move. But even so, he wasn't caught or killed despite the preparation of various sections. So none of them dared to underestimate Thunderclap Sword Demon. Brother Yen, it won't be easy to deal with the Thunderclap Sword Demon. You said that you're confident of winning, but I don't dare to believe your words, said Xianfei with his eyes flickering. Xianfei and Lei Lan were here because of Yen Teng, so they wanted to know why he was so confident. Wearing a mysterious smile, Yen Teng smiled. You'll know about it sooner or later, so I can tell you my secret. My senior brother gave me a saint artifact before I came here. When Xianfei and Lei Lan heard that, their faces became grave. Saint artifacts were artifacts that transcended Tao artifacts. Only a 9th grade saint spiritualist could forge one. Saint spiritualists were divided into 9 grades, and it wasn't easy to make a breakthrough in each grade. To be a 7th grade spiritualist, one needed to grasp 900 saint runes, which was a tough feat unlike Tao artifacts. Saint artifacts had a saint rune engraved on them, and the core was a transcendent saint rune or an incomplete divine rune. The more saint runes that were engraved in a saint artifact, the stronger it would be. Some saint artifacts even had thousands of saint runes engraved on them. In the profound azure manner, even a saint artifact with 100 saint runes was precious. It wasn't something that an Empyrean could possess. It would be hard even for an Elysium Core Realm Elder to possess a saint artifact, so the 4 major sects didn't have many saint artifacts. It was impossible for normal people to possess a saint artifact, but it was a different story for Yen Tang because his senior brother was Chu Tianhao, the chief disciple of the King's Suspend Palace. His cultivation was in the astral stage and he was ranked within the top 20,000 on the Empyrean ranking. He was also the strongest among the young generation. In the entire profound azure manner, not many people could compete with him. So it made sense that the King's Suspend Palace gave him a saint artifact as Chu Tianhao was destined to walk out of the profound azure manner. The profound azure manner hasn't been calm recently. First, Yi Xiling's Sky Sword intent reached greater mastery, which means that her rank will rise. And now, we have Flower Burial who seems to be the core disciple of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. sneered Yen Teng. The fleeting cloud sword sect's fortune has shown signs of growing once again. When Xian Fei and Lei Lan heard that, their hearts trembled because it seemed possible. But isn't that too impulsive for us to come out with men just because of that? Xian Fei asked cautiously. Yen Teng then smiled. That's because you have no idea of my senior brother's two objectives. One is to kill Thunderclap Sword Demon before Yi Xiling returns to the profound Azure Manor. He doesn't want to give her a chance to kill Thunderclap Sword Demon. Lei Lan and Xian Fei's eyes flashed when they heard that and instantly understood the plan. Half a year ago, Thunderclap Sword Demon fled from Yi Xiling and slew several core disciples in the process. He had already become a knot in Yi Xiling's heart, which was a huge blow to her. As long as she didn't undo this knot, there would be a flaw in her Sky Sword intent. What's the second objective then? Lei Lan asked. Yen Teng's face turned cold and said, Senior brother was pretty confident that Flower Burial will show up. If he does show up, we'll kill him regardless if he's a disciple from the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. Hearing that, Lei Lan and Xian Fei's hearts sank because that was really a good scheme from Chu Tianhao. There were rumors that he was in seclusion trying to reach the highest stage in the King's Suspend art. But even if he was in seclusion, it felt as though everything was still in his grasp. Although their senior brothers weren't weak, they were lacking compared to Chu Tianhao. Brother Yen, but weren't you a little too impulsive back in the day? Xian Fei asked, mentioning what happened during the day. No matter how he looked at it, Yen Teng was a little impulsive to try and make a move against Lin Yun before Patriarch Qiu. In the end, Yen Teng went back on his promise and even wanted to capture Lin Yun. Lin Yun was still a core disciple of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, and the Sword sect would definitely get revenge if anything happened to Lin Yun. I bet you guys know that someone has ascended the Sword Saint Mountain in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, right? Yen Teng asked. Both Xian Fei and Lei Lan nodded their heads because this matter had sent a great shock in the profound Azure Manor. The Sword Saint Mountain was famous in ancient Barren Domain, and the three sects had their eye on it for a long time. But now, someone had ascended the peak and broke the Millennium record, so how could they not know about it? He's the one, said Yen Teng, sending a great shock to Xian Fei and Lei Lan. They couldn't believe that the legend was forged by a person that they almost killed. If he isn't crippled, he'll become a great threat in the future. But it's a pity that he fled. Yen Teng touched the scar on his face with a sinister expression. But the outcome isn't bad. After all, we have yet to turn on the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, so there's no need to cripple him publicly. He must be heavily injured from our attacks, so he won't leave Flow Light Island for 3 days, said Xian Fei with a cold light flashing through his pupils. Yen Teng glanced at Xian Fei and Lei Lan, who were both smiling sinisterly. Clearly, the two of them shared the same thoughts. We'll look for him after dealing with Thunderclap Sword Demon. We have to get rid of the threat no matter what, said Yen Teng. Fate was rather miraculous. As Lin Yun and Yen Teng made plans against each other, while waiting for the arrival of Thunderclap's Sword Demon. 2 days later, the radiating silver moonlight lit up the Qiu clan's residence. However, no one was in the mood to admire the moon. Everyone, including Patriarch Qiu, had a face full of anxiety and solemnity. Today was the appointed time with Thunderclap's Sword Demon. Since the Qiu clan didn't prepare the divine astral pellets that Thunderclap's Sword Demon had requested, they needed to prepare for a massacre. Although Patriarch Qiu was composed, his eyes flashed with ferocity. He was determined to make Thunderclap's Sword Demon pay if he dared to show up. Right at this moment, a burst of laughter sounded out that broke the silence in the hall. Ha ha ha! Qiu clan, did you prepare the divine astral pellets that I asked for? The laughter was filled with arrogance, which made many people fearful. He's here. Thunderclap's Sword Demon was a brutal demonic cultivator that openly killed the core disciples of the 4 major sects. Furthermore, he was in the galaxy stage, and not many people could face him aside from some core disciples from the 4 major sections. There were even some rumors that he had even killed astral stage geniuses. Let's go! Patriarch Qiu took the lead without any change on his face. When the group came out of the hall, they could see a black figure standing on the roof up ahead. He was donned in black clothes, and he looked a lot younger than everyone had imagined. Additionally, he was enveloped with a baleful aura that made his handsome face look devilish. There were rumors that he was the disciple of a powerful sect in ancient barren domain with terrifying strength. However, he was expelled from the sect and forced to become a wandering cultivator. So if he didn't kill for resources, he wouldn't be able to make any progress in his cultivation. So as time passed, he naturally became a demonic cultivator. That's Thunderclap Sword Demon? Lin Yun was also looking at this person while wearing his silver mask. He could sense the demeanor of a disciple belonging to big sects from this person. It seemed like the rumors were true. Thunderclap Sword Demon was expelled from a powerful sect. 2 days had passed and Lin Yun had recovered from all his injuries. So much so that he even took a step further in his cultivation, strengthening the origin energy in his aura oceans by a lot. Even the demonic astral flowers in his aura oceans were shining brightly. Sorry, but my Cho clan can't afford 8,000 divine astral pellets. Then again, we wouldn't give it to you even if we could afford it, said Patriarch Cho coldly. No matter. I have always been a reasonable person. You can just give me your life. The Thunderclap Sword Demon grinned, but his words made everyone feel a chill down their spines. Then, he left behind afterimages as he landed on the empty ground before the hall. With an outburst of baleful aura, he forced all the Empyreans from the Cho clan to become pale. They were shocked to discover that their origin energy became stagnant and could no longer circulate properly. Wisps of faint crimson aura were emitted from the Thunderclap Sword Demon before spreading out on the ground like tentacles. The Cho clan's Empyreans felt like they were suffocating from the bizarre baleful aura. With each step that Lang Eahan took, everyone's hearts began to beat faster. After 7 steps, Lang Eahan came to a stop. He glared at those surrounding Patriarch Cho, making them go flying while spitting blood. In that split second, they felt like they were being grabbed by an invisible force with a hammer striking against their chests. But to Lang Eorin, it was just a small trick as he looked at Patriarch Cho and grinned. You still want to carry on? You think you can rely on these so-called core disciples to fend me off? Patriarch Cho's heart sank when he heard that. It appeared that Thunderclap Sword Demon knew of the core disciples that he gathered. The moment Thunderclap Sword Demon finished his words, figures began to charge out from various corners of the courtyard to seal off the entire area. When the core disciples from the various sects released their aura, they tried to restrict Lang Eorin. Their aura was like a mountain range pressing down on the Thunderclap Sword Demon, while Yenteng, Xianfei, and Lei Lan all hovered in the sky. All of them emitted starlight from their bodies while staring at Thunderclap Sword Demon. The Thunderclap Sword Demon is indeed decisive. Plus, the way you manipulate your baleful aura is brilliant. Yenteng smiled while he looked at Thunderclap Sword Demon calmly, with a smile full of confidence. Thunderclap Sword Demon looked around before he smiled. What a great formation. Looks like my head is pretty precious. He had no fear and even looked excited. This was also the reason why he left the Cho clan a note, declaring his arrival beforehand. After all, these core disciples were wealthy and carried many pellets bestowed to them by their sects. They might even have Holy Spirit martial techniques on them. This was his real target. After all, 15 days was enough for the Cho clan to shift their wealth away. Instead, he was focused on the wealth of the core disciples. Even though there were many core disciples around, they weren't guaranteed to have perfect chemistry. So he really could benefit from this encounter. He was confident because he had never failed once. Even if he ran into genuine experts, he only suffered some light injuries and was still able to flee. Me, Brother Lei, and Brother Xin will be responsible for dealing with him. The rest of you will just be responsible for sealing off the entire place to ensure that he doesn't escape. Yenteng's voice sounded out as he had no intention of letting anyone interfere in dealing with Thunderclap Sword Demon. His words were mainly meant for the other core disciples from their 3 sections. He didn't even consider the existence of the other sections. He knew that everyone was here to fish for benefits, and that they might even be an obstruction to the fight. So, he descended with Lei Lan and Xianfei in a triangle formation that sealed off every single direction of Thunderclap Sword Demon. Lei Lan slowly drew out a sword under the moonlight. He swung his Dao artifact sword casually, causing the ground to tremble violently. Meanwhile, Xianfei pulled out a staff while smiling sinisterly. As for Yentang, he merely stood with his hands behind him and didn't take out any weapon. But even so, the aura that he released was the strongest. As he circulated the King's Suspend art, he emitted a faint imperial pressure that slowly merged with his Empyrean aura. At this moment, he looked like an actual emperor. Everyone was shocked when they realized that there were no weaklings among the top sex. It didn't matter if it was Yentang or the others. Any single one of them could suppress the crowd. It seemed like there was hope to take Thunderclap's sword demon down. Looking at this scene, Lang Aoran smiled. I love dealing with you disciples from the 4 major sects. But it's a pity that there are no disciples from the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. Don't worry. After tonight, there will be no more Thunderclap's sword demon in the profound Azure manner. Yentang smiled. Ha ha ha. Thunderclap's sword demon laughed as the baleful aura slowly squirmed around him, causing the ferocious aura emitted from him to rise even further. His laughter was like a demonic tune that echoed in everyone's ears. If one didn't have strong willpower, they would be dragged into an illusion by the burst of laughter and enveloped in fear. In the next second, several people became bloodshot. Let's go. Yentang's face changed, not wanting to give Thunderclap's sword demon any advantages. Divine Demon Subduing Staff. Xianfei was the first to make his move, using his staff to execute the famous Demon Subduing Staff from the Azure Thunder Monastery. Lightning flickered on the surface of his body and the staff before he used his staff to make a stab. Instantly, he created a hole in the space before him while countless Buddhist runes swiftly formed a majestic painting. The huge sound produced by his attack interrupted Thunderclap's sword demon's burst of laughter as the painting formed into a golden mark that flew towards Thunderclap's sword demon. Dancing celestial cranes in the depth of white clouds. Lei Lan's figure began to turn illusory as his sword aura manifested into a sea of clouds. When the sword ray bloomed in the sea of clouds, the sword ray looked like a celestial crane. Then Yentang pushed his palm out. Although he used the least amount of effort, his attack was the strongest. A gigantic palm descended from the sky, while heaven and earth began to shrink in size. The 3 of them didn't hold back as they executed their strongest attacks. Clearly, they didn't want the battle with Thunderclap's sword demon to drag on. Well done. Thunderclap's sword demon smiled and a sword appeared in his hand before anyone could respond. He merely responded with a swing of his sword. As a crimson sword ray flew out, the mark that was flying towards him was cut in half. Then he swung his sword once more, unleashing a crimson sword ray that manifested into a python. The python soared into the sky and clashed with Lei Lan's attack, resolving the attack. Then, Lang Aoran unleashed another crimson sword ray that manifested into a dragon. The crimson demonic dragon collided with the gigantic palm descending from the sky. Just like that, Lang Aoran easily dealt with the attacks from the 3 core disciples from 3 major sects. In the end, Xianfei took 5 steps back, Lei Lan took 7 steps back, and Yentang took 2 steps back. You are still too tender to fight me. Lang Aoran's eyes flashed coldly with a disdain on his face. It was so humiliating that the faces of Yentang's group became ugly. Although they knew that there was a difference between them and Lang Aoran, they didn't think that the difference would be so huge. Tonight, I'll show you why I, Lang Aoran, am called Thunderclap's sword demon. Lang Aoran roared as his killing aura dyed the entire night red. Even the moon was dyed red like a bashful beauty. Lang Aoran revealed a devilish smile under the crimson moon that made everyone feel a chill run down their spines. Even Yentang's group became serious at this scene. Watch out! Yentang suddenly yelled. When he was done, Lang Aoran swung his sword. Only Yentang could respond in time. However, his punch was instantly resolved by Lang Aoran with a simple swing of the sword. In the next second, Lang Aoran appeared before Yentang. After resolving Yentang's punch, he used his sword ray to leave a blood mark on Yentang's body. Yentang was already quickly retreating, but he still suffered a wound to his right shoulder and revealed a painful expression. Divine Demon Subduing. Xianfei charged over with his staff. It seemed like he could level a mountain with his staff. It was a ferocious attack, but Lang Aoran unleashed a crimson beam that knocked Xianfei's staff away. Then, sword rays broke through the layer of clouds and bolted towards Lang Aoran's neck. Lang Aoran merely smiled before he turned around. Before Lei Lan could get close to him, his sword ray turned into a crimson dragon that sent Lei Lan flying. Die! When Yen Teng landed on the ground, he disregarded his injury and threw another punch at Lang Aoran. Again, Lang Aoran stabbed his sword to face Yen Teng's attack. Under a huge explosion, Yen Teng was forced to take several steps back before he finally managed to stabilize himself. Ha ha ha! You guys are too tender, Lang Aoran sneered. He didn't want to give the three of them any more opportunities, so he unleashed his terrifying aura. The crowd was shocked that Lang Aoran could suppress the geniuses of three major sects all by himself. However, it made sense since Lang Aoran's sword aura fused with his baleful aura and thunder intent. Plus, he had pinnacle spiritual sword intent. The combination of all three manifested a vivid dragon aura that was terrifying. So in less than an hour, he left Yen Teng's group with many injuries. Meanwhile, he was full of smiles. Is he really in the galaxy stage? Everyone was dumbfounded because their cultivation level wasn't that far off from Lang Aoran's cultivation. However, there was still a huge difference in their strengths. Most importantly, Lang Aoran didn't look a day older than 30. This meant that the rumors might be true and he was once the disciple of a powerful sect in the ancient barren domain. Sky-shattering 9 dragons. Unleashing a sword ray, Lang Aoran's attack manifested into a crimson ocean. When the sword ray bloomed, 9 dragons broke out from the surface of the ocean and sent Yen Teng's group flying. When the 3 of them landed on the ground, their faces were terrifyingly pale and blood dripped from their lips. Raising their heads to look at Lang Aoran once more, their eyes were filled with dense fear. They now knew why Lang Aoran could escape under Yi Xiling. So it turns out that Lang Aoran's strength had already exceeded their imagination, and even an astral stage expert might not be able to be his opponent. There were many geniuses who fled after watching the battle. As for those who stayed behind, they retreated a safe distance away from the fight. Looks like the 3 major sects have declined. I haven't even warmed up. Lang Aoran looked at Yen Teng's group of 3 with ridicule. Humiliating core disciples was his greatest hobby, especially when he saw the fear in their eyes. But something seemed to be different about this situation because he didn't see any signs of panic. Do they have a trump card? Wearing a smile, Lang Aoran became even more interested. You're strong. Yen Teng wiped the blood off his lips and sneered. If I didn't have a trump card, I'd probably be begging you to spare me by now. Either way, you're going to die today. Yen Teng tapped his interspatial pouch and took out a gorgeous silver spear that emitted a charming luster. When he held onto the spear, a boundless Saint Glory soared into the sky and broke through the crimson sky. Instantly, the moon went back to silver. Looking at the long spear in Yen Teng's hand, everyone's jaws nearly dropped off because they could tell that it was a saint artifact. It seemed like the saint artifact imperial hook that belonged to the king's suspend palace. The tip of the spear was similar to a fish hook, which was how it gained its name. Even in the ancient barren domain, saint artifacts were extremely rare. So everyone was shocked to see Yen Teng pull out a saint artifact. Even Lang Aoran felt his blood boil as he had finally baited a big fish. Kill him! Yen Teng held onto the spear and charged towards Lang Aoran without any emotions in his eyes. In his eyes, Lang Aoran was already a dead person when he brought out the saint artifact. Stabbing the spar forward, a torrential saint aura surged and restricted the baleful aura around Lang Aoran. The crimson baleful aura went back into Lang Aoran's body, alleviating the pressure on Xianfei and Lei Lan. They quickly unleashed their holy spirits once they were no longer restricted. Lang Aoran had to admit that the pressure from the saint artifact was a huge problem for his movement technique, astral energy, sword intent, and baleful aura. However, he didn't think much of it and summoned his crimson dragon holy spirit. When the 3 holy spirits clashed in the courtyard, the shockwave from the collision destroyed the entire Chiu clan's residence. Suddenly, The spear in Yen Tang's hand suddenly radiated with brilliant silver color from the densely packed Saint runes. Then, a silver beam shot forth and collided with Lang Aoran's body, instantly creating a bloody hole in his body. Humph! Serves you fight for trying to fight me. Yen Tang snickered when he saw this scene. Simultaneously, Xian Fei and Lei Lan's attacks also landed on Lang Aoran, causing Lang Aoran to spit up even more blood. The crowd was shocked when they saw the power of the Saint artifact. Lang Aoran lost his advantage as soon as Yen Tang brought out the Saint artifact. So the crowd couldn't help but wonder how powerful the spear would be in Chu Tianhao's hands. Yen Tang maintained an indifferent expression with killing intent flashing through his pupils. When Lang Aoran was sent flying by Xian Fei and Lei Lan, Saint runes began to shine on the spear as over 50 Saint runes were activated in the blink of an eye. When the Saint runes lit up, the spiritual energy in the atmosphere began to start pouring into the spear. When the spear was done accumulating spiritual energy, Yen Tang stomped his foot on the ground. Cracks spread like cobwebs underneath his foot as he shined like a bright moon. After 100 Saint runes lit up, a terrifying aura swept out and left the crowd dumbfounded. At this moment, they finally had a distinct understanding of the power of the Saint artifact. This game has come to an end. Brandishing the silver spear in his hand, Yen Tang disappeared before everyone. When he reappeared, he was already on the ground emitting silver light. At this moment, his spear had broken through layers of crimson light. Crimson dragons were wailing as they were destroyed by Yen Tang's astral energy. Then, Yen Tang pointed his spear at Lang Aoran's heart. Is he about to die? The crowd wondered if the infamous demonic cultivator of the profound Azure Manor was about to be killed. Although it felt unrealistic, the power of the Saint artifact exceeded their wildest imaginations. Die! Yen Tang roared as he tried to tear Lang Aoran apart. But all of a sudden, a bizarre scene unfolded. Sparks flew off of Lang Aoran's chest after the collision. Somehow, he blocked Yen Tang's attack. Everyone looked at Lang Aoran with disbelief. They realized that he was wearing a layer of metallic armor. The armor looked heavy and emitted a terrifying aura like a naturally formed battle cloth. The profound sky-heavy armor, Yen Tang exclaimed. You're a disciple of the ancient Barren Domain's profound sky sect. The power of a Saint artifact is really strong. It's a shame that you can't even bring out a tenth of its power. You might as well give it to me. Lang Aoran laughed as blood dripped from his pale face. Before Yen Tang could respond, Lang Aoran had reached out and grabbed onto the spear. Lei Lan and Xian Fei were both surprised when they heard about the profound sky sect. This was a secret technique of the profound sky sect that only disciples of the profound sky sect could learn, and the profound sky sect was the strongest sect in the ancient Barren Domain. Thinking about it, Lei Lan and Xian Fei were both surprised. They couldn't figure out what a disciple of the profound sky sect was doing in the profound Azure Manor. But regardless of their thoughts, Yen Tang, who had just unleashed his attack, had exhausted a great deal of his astral energy. In a split second, Lang Aoran stole Yen Tang's Saint artifact. Ha ha ha! It's been 3 years. I've finally found something interesting in this goddamned place. A Saint artifact, ha ha ha! Lang Aoran held onto the spear as his facial expression became distorted with excitement. Looking at Lang Aoran, Yen Tang regretted what he just did. He finally understood that Lang Aoran purposely got injured. Seeing this scene, the core disciples of the other sects fled without any hesitation. Since all of you are here, you might as well stay behind. Ha ha ha! Lang Aoran laughed and held onto the silver spear with both his hands and swung it around, fully unleashing his baleful aura. The baleful aura that he swung manifested into a terrifying and powerful gale that was accompanied by a ferocious dragon roar. As a dragon soared into the sky with a crimson gale, the escaping disciples were swept back to Lang Aoran. Once again, everyone was within range of his baleful aura. Their faces were pale and they couldn't move because fear was plastered on their faces. Now the game has finally begun. So who should I start with? Lang Aoran held onto the spear and glared at Patriarch Chiu. Sensing the gaze, Patriarch Cho was terrified to the point that he fell to the ground and began to panic. Even the other Empyreans of the Cho clan fell to their knees in panic. Lord Sword Demon, please spare our lives. We're all innocent. Listening to many people begging him to spare their lives, a burst of laughter came from Lung Aoran. At this moment, Patriarch Cho crawled forward and kneeled before saying, Lord Sword Demon, I'll take full responsibility for the matter today. I'll prepare the 8,000 divine astral pellets that you want within half a month. If you want to kill someone, kill me and let the rest of the Cho clan go. No, 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 no. Lung Aoran grinned. Please don't misunderstand. You've contributed the most out of anyone here. After all, how could I obtain a saint artifact without you? You don't have to worry about anything. I'll save you for last. As he laughed, Lung Aoran turned to Yenteng's group. Xianfei and Lei Lan panicked as they turned to look at their leader Yenteng. Calming himself down forcibly, Yenteng's eyes flickered and said, Lord Sword Demon, since you're a noble disciple of the profound Sky Sect, you must have an important task to be in the profound Azure Manor. If you're willing, I'm willing to serve you. Hearing those words, Lung Aoran was surprised before he smiled. You're not strong, but you're not stupid. You barely have the qualification to be my dog. Thank you, my lord. Yenteng's eyes flashed with joy as he fell to his knees. He had already sorted everything out in his mind. He knew that he would only face death if he returned to the sect without the saint artifact. But if he followed Lung Aoran, he wouldn't have to die. Not bad. Lung Aoran's eyes flashed with satisfaction before he pointed at the core disciples of the other sections. With a smile, he said, Then help me kill them. Yenteng's face instantly changed when he heard that because these people were all core disciples from various sects. If he killed them, he wouldn't have any hope of recovering. After all, he would be making enemies with the entire profound Azure Manor. Furthermore, his reputation would also be ruined because he practically bowed for survival and became the servant of a demonic cultivator. But Yenteng made his decision and got back on his feet. Indeed, there's no need for my lord to dirty his hands with these people. Yenteng was a decisive person after he made up his mind. But when the core disciples of the other sects saw Yenteng walking towards them, they had disbelief in their eyes. Didn't Yenteng say that he would kill Thunderclap's Sword Demon? In the blink of an eye, Yenteng had become Lung Aoran's servant. Yenteng, are you insane? Yenteng, you're a genius of the King's Suspend Palace. Don't you have any backbone? A genius barked. I won't bother talking to a group of dead people, replied Yenteng. Looking at this scene, Lung Aoran smiled because Yenteng was qualified to be his servant. Not to mention that his harvest today was simply unimaginable. So Lung Aoran was in a good mood right now. Just when Yenteng was about to kill everyone here, flute music began to sound out under the moonlight. As the flute music gradually got closer, the sword intent contained in the music began to start boiling, while a silver figure gradually approached from the darkness. Hearing the flute music, everyone could feel their blood boiling violently. Flower burial is here, someone shouted upon hearing the flute music. After all, the title Flower Burial had been making waves in the profound Azure Manor recently. All the demonic cultivators who were targeted by him were killed without exception. Flower Burial? Yenteng was instantly dumbfounded because he had no idea why Flower Burial showed up. After all, it was too much of a coincidence that Flower Burial showed up just when he made up his mind to kill the core disciples of the other sects. He had already thrown his face away, and he would no longer have any face to stay in the profound Azure Manor anymore in the future. Realizing this fact, Yenteng's face was ugly as he clenched his fist tightly. When Patriarch Cho saw the silver figure approaching, he had a joy on his face and gradually got back on his feet. We're saved! When the flute music came to a stop, Lin Yun lowered the divine indigo jade bamboo flute. Since he wore a silver mask, no one could see his expression. However, they could tell that he was looking at Lung Aoran with indifference. One more came to die. Lung Aoran looked at the silver figure and grinned while holding onto the silver spear with both hands. The night was dyed in crimson and the moon was blood red like a bewitching. Lin Yun stood firmly in this atmosphere with his silver mask. He emitted a silver radiance while his silver hair draped down longer than normal. As his hair fluttered in the wind, Lin Yun held onto the divine indigo jade bamboo flute. Lung Aoran wore a devilish smile as he smiled like an Azura from hell. Staring at Lin Yun, he said, "I'm surprised that you dare to show up after seeing my profound sky-heavy armor and saint artifact." He felt traces of someone observing his battle with Yen Teng's group, but he was worried about it. Seeing that it was Lin Yun, he had no worries because he had the saint artifact. In his mind, Flower Burial was courting death. "Let's go then." Lin Yun glanced at the hole on Lung Aoran's shoulder. If Lung Aoran was in top state, Lin Yun might be fearful of the saint artifact. But now that Lung Aoran was injured and his trump cards were all revealed, there was nothing to be afraid of. "Looks like you really need to be taught a lesson. Let me see who you are under your mask." Lung Aoran smiled before stepping forward. He was so fast that he disappeared. But as soon as he moved, music started to play once again. At this moment, an iris flower appeared in front of Lung Aoran. Lung Aoran swung his spear to destroy the iris flower, which stopped him in his tracks. Then, more music empowered by Sky Sword intent swept out before he could react. Lin Yun played the flute with his eyes closed while his clothes violently fluttered in the wind. One after another, iris flowers were leaving his body. They moved with the music that obscured the entire region like heavy rain. It sounded beautiful to everyone. Lung Aoran's face became ugly because he was initially planning to suppress Lin Yun to remove the mask. However, Lin Yun forced him to retreat instead. He was moving so fast that his attacks were leaving behind afterimages to destroy the iris flowers and sword rays, but he couldn't move forward. Now, a tidal wave of flower petals was flying over, leaving a cut on Lung Aoran's cheek. "You've successfully annoyed me." Lung Aoran's eyes blazed with raging flames as he poured his astral energy into the saint artifact. In that split second, the saint runes bloomed with a violent aura much stronger than when Yen Teng wielded the spear. Just like that, the petals were easily dealt with. Suddenly, Lin Yun's music turned into a long tune that sounded like a tornado. His sky sword intent started surging, going from lesser mastery to complete mastery. Lung Aoran's spear was stopped when it was 2 feet away from Lin Yun due to the sky sword intent. Although the spear radiated brightly, it couldn't break apart the barrier formed by sky sword intent. Simultaneously, Lin Yun opened his eyes as his tune went into a piercing sharp section that manifested into a wind dragon tearing apart the crimson night. The crimson veil in the sky was torn apart and starlight shined down. Lin Yun's fingers began to move swiftly on the flute, pushing the song-dancing indigo phoenix to the limit, which distorted the starlight around him. Sword rays flew out of his body and quickly formed a sword array. In a moment, boundless sword intent poured out at Lung Aoran. Lin Yun's retaliation caused Lung Aoran's face to change, as he quickly switched from his spear to his sword. As a swordsman, he was naturally more proficient in the way of the sword. Sword rays danced on his sword and intertwined into a crimson dragon. Charging forward, the crimson dragon crashed into the sword array. However, the sword array stood firmly like a mountain. No matter what, the crimson dragon couldn't affect the sword ray. Just like that, everyone watched as Lung Aoran was constantly pushed back by Lin Yun. Lung Aoran naturally couldn't accept the fact that he was being pushed back by Lin Yun and swung his sword out. What accompanied his sword was a crimson ocean that spread out with 9 dragons. Sky-shattering 9 dragons. In that split second, the entire sky was dyed red and everyone could tell that Lung Aoran had gone mad. But facing the insane Lung Aoran, Lin Yun calmly started playing his flute. Every note felt heavy like a colossal mountain in the sky that caused heaven and earth to tremble violently. Then, the iris sword array around him began to revolve clockwise. Primal origin, unrivaled. With the massive sword array revolving, Lin Yun's sword intent began to grow even more terrifying. After the iris sword array made 9 reverse circulations, Lin Yun's sword intent was on the brink of reaching the 4th grade. Right at this moment, the crimson dragon collided with the sword array, producing a dazzling brilliance. It was shocking to see someone force Lung Aoran backwards with a simple flute. Amidst the brilliance, a phoenix cry sounded out with the sun rising behind Lin Yun. When the light dispelled all the crimson light in the sky, Lin Yun walked from out of the sun like a deity. When the 9 dragons were torn into pieces by the sword array, Lung Aoran threw up a mouthful of blood. Then, the ice phoenix from the array charged at him before he could catch his breath. When the ice phoenix flew over, the flute music cast a layer of radiance on it. Then, the ice phoenix reached Lung Aoran, sending him flying away. Profound sky-heavy armor. Just when everyone felt that Lung Aoran would die, he revealed his armor with metallic luster. His power was now so close to the astral stage. The spectators were dumbfounded because Lung Aoran was the first to reveal a trump card. Donned in heavy armor, Lung Aoran forcibly charged through the music while his eyes turned red. But as he approached, his armor started to crack. Although he arrived at the sword array, his armor was breaking faster than the sword array was breaking. "Flower burial, you're dead." Lung Aoran laughed and stabbed out with his sword. He had already calculated everything. He knew that Lin Yun's dancing indigo phoenix was coming to an end, so he just needed to persevere. If he could make it through the last bit of the sword array, he could kill Lin Yun. Just like that, everyone watched as a spear stabbed towards Lin Yun's chest. However, Lung Aoran was shocked to discover that Lin Yun's heart was shrouded in saint runes, and that his sword couldn't budge any further. Seeing this, he decided to retreat. He was decisive, but too late. Lin Yun lowered his flute and flicked his finger. 7 layers of flower seas appeared behind Lin Yun as he flicked his finger with a boundless sword ray. Lung Aoran's armor shattered instantly as he went flying with a terrifying wound. His face turned pale as his aura weakened significantly as he landed on the ground. Not daring to stay any longer, he dragged his tattered body away. Blood was also leaking from Lin Yun's mouth. Although Lung Aoran wasn't able to pierce through his heart thanks to the mask, Silver Moon, he was still injured. However, his injuries weren't as serious as Lung Aoran's injuries. "Lin Yun, are you all right?" Lil Purple asked nervously from inside the sword box. "Don't worry about me. Go and chase after him, he won't be able to escape," said Lin Yun. "But someone is coming. Don't worry about it. I know who it is, so just chase after him," explained Lin Yun. "Okay," replied Lil Purple. Then, Lin Yun sat down on a rock. It didn't take long for Yentang, Xianfei, and Leilan to appear. They were rushing over with malice on their faces. Yentang was particularly happy when he saw the blood on Lin Yun's lips. He knew that Lin Yun would be injured from Lung Aoran's attack. "Flower burial, you didn't expect this, right?" Yentang smiled with joy in his eyes because Lin Yun wasn't strong enough to kill Lung Aoran. However, there was still the matter of the stolen saint artifact. If he returned to King Suspend Palace empty-handed, he would be killed. However, it would be a different story if he returned with Flower Burial's head. There might be a small chance that his senior brother would spare him. He's been hunting demonic cultivators over the past month, so he must have a lot of treasures. Xianfei's eyes flickered with greed as he licked his lips. "Haha! His mask might also be a saint artifact," Leilan said with his eyes blazing. When Yentang heard that, flames began to blaze in his eyes. If he could return with the mask, he might not be punished at all. Without any hesitation, Yentang, Xianfei, and Leilan issued a similar order. "Kill him!" The 3 of them were heavily injured, but they didn't dare to bet on the fact that Lin Yun could no longer retaliate. They didn't want to take any risks, so they pointed at the disciples to do their work. The disciples of the 3 sects looked at Lin Yun with killing intent. However, they remembered Lin Yun's earlier performance, so they had traces of fear in their eyes. "Are you guys sure you guys want to listen to him?" Lin Yun asked, glancing at everyone. "Kill him. We'll split his wealth," Yentang said, gritting his teeth. Upon hearing that, the other disciples no longer hesitated. Looking at the disciples charging at him, Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly. He placed the divine indigo jade bamboo flute by his lips and played the overlord sword. The song felt like a violent storm that came and went. In just a brief moment, the flute music had already torn the sky apart with bolts of lightning. Before the disciples of the three sects could even get close to Lin Yun, they were beheaded by the music. Just like that, blood splashed around like the surroundings were being painted red. Yentang, Xianfei, and Lei Lan turned white as their legs trembled. Is this flower burial strength? Is this the strength that forced Thunderclap's sword demon to flee for his life? Now that they looked at it again, Thunderclap's sword demon's strength surpassed their wildest imagination. However, flower burial was even more terrifying than the Thunderclap demon's sword. Lin Yun suddenly stood up on the rock and coldly gazed at Yen Tang's group. Under his flute music, blood started to drip from their mouths as music lingered in their ears. You really think that I can't put up a fight anymore? I bet you didn't know that I've been waiting for you, Lin Yun said coldly. Who the hell are you? Yen Tang spoke with fear in his voice. Who am I? Have you already forgotten about me so quickly? Lin Yun smiled before he took off the silver mask, revealing his true appearance to Yentang, Xianfei, and Lei Lan. The jaws of Yentang, Xianfei, and Lei Lan dropped. They couldn't believe that flower burial was Lin Yun, who was only in the heavenly soul realm. How is this possible? Placing the flute on his waist, Lin Yun appeared before the three of them and locked his gaze onto Yen Tang, sending chills down the latter's spine. Yen Tang wanted to kneel and beg for mercy, but his legs wouldn't listen to him no matter how much he trembled. Since your dog legs can't even stand, there's no need for you to have them. Lin Yun grabbed the flower burial sword and swung it. Yen Tang's knees were instantly shattered as he fell to the ground. Lin Yun, you're courting death, Yen Tang roared while looking at Lin Yun. You bastard! If you dare to kill me, you'll bring a tragic consequence to the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. Since your dog eyes like to look down on people so much, you might as well not have them. Swinging his sword once more, Lin Yun destroyed Yen Tang's eyes. Immediately, blood poured out of Yen Tang's eye sockets. My eyes! Yen Tang panicked and covered his face with both hands. Since you like to bully others so much with your dog paws, it's best that you don't have them. Lin Yun swung his sword once more, instantly slicing off Yen Tang's arms. No! 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 Yen Tang roared in despair as he was filled with regret. He never expected that the heavenly soul realm ant he had humiliated 2 days ago would take revenge against him in such a bloody manner. You injured my pet and humiliated me. So let me help you remove your head from your body. When Lin Yun swung his sword one last time, Yen Tang was decapitated. The scene greatly terrified Xianfei and Lei Lan. Just who the hell did they offend? Without any hesitation, the two of them fell to their knees and begged, Lin Yun, why Yen Tang was the mastermind. It had nothing to do with us. I'm a fair person. Since the two of you gave me a palm back then, I'll give you one sword. Ignoring the two of them, Lin Yun swung his sword out once more before sheathing it. Blood splashed from both their necks, causing Xianfei and Lei Lan to hold their necks. But no matter how tightly they held their necks, they couldn't stop the blood from flowing. Now that Lin Yun was done with what he wanted to, he put on the silver mask once more. Immediately, his hair turned silver as he flew through the sky. By the time the core disciples came back, Lin Yun was enveloped in the moonlight while he played his flute. It was a song filled with sorrow because he couldn't find a partner to play with. At the same time, it was a blood-boiling song that expressed his extraordinary sword. It didn't take long for all of the core disciples to arrive at the corpses of the three major sections. Even Patriarch Cho arrived on the scene with Empyreans of the Cho clan. When Flower Burial was stabbed in the heart by Lang Aoran, Yen Tang was the first to react. He rushed over with disciples of the three major sections. So by the time everyone noticed that there was something wrong with the situation, they charged over. After all, their lives were saved by Flower Burial. However, the actions of Yen Tang's group showed that they wanted to take advantage of Flower Burial. Flower Burial would have been heavily injured since he took a sword to the heart, and there was no way Yen Tang could let such an opportunity go. The outcome was different than what everyone imagined. Instead of Yen Tang fighting Flower Burial, there was a pile of corpses. When they found the body of Yen Tang, they saw that he was tortured to death. Despite his tragic outcome, no one felt pity for him. In contrast, they were rejoicing on the inside. Yen Tang had completely humiliated the sects by bowing to Thunderclap Sword Demon and promising to kill all the disciples present. How could they possibly forgive him? When they raised their heads, they saw flower burial flying away while playing music that resonated with heaven and earth. It was a sad and lonely song. Lin Yun flew far away before he reached the border of Flow Light Island. When he landed on a rock, he looked at the barren ocean, but he didn't stop playing the flute. Half an incense's time later, a white figure reappeared with Lil Red in her embrace. Looking at Lil Purple's arrival, Lin Yun finally lowered his flute and looked at her. Lil Purple's face became red from his gaze and replied, "I lost him." "You lost him?" Lin Yun was surprised to hear that because he was sure that Lang Aoran was heavily injured and on his last breath. Although Lil Purple couldn't put up a fight, it shouldn't be an issue for Lil Red to deal with him. He's heavily injured, but he ran to somewhere bizarre. The entire ocean is enveloped in a demonic light that looks weird, so I came back first, replied Lil Purple. The demon domain. Lin Yun suddenly knew what the place was after listening to Lil Purple's explanation. If that was really the case, then it would be hard for them to chase after him. When the Golden Era ended many years ago, Kunlun Realm underwent a long period of chaos enveloped in darkness. It was a dark era full of disaster and chaos. The ending of that chaotic aura gave birth to tens of thousands of saint clans that took control of the situation. Then, the saints fought each other with countless saints and sects falling. However, it still couldn't compare to the Dark Era. 3 millennia ago, 9 emperors appeared and suppressed everyone, re-establishing the Divine Dragon Empire and rule of Kunlun Realm. Only then did Kunlun Realm calm down on the surface. The Divine Dragon Empire then went on to set up manors and counties that they controlled. It allowed Kunlun Realm to flourish once again while cultivation reached an unprecedented height that was slowly closing in on the Golden Era. All of this was thanks to the order established by the Divine Dragon Empire. However, there were also territories that the Divine Dragon Empire didn't have control over, such as remote regions like the Profound Azure Manor. Although there were manor lords and county lords here, the territory was basically controlled by various sects. The demon domain belonged to the heartless demon emperor of the 9 emperors. He was the emperor of all demons and reigned over all the demonic forces. The demon domain amounted to 1/9 of the entire Kunlun realm as it had many demonic forces. Since it was where demonic forces were gathered, it naturally gained the name demon domain. The demon domain was the residence of the demonic emperor, but there were other domains that were part of the demonic forces. Those domains were called the lesser demon domains. The demon domain was a genuine boundless territory that occupied a vast land in Kunlun realm. The lesser demon domain was much smaller as it was occupied by simple demonic cultivators. But no one really paid any mind to the lesser demon domains. After all, light and darkness coexisted. The lesser demon domain was a gathering for demonic cultivators and also a black market that many righteous sects would use to purchase some resources. So the demon domains had a reason to exist. This was the explanation from the fleeting Cloud Sword sect's books and Luohua. Naturally, Luohua was a direct descendant of a saint clan with information that exceeded anything Lin Yun could imagine. 10,000 saints and 9 emperors. Did that many things happen during the time I was asleep? Lil Purple wore a complex expression with disdain on her face. Humph! Since when is the title of an emperor so easily obtained? I'll annihilate all of them when I restore my strength. You're making things difficult for me. Lin Yun smiled. The 9 emperors were the Buddha Emperor, Demonic Emperor, Demon Emperor, Sword Emperor, the Empress, Blade Emperor, Lightning Emperor, White Emperor, and Southern Emperor. The 9 emperors were legendary figures that hadn't appeared in public for a long time. There were even rumors that they were already dead. Even if Lil Purple had sufficient strength, she wouldn't be able to find the emperors. Lil Purple pouted. Humph! You have no idea of my ability. Lin Yun smiled when he heard that, but just when he was about to speak, he threw up a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Lil Purple panicked and asked, Hey, You're not really going to die, right? It doesn't matter, replied Lin Yun while wiping the blood off. After all, he had taken a sword to his heart, and he would have died if he didn't have the mask Silver Moon. His injuries weren't serious, but he forcibly made a move against the disciples of the three sects earlier that worsened his injuries. Don't you have more Nirvana pellets? Why don't you take another one? Lil Purple urged. Lin Yun rolled his eyes when he heard that. Are Nirvana pellets that common? They're a divine elixir that can revive someone as long as they have one breath left. It was even effective even in the Empyrean realm. Lin Yun only had 6 of them left, so he would naturally cherish them preciously. He already used one of the pellets 2 days ago, but that's because he had no other choice. Humph. Why are you treating it as a treasure? Back then, one breath from me was 100 times more precious than a Nirvana pellet. Lil Purple replied in disdain after seeing what a miser Lin Yun was. Since you can do that, why don't you show me right now? Lin Yun smiled. This Empress. Lil Purple's face turned red. I can't do that right now. Lin Yun smiled and chuckled because he was used to Lil Purple boasting. Taking out several blood flame pellets, Lin Yun sat down to recover. Hee. Let me play with these for a bit. Lil Purple took the mask off of Lin Yun's face and took his jade flute. Lin Yun was about to stop her, but he didn't. Hee. They're mine now. Lil Red. Let's go. Lil Purple laughed before she patted Lil Red on the head. After Lil Red transformed into its warhorse form, it began to gallop on the ocean. When Lil Purple put on the mask, her hair and dress turned silver. Then, she played the flute while waves rose on the ocean. This lass. Lin Yun wore a smile. Lil Purple had followed him to kill many demonic cultivators in the past month, so he wanted her to have some fun. But after staying with Lil Red for so long, she had also become a little money hungry. Fortunately, she was adorable and would be an adorable thief if she became one. Lin Yun smiled and then focused on the medicinal effect of the blood flame pellet bursting out. As he recovered, he recalled his fight with Thunderclap's sword demon. He had to admit that his cultivation was really holding him back. If it wasn't for his flute, he wouldn't even last more than 10 moves against a galaxy stage expert. Then again, wielding the flute as a sword wasn't invincible either because it relied on Lin Yun's sword intent. Plus, Lin Yun reached a bottleneck in the Tao of music. Thinking back on his fight, Lin Yun realized that there were a lot of flaws in the Dancing Indigo Phoenix and Iris Sword Sutra. Otherwise, Thunderclap's sword demon wouldn't have gotten close to him. He began to wonder if his Dustlight sword art could be his strongest means. After all, the Dancing Indigo Phoenix was created by the Iris Sword Saint while the Dustlight sword art was entirely comprehended by himself. In the end, Lin Yun had a lot of insights from his battle. When he opened his eyes again, he had recovered from a majority of his injuries. Simultaneously, Lil Purple had returned. He could hear her flute music that was extremely pure, like it was the music of the Celestials. Lin Yun was surprised because the divine indigo jade bamboo flute seemed to be a lot stronger in Lil Purple's hands. Wearing the silver mask, Lil Purple asked, Lin Yun, you're awake? Am I beautiful? Give it back. Lin Yun reached out. Humph. What a miser. Lil Purple pouted, seeing that Lin Yun wasn't going to praise her. Here, have it back. Lil Purple got off of Lil Red and handed the mask and flute back. Holding onto the flute, Lin Yun pondered briefly before he said, Lil Purple, you've helped me with the arrays previously, so you must be versed in spiritual runes too, right? Of course. Saint Spiritualists are divided into 9 grades, and above that is the Heavenly Spiritualist. The Heavenly Spiritualist only has 3 grades, and the difference between each grade is even bigger than the 9 grades in the Saint Spiritualist. I'm a Divine Spiritualist, which is even stronger than Heavenly Spiritualists. So what do you think? Lil Purple replied. Hearing that, Lin Yun's eyes lit up with praise. Impressive. No wonder you're the Heavenly Slaughter Empress. Humph. Don't think that I haven't realized it. You praise me when you need my help, but you call me Lil Purple when you don't need me. I don't want to talk to you. Lil Purple rolled her eyes. Really? Asked Lin Yun. Yeah. You only praised me when I helped you find the painting in the Sword Saint Mountain, but you called me Lil Purple right after that. Lil Purple said with her cheeks puffed up. Now that Lin Yun thought about it again, his actions put him in an awkward situation. Also, you have to recite my entire title to make it sound inspiring. I'm the Divine Phoenix Clan's Supreme Heavenly Slaughter Empress of 4 seas, 8 barons, 36 heavens, and 72 earths, Lil Purple said seriously. Actually, you were pretty when you wore the mask earlier, smiled Lin Yun. Humph. Lil Purple snorted despite rejoicing inwardly. So how much do you still know about spiritual runes? Lin Yun asked. When Lil Purple heard that, her face turned red. She pinched her fingers together, leaving a gap between her fingers and said, Just a little bit. That's still impressive, replied Lin Yun. By the gap of her fingers, Lin Yun felt that she still had 1/10 of her original strength. A little less than that. Lil Purple pinched her fingers even smaller and only revealed a tiny gap. When Lin Yun heard that, he became suspicious and asked, Are you sure about that? Hearing that, Lil Purple's face turned even redder as she revealed a millimeter gap between her fingers. Roughly about this much. Lin Yun couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was basically nothing. Looking at Lil Purple's embarrassed face, Lin Yun couldn't help smiling. My Empress, you're really adorable. Humph. I'm not adorable. Lil Purple pouted her lips. Then again, Lin Yun thought it would be fine because Lil Purple grasped 2 complete divine runes, her own and one from the Azure Dragon King's true bone. Follow me to the demon domain, said Lin Yun. Hearing that, Lil Purple's eyes shone brightly. You're really going to go after Thunderclap's sword demon? If I don't kill him, I won't be able to obtain any true dragon Saint liquid from the old geezer. Not to mention that he's a disciple of the Profound Sky sect and might know some of their secrets, smiled Lin Yun. Then when are we heading over? Lil Purple became excited when she heard that they would be going to the demon domain. Raising his head, Lin Yun looked at the faintly visible crescent moon. A long time later, he replied, The next full moon. The next full moon was 7 days away. So Lin Yun wasn't in a hurry because he needed to make some preparations. At the very least, he couldn't make the same mistake and give Thunderclap Sword Demon the chance to injure him. The battle earlier was extremely dangerous. If Thunderclap Sword Demon was slightly stronger, he would have died. The mask saved him once, but it didn't mean that it would save him a second time. He knew that it would be dangerous since Thunderclap Sword Sect was also a disciple of the Profound Sky Sect. Lin Yun pondered briefly before he shared the flaws of the Dancing Indigo Phoenix and Iris Sword Sutra with Lil Purple. Hearing that, Lil Purple smiled. That's normal. It was created by the Iris Sword Saint looking at the blizzard in the cold sea. Plus, I already told you that the Dancing Indigo Phoenix corresponds with Praise the Phoenix. Praise the Phoenix! Lin Yun's eyes flashed with helplessness because he had long obtained it from Lil Purple, but he couldn't play it. He even suspected that this had nothing to do with his attainment in Music Dao, but that his Sky Sword intent had reached a bottleneck. This meant that he would only be able to play it if his sword intent reached the 4th grade. Even if Lin Yun was a monstrous genius in Sword Dao, he couldn't achieve the 4th grade. Although he had come in contact with the surface of it, he still couldn't grasp it entirely. So he could predict that his sword intent would be trapped in the 3rd grade for a long time. There are only 2 ways if you want to become stronger quickly. One is to get your cultivation into the Empyrean realm. With your foundation, you'll reach at least the pinnacle star stage. At that time, you can rely on the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sutra and Fleeting Cloud 13 swords to suppress the Thunderclap Sword Demon, analyzed Lil Purple. This was the most direct method without any difficulties. If Lin Yun was willing, he could refine all the divine astral pellets on him to make a breakthrough to the Empyrean realm. It would only take 3 days and he wouldn't have any risks. His foundation was terrifying, and even if he reached the Empyrean realm, he would be a lot stronger than those in the same cultivation as him. At the very least, he wouldn't have any issues challenging those who had a greater cultivation. Not even Yi Xiling would be his opponent. However, Lin Yun was firm about reaching the limit of the Heavenly Soul realm. Now that each of his aura oceans only had 6 demonic astral flowers, it was impossible for him to make a breakthrough. What about the second method? Lin Yun asked, refusing to take the first method. The second method won't be that easy. Even if you wield the flute as a sword, you're ultimately still using the sword to fight. But your sword has reached a bottleneck, which means that your flute also reached a bottleneck, smiled Lil Purple. So? Lin Yun asked with a light flashing through his pupils. He instantly understood Lil Purple's meaning. Music Dao is also a martial Dao. Since you can comprehend Sword Dao with the sword, you can also comprehend Music Dao, said Lil Purple. Lin Yun already understood what Lil Purple was trying to say. Since his Sword Dao had reached a bottleneck, he needed to try to make improvements to the music. There are 5 sounds in music: do, re, mi, so, and la. There are also 12 notes: unison, semitone, major second, minor third, major third, perfect fourth, tritone, perfect fifth, minor sixth, major sixth, minor seventh, and major seventh. Lil Purple shook her head as she said and smiled. You're only at a crude level of the 5 sounds, not to mention you don't know a thing about the 12 notes. Furthermore, you also don't know that the 5 sounds correspond with the elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. As for the 12 notes, they are differentiated by yin and yang. Each note corresponds to the time and year. Music Dao isn't simple because it includes the 5 elements: yin, yang, sun, moon, time, and feng shui. Lin Yun was left dumbfounded as he listened to Lil Purple. He knew that Music Dao would be profound, but he didn't expect that it would be so complicated. After a long silence, Lin Yun sighed. I still thought that I was proficient in music, but it looks like I'm still an outsider. There's a lot more for you to learn. The Music Dao isn't the same as Sword Dao. If you can't make it into this path, your music will just be superficial and without a soul, smiled Lil Purple. But if you're able to make it into Music Dao, you'll reach a noble tone. Above that are the Saint, Imperial, and Divine Dragon tones. Lin Yun's eyes flickered when he heard that because the grades were similar to the grades of Sword Intent. It seemed difficult to enter the threshold of Music Dao, which meant that it would be powerful. If he really took the next step forward, his music would sound extraordinary. Above the Divine Dragon tone, there's also the legendary Celestial tone. Lil Purple smiled. Going back to the Divine Dragon tone, it doesn't literally mean the Divine Dragon. It's in reference to the 10 divine beasts in heaven and earth. This emperor happens to be born with the Divine Dragon tone. Now you know why my music is a lot stronger than yours, right? Even if I'm slightly weaker, the music played by me is still a lot stronger. How is that slightly weaker? Lin Yun smiled. You've never told me that. Lil Purple also didn't expect that Lin Yun would be a monster who could grasp the technique of wielding the flute as a sword so quickly. So there was a lot of stuff she needed to explain now. That's because you're too stupid. You wouldn't understand half the stuff I talk about without sufficient cultivation. Why don't you be my servant? I can teach you more if you're willing to be my servant. Lil Purple chucked as she waited for Lin Yun to beg her or to praise her. But Lin Yun merely replied with a smile. It seems like you didn't suffer enough from Yi Xiling's hands. When Lil Purple heard that, she quickly lowered her head and muttered, All right, I'll teach you. Why do you have to mention that demoness? All right, Heavenly Slaughtering Empress, can we begin now? Lin Yun smiled. Lil Purple glared at Lin Yun before she unhappily explained what to do. But the moment she started to become serious and her mood changed. With regards to the celestial tone, only the legendary Saintess was able to grasp it. According to Lil Purple's explanation, the Saintess was able to control divine beasts with the celestial tone. Then, she began to teach Lin Yun the 12 notes and the relation they had with the 5 elements yin and yang. Lin Yun was captivated by her explanation and tried to learn as much as possible. He initially wanted to rely on the flute because of the bottleneck in his Sword Intent, but he didn't think it would be this difficult. The Music Dao was more profound than he thought it would be. It wasn't any weaker than the Sword Dao. Maybe I should try breaking through the 4th grade Sword Intent before the Empyrean realm instead. Although no one has ever done it before, it doesn't mean that it's impossible. While Lin Yun began to practice music Dao, Lang Aoran stepped into the demon domain. He was heavily injured on his last breath. As he traveled, he took a lot of medicine, but he only barely stopped his injuries from getting worse. He couldn't expel the sword intent that Lin Yun left in his body, and he could sense that the sword intent far exceeded his current ability. It was Sky Sword intent that nearly reached the 4th grade, not to mention that it also contained the Azure Dragon Sword aura. With the injuries he suffered from the Saint artifact, he would have to rest for at least 2 months. Damn it! Lang Aoran had no choice but to admit that the current him couldn't deal with Lin Yun's sword intent. Even if he recovered his strength, he would have to spend at least half a month to expel the sword intent from his body. Yi Xiling's sword intent was also at the Sky Sword intent level, but it couldn't compare to Lin Yun's. Her sword intent was like a small creek, whereas Lin Yun's sword intent felt like a boundless ocean. Lang Aoran had already hidden at the border of the demon domain for 2 days and only went out after he didn't look injured anymore. He put on a mask and then left. He had offended many people during his time in the profound Azure Manor, so the consequences would be dire if he was recognized by someone. Even though he was a demonic cultivator, he didn't wish to step into the demon domain if he had a choice. Aside from the forces in the demon domain, there were also other demonic cultivators. So there was no way he could ensure his safety. The demon domain had no order and there was constant fighting. So the demon domain wasn't exactly safe for Lang Aoran. In fact, he was certain that news of his injury had spread throughout the demon domain over the past 2 days. Unless he befriended a powerful force, no one would ensure his safety. But if he did that, he would have to hand over the Saint artifact that he got from Yen Tung. The entire demon domain was enveloped in darkness and gray mist made of baleful aura. Naturally, it was the home ground for demonic cultivators. Although Lang Aoran had masked his appearance, he still had the same killing aura that deterred many people from attacking. After an hour of traveling, he arrived at a majestic pavilion that had 3 bloody ancient words engraved on the plaque. The Heavenly Star Pavilion. The weird plaque made the entire pavilion look especially sinister. An hour later, he met the pavilion master of the Heavenly Star Pavilion. He was a plump, middle-aged man with light radiating in his pupils that could scare a cultivator. The Heavenly Star Pavilion had a mysterious background that claimed to have the ability to pluck the stars from the sky if anyone was willing to pay money. It was a strange place where transactions took place, and no one dared to provoke them in the various demon domains. The plump man chuckled with squinted eyes. Thunderclap's sword demon. This isn't our first meeting. Why are you hiding yourself? You think that I won't be able to recognize you. Who else can hide from your eyes? I just don't want to reveal myself since I'm injured, replied Lang Aoran as he removed his mask. There are many people after your life. Although we can be considered friends, the Heavenly Star Pavilion is still a business. I have no obligation to take you in. I won't do anything to you due to our friendship, but I have to ask you to leave, smiled the middle-aged man. Lang Aoran cursed inwardly when he heard that. They weren't friends, and he knew that his location would be sold out as soon as he stepped out of the pavilion. I'm here to auction something, so let me stay here for 2 months, Lang Aoran said as he took out the Saint artifact. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up as he praised the spear. So the rumors were true that you really obtained a Saint artifact. How is it? Lang Aoran asked, feeling disgusted by the middle-aged man fiddling with the spear. What are you talking about? We had a close friendship over the years, so why would I deny your request? How about this? I'll auction this for you in 3 days, smiled the middle-aged man. What's the commission rate? Lang Aoran asked. The middle-aged man smiled before he raised a finger. 10%. When Lang Aoran saw that, and rage flashed in his eyes because it was common knowledge that the commission would be lower the more precious the item was. If someone took out a Saint artifact for auction, it would surely set off huge waves in the profound Azure Manor and be sold for a huge price. But the middle-aged man wanted 10% from the transaction. I meant half. The middle-aged man continued with a smile. It's fine if you're not willing. You can leave here any time, and I won't stop you. After all, the Heavenly Star Pavilion isn't the only business in the demon domain. Lang Aoran nearly threw up blood when he heard that because he knew that he would be dead if he dared to step away. After a long consideration later, Lang Aoran gritted his teeth. Deal! Seeing that Lang Aoran had agreed to the offer, the middle-aged man's smile grew even denser. You're a smart person. It makes sense why you've lived for so long. From this point on, your life is protected by the Heavenly Star Pavilion. His voice was cold and unquestionably firm, which made Lang Aoran feel slightly relieved. After all, no one dared to cause trouble in the Heavenly Star Pavilion, and those who did were killed with no exception. There was still one day left until the full moon, and Lin Yun had been playing the flute for the past 6 days. He was trying to become proficient with the 5 sounds and 12 notes. The noble tune of music Dao was a lot harder than he had imagined, and it wasn't as easy as wielding the flute as a sword. Thinking of the higher grades, Lin Yun felt like he couldn't see the end of the road. Fortunately, he was blessed with good talent, so his comprehension of music Dao wasn't any weaker than the sword Dao. Although Lil Purple no longer had her cultivation, her attainment in music Dao was still at the level of the divine dragon tune. So it was more than enough for her to guide Lin Yun. So Lin Yun made swift progress over the past 6 days. It was a speed that didn't disappoint Lil Purple. When Lin Yun played the flute, various phenomena began to appear in the surrounding ocean. He wasn't playing a song and the flute wasn't empowered by his sword intent. He merely relied on his own attainments in music Dao and his origin energy to play the flute. The music played over the ocean as sunlight and moonlight intertwined. Then, a sword ray soared into the sky past plum blossom trees. As the sword ray soared, a waterfall fell down. Finally, the sword ray exploded in the sky, manifesting a sea of flames that looked like blazing meteorites descending onto the ground. The sky trembled with the blazing meteors like a crumbling mountain. With the music, Lin Yun displayed the 5 sounds of music. The sword rays represented gold, the plum blossom represented wood, the waterfall represented water, the meteorites represented fire, and the mountains represented the earth. When the music gradually came to an end, a noble aura suddenly exploded out of Lin Yun that instantly erased all the phenomena. Geysers of water exploded on the ocean as water soared into the sky. Then, they transformed into water dragons that coiled around Lin Yun. This was the noble tune. Although you're lacking a bit, your talent is terrifying. I can't believe you grasped the noble tune within 6 days. Lil Purple muttered with her brows locked. But she soon smiled because this meant that she had taught him well. When Lin Yun lowered the flute, the water dragons turned into rain. He couldn't conceal the joy in his eyes because the noble tune was roughly equivalent to Sky Sword intent. If he combined the noble tune with his Sky Sword intent at complete mastery, he would be extremely powerful. But when Lin Yun tried to walk forward, he began to stagger. He had exhausted a great deal of mental energy over the past 6 days to grasp the noble tune. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun sat down and closed his eyes before he fell asleep. He had fallen into a deep sleep that lasted for an entire day and night. When he opened his eyes, his pupils were shining brightly with his spirit reaching an unprecedented height. When Lin Yun got up, he stretched his waist before letting out a long yawn from the comfortable rest. Humph! You yawned like that last night. Lil Purple chuckled while she came over with Lil Red. When Lin Yun heard that, he smiled awkwardly before he looked at the setting sun and squinted his eyes together. The moon tonight should be gorgeous. It hasn't gone dark yet. Lil Purple pouted. Retracting his gaze, Lin Yun then turned to Lil Purple. Heavenly Slaughter Emperor, I'll be relying on you to leave the demon domain today. Don't worry about it. Even if I'm not at full strength, my divine runes aren't something that ordinary people can resist, said Lil Purple. Killing Thunderclap's sword demon wasn't hard, so the challenge lay in leaving the demon domain. The silver moon mask still wasn't enough, and having Lil Purple was better than nothing even though she wasn't too reliable yet. Let's go then. Lin Yun took in a deep breath before he turned to look in the demon domain's direction. Just like that, they headed towards the demon domain that made disciples tremble in fear. The demon domain was usually enveloped in a faint purple mist, and it was enveloped in eternal darkness. But on this night, The moon was casting a light on the demon domain. Tonight was the full moon and the moon looked colossal. Sunlight couldn't break through the gray mist, but moonlight could shine brightly in the demon domain. Lin Yun was alone by himself without Lil Red or Lil Purple around him. He would occasionally draw gazes from the surroundings, but nothing happened because it wasn't surprising for disciples from the sects to appear here. The demon domain wasn't too different from other places except for the fact that it had a baleful aura in its atmosphere. Although this place was mainly occupied by demonic cultivators and demonic sects, it wasn't surprising to see disciples from the sects. "This is unlike my imagination," said Lin Yun while he headed towards an inn. The inn was filled with various noises as many demonic cultivators were drinking and chatting. Occasionally, there would even be fights breaking out. "Brother, your help please." When Lin Yun came in, a corpse was next to his foot, and the waiter of the inn quickly came over to clean up the mess. The waiter swiftly took the body away and even wiped the blood off the ground. However, no one was surprised by the dead person. Right now, everyone was discussing the saint artifact that was being auctioned by the Heavenly Star Pavilion today. Hee. Thunderclap's sword demon is really formidable to snatch a saint artifact. This fellow is extremely high profile and really managed to catch a big fish this time. How envious. What is there to envy? He nearly died at the hands of Flower Burial. He doesn't even dare to come out of the Heavenly Star Pavilion now. Mentioning Flower Burial, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became intense as demonic cultivators argued among themselves. I wonder where that bastard came from, killing dozens of demonic cultivators over the past month like a mad dog. Even Thunderclap's sword demon nearly died this time. If he's really strong, then he should head to the Heavenly Star Pavilion to kill Thunderclap's sword demon. Lin Yun raised his cup quietly. He didn't think that he would be able to find the trace of Lung Aoran so easily, but it looked like the Heavenly Star Pavilion wasn't a pushover. I heard that the 4 major sects have sent their core disciples over to auction for the spear. After all, the Imperial Hook belonged to the King Suspend Palace's Chu Tianhao. Thunderclap's sword demon was heavily injured, and he practically made himself an enemy with the 4 major sects. How could the 4 major sects let this opportunity go? Hee. But I'm afraid that they'll be disappointed. After all, no one dares to make a move against the Heavenly Star Pavilion in the demon domain. Not Chu Tianhao, not Yi Xiling. No one can kill someone that the Heavenly Star Pavilion is protecting. Everyone sounded pretty excited about the auction tonight. After all, saint artifacts were rarely seen, not to mention one that was being auctioned off as the personal saint artifact of Chu Tianhao. Furthermore, everyone was interested since this matter involved Flower Burial. Lin Yun finished the wine in his cup before he left. He found Lung Aoran a lot faster than he expected. He finally realized why the demonic cultivators weren't surprised by his arrival. After all, many disciples of the 4 major sects were also here. An hour later, Lin Yun joined up with Lil Purple and told the latter what he found out. When Lil Purple heard that, her face became serious. So the Heavenly Star Pavilion is actually that terrifying. That makes sense. After all, that brat is so heavily injured, and he would need to find a place to hide and recover. I suggest that you give up. I can't. That old geezer from the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect won't accept any negotiations. I have to obtain the true dragon, Saint Liquid, no matter what, said Lin Yun calmly. This matter involved his breakthrough to the limit of the Heavenly Soul Realm, so he naturally couldn't give up on it. Tonight, Leng Aoran had to die no matter what, but only he knew if he was as calm as he looked. When he put the silver moon mask on, his hair and clothes turned silver. The moon is really round today. Since the array has already been set up, wait here for me. He then soared into the sky while Lil Purple watched him disappear into the silver moon. As the full moon hung high in the sky, the auction reached an unprecedented excitement. All of the seats in the Heavenly Star Pavilion were occupied, including the individual rooms. It had been a long time since the demon domain was this busy. Saint artifacts were rare in the profound Azure Manor, and the same went for the demon domain. Even if someone came across one with great luck, there was no way that they would give it up for auction. It might take centuries for something similar to happen. Those who came to the auction weren't just demonic cultivators and forces in the demon domain, but also elders from various sects. At this moment, the price of the saint artifact had reached a sky-high price of 20,000 divine astral pellets and showed no signs of stopping. Every time someone bid, a burst of killing aura would come from a room that spread throughout the entire hall. Everyone knew that the killing intent belonged to the owner of the Imperial Hook, the King Suspend Palace's chief disciple, Chu Tianhao. Chu Tianhao was a legendary figure among the younger generation, and he had been in seclusion for the past few years to comprehend the highest stage of the King's Suspend art. There were rumors that he appeared despite being at a critical moment. Clearly, he was furious that he lost his saint artifact. But no one cared about him and continued their bidding. After all, this was the Heavenly Star Pavilion, and they believed that no one dared to cause any trouble here, not even Chu Tianhao. At the same time, there were several core disciples of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect in a room. The one leading the party had a tall figure and pearly white long legs. She was naturally the strongest core disciple of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, Yi Xiling. She had rushed back from the profound Azure Manor after learning that Leng Aoran was injured. She didn't even stop by the sect and headed for the demon domain. Senior sister, I already looked into it. Thunderclap's sword demon is really here watching the auction, said a core disciple of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. He's really bold. Which room is he in right now? Yi Xiling said with her killing aura leaking out. He's on the highest floor. But this is the Heavenly Star Pavilion. So please don't be rash. I just heard that the Heavenly Star Pavilion is determined to protect him. They even said that they would hunt down anyone that made a move against him, said a disciple carefully. A few other core disciples also tried to persuade Yi Xiling. She was the daughter of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect's sect master, so not many people dared to touch her even in the demon domain. However, this was the Heavenly Star Pavilion, so she would be killed the moment she made a move. The Heavenly Star Pavilion had a powerful and mysterious background. They weren't afraid of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, and they wouldn't hesitate to kill anyone who dared to cause trouble. There was a common saying in the demon domain. There was no transaction that the Heavenly Star Pavilion didn't dare to take, and there was no one that the Heavenly Star Realm didn't dare to kill. Yi Xiling's eyes flashed coldly as she couldn't calm down. Thunderclap's sword demon had become a thorn in her heart, especially when she witnessed 4 core disciples from the fleeting Cloud Sword sect die right in front of her. Whenever she closed her eyes, she would recall what happened. She swore before their graves that she would personally take the life of Thunderclap's sword demon with her hands. Now, a rare opportunity had presented itself because Thunderclap's sword demon was so heavily injured. However, there was nothing she could do since he was hiding in the Heavenly Star Pavilion. Biting her lips, Yi Xiling was filled with rage while blood dripped from her lips. She ignored the pain from biting her lips as her eyes brewed with growing killing intent. Ha ha ha! 30,000. Anyone with a higher bid? This is a saint artifact. It's the first of its kind auctioned in the demon domain. The middle-aged plump man smiled because the price of the saint artifact was now at 30,000 divine astral pellets. 50,000. When the bid was called, it instantly caused an uproar in the hall. After all, this was a terrifying price for a 100-rune saint artifact. There was a high possibility that this bidder was proficient in using a spear and definitely had a powerful force behind him. Otherwise, a normal person couldn't afford such an obscene price. There was either a clan or a sect backing the individual. 50,000. Yi Xiling's face became even colder because if anyone could obtain such an enormous sum of resources, they would definitely be able to increase their cultivation swiftly. If Thunderclap's sword demon got his hands on that amount, she wouldn't have a chance to go after him anymore. As for Chu Tianhao, he nearly threw up a mouthful of blood when he heard the bid. In the highest room at the Heavenly Star Pavilion, Thunderclap's sword demon was sitting in the room with joy on his pale face. He was quite pleased with the astronomical bid. Even if he had to give half to the Heavenly Star Pavilion, it was an enormous amount. However, he wanted the bid to go higher. He heard that Chu Tianhao had come, but he was confident that Chu Tianhao wouldn't dare to do anything in the Heavenly Star Pavilion. But Chu Tianhao had the King's Suspend Palace behind him, and they would definitely buy the Imperial Hook back. 70,000. Just as Lang Aoran expected, a voice filled with hatred sounded out in the hall. It shocked the hall into silence before the crowd started to shout. Even Lang Aoran could feel his heart beating violently while his excited face turned red. In the end, he threw up a mouthful of blood while his cheeks twitched and his face became cold. His face turned sinister because he was still feeling the after effects of the sword intent in his body. Although the sword intent had weakened over the last 7 days, it still greatly pained him. I'll definitely get revenge for this matter. Lang Aoran's eyes flashed with terrifying killing intent as he drank a cup of wine. 70,000 divine astral pellets was an enormous sum of money that instantly made the entire Heavenly Star Pavilion silent. Even the middle-aged man's face turned red because the amount had exceeded his imagination. But just when he was about to descend, an ethereal flute music sounded out in the Heavenly Star Pavilion. The music was beautiful and instantly captivated everyone. When the crowd recovered, they noticed that the music had stopped. Right at this moment, the middle-aged man who was also the Heavenly Star Pavilion's pavilion master barked, "Who dares to cause trouble here?" The guests were shocked because they couldn't imagine anyone wanted to cause trouble. Once again, music full of emotions filled the hall and captivated the guests. The middle-aged man's face sank as he sneered. "Which friend has come? Why are you hiding? Do you dare to show yourself? My Heavenly Star Realm is famous for welcoming guests, and we also have a reputation in the demon domain." The threat in his voice was obvious as it made the atmosphere in the hall turn chilly. Suddenly, the roof of the Heavenly Star Pavilion collapsed as the moonlight shined down like a silver waterfall. Donned in silver clothes and hair, Lin Yun held onto the divine indigo jade bamboo flute as he slowly descended from the sky. The fact that he descended while basking in moonlight simply made him stand out even more. Instantly, the crowd recognized him. Flower Burial. No one expected Lin Yun to show up. After all, no one had ever caused trouble in the Heavenly Star Pavilion's history. He was causing a ruckus at the worst time. After all, the Heavenly Star Pavilion was on high alert to ensure that the Saint artifact wouldn't get stolen. In fact, they had many spiritual arrays in place to protect it. However, Lin Yun still managed to break them and descend from the sky. Could it be that the spiritual arrays in the Heavenly Star Pavilion were just for show? Not even the King's Suspend Palace had the guts to provoke the Heavenly Star Pavilion in this manner. After all, it wasn't just empty words, as there was no transaction the Heavenly Star Pavilion didn't dare to take, and no one the Heavenly Star Pavilion didn't dare to kill. Otherwise, the King's Suspend Palace would have snatched the Saint artifact back. When the entire hall fell silent, everyone's gaze fell onto Lin Yun with shock. They had no idea why Flower Burial barged into the hall. Who is this person? Yi Xiling couldn't help looking surprised when she saw Lin Yun descending from the sky. She had to admit that Lin Yun was gutsy to dare to cause trouble in the Heavenly Star Pavilion. Senior sister, that's Flower Burial. He has been rising in fame recently when you went to the profound Azure City. Many demonic cultivators who had a grudge with our sect died in his hands. He even injured the Thunderclap Sword Demon. There are rumors that he's a disciple of the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect, but it doesn't make any sense. He's very terrifying. Although he carries a sword box behind him, he has only been using his flute and no one had seen him use his sword. Furthermore, no one knows anything about his actual cultivation. He's very mysterious. The Fleeting Cloud Sword sect's disciples naturally knew about Flower Burial. After all, rumor had it that he was a disciple of the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect, so it naturally attracted their attention. Oh! Yi Xiling became even more puzzled when she heard that. She was certain that no such person was in the sect. If Flower Burial is here, something big might happen. Thinking about it, Yi Xiling looked at the highest room with killing intent. Flower Burial. Chu Tianhao's eyes flashed. He couldn't stand the sight of Flower Burial. He had more killing intent for Flower Burial than he had for Thunderclap Sword Demon. At this moment, he regretted giving his saint artifact to Yen Tung. Otherwise, he could kill Flower Burial right now. Lang Aoran panicked when he heard the music before he forced himself to calm down. Then, he walked out of his room and looked at Flower Burial. Why should I be afraid of him in the Heavenly Star Pavilion? I'll just watch him die. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Yun indifferently while countless guards barged into the hall. Once he gave the signal, the guards would bury Lin Yun without hesitation. The Heavenly Star Pavilion is where transactions take place. Are you perhaps in the wrong place? The middle-aged man spoke coldly. He didn't dare to act rashly because he didn't know Lin Yun's identity well. What a coincidence. I'm also here to make a transaction, said Lin Yun. He spoke calmly as if the Heavenly Star Pavilion was an ordinary inn and he was an ordinary customer. Ha ha! What transaction do you want to make? The middle-aged man smiled indifferently, wanting to see what Lin Yun was trying to play at. What about Thunderclap's sword demon's head? Lin Yun replied, staring at the middle-aged man. The moment he said that, it instantly caused an uproar in the Heavenly Star Pavilion. The spectators couldn't believe Lin Yun's words. There are no transactions that the Heavenly Star Pavilion doesn't dare to accept, and no one the Heavenly Star Pavilion doesn't dare to kill. But it's a pity that you can't afford his head. The middle-aged man smiled as he glared at Lin Yun. Those who were familiar with him knew that he was getting angry. I'm afraid that you have no choice, said Lin Yun while raising the flute to his lips. Kill him. The middle-aged man squinted his eyes and retreated to where the saint artifact was. But it was a pity that Lin Yun had already raised the flute to his lips. When the music came out of the flute, the lights went out in the hall and the luminous pearls embedded in the walls shattered. Before revealing himself, Lin Yun had already examined the spiritual arrays in the Heavenly Star Pavilion. So he naturally knew about the flaws in the arrays, or else he wouldn't dare to break in. Now, the only source of light came from the full moon shining through the hole in the roof. Pitiful tricks, sneered the middle-aged man. All Heavenly Soul Realm cultivators could see in the dark, and the dark was no different from the day for Empyreans. Although the sudden darkness caused some panic, everyone quickly calmed down as they sensed the guards reacting. Meanwhile, the spiritual array protecting the saint artifact began to crack with a powerful aura spreading out. When the spiritual array crumbled, the saint artifact radiated a silver brilliance and flew away. No one could maintain their composure anymore and chaos broke out in the hall. Even Chu Tianhao was briefly dazed before light flashed through his pupils, and he gave his order, "Go!" In the next second, two figures charged toward the saint artifact. Chu Tianhao was never a pushover, and he definitely wouldn't pay a great price to get back his saint artifact if he could snatch it. This time, the middle-aged man couldn't maintain his composure. After all, he couldn't understand why the saint artifact broke free of the restriction. Guard the saint artifact. Kill anyone who dares to move. The middle-aged man roared and even charged toward the saint artifact himself. But the moment he moved, he was obstructed by someone in the dark. Just like that, the Heavenly Star Pavilion fell into chaos. The guards who were charging towards Lin Yun changed their direction and headed for the saint artifact instead. As astral energy radiated out in the hall, sword rays and sparks flew around. Some people even resorted to using Holy Spirit martial techniques to seize the saint artifact. Just like that, the layers of spiritual arrays in the Heavenly Star Pavilion began to reach their limit. Who attacked me? You're courting death. You bastard. Do you want to die? The majority of the people here were demonic cultivators, so they naturally had a vile temper. Meanwhile, Lin Yun, who was enveloped by the silver moonlight, was neglected by everyone as he continued to play his gentle music. When the middle-aged man swept a glance at Lin Yun, he nearly threw up a mouthful of blood from his rage because he had to protect the saint artifact first. Everyone stay here. I'll be right back. Xianxia's voice sounded out as everyone from the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect watched the chaos. Senior sister. The shock of chaos soon disappeared as they searched for Xianxia, but they couldn't see her anywhere. Xianxia's face was cold as killing intent poured out of her eyes. She was running towards the highest room for her target, Thunderclap Sword Demon. However, she wasn't the only one who was targeting Thunderclap Sword Demon. Many people were competing to take Thunderclap Sword Demon's life. However, a sword intent bloomed in the room that Thunderclap Sword Demon was in. Then, a miserable scream echoed out. Based on his scream, It was hard to imagine what kind of torture he was experiencing. Surprise filled the faces of those that were headed for Thunderclap's sword demon. Meanwhile, the sword intent surged and reached the sky sword intense level in the blink of an eye. However, it didn't stop there. Continued to rise until it reached complete mastery. The group targeting Thunderclap's sword demon felt fear because they knew that they would be caught if they continued to walk forward. Instantly, the group forgot about their objective. After all, they didn't know of an individual from the profound Azure Prefecture who could grasp the sky sword intent to this level. It was simply unheard of. Not even Elysium Core Realm experts had such strong, powerful sword intent. A huge wave was set off in Yi Xiling's heart as she sensed the sword intent. Her sky sword intent was at complete mastery, but her sword intent paled in comparison. Is that him? Yi Xiling saw a silver-haired figure that shined brightly within the chaos. His gentle music was completely opposite of the brutality in the surroundings. Yi Xiling began to suspect that the sword intent in the Thunderclap sword demon's body was planted by the man with the flute. Light! A roar sounded out as the saint artifact fell into the hands of the middle-aged man. Then, light filled the hall as everyone stopped what they were doing. The chaos was coming to an end. The middle-aged man's face was dark as he looked at the mess. Many of the auction items were stolen, and the entire hall was in disarray. Seeing this, the middle-aged man could no longer endure his rage. No one is allowed to leave today. Don't blame me for being ruthless if anyone dares to disobey. When he was done speaking, the highest room suddenly exploded as a decapitated head flew out. It was the head of Thunderclap's sword demon. Consider my song the payment for Thunderclap's sword demon's head. After all, the Heavenly Star Pavilion is where business takes place. Lin Yun opened his eyes after he was done with his song. Then he smiled and grabbed onto the decapitated head. Enveloped in the silver moonlight, Lin Yun held onto the flute with one hand and the decapitated head with another. Afterwards, he soared into the sky. The crowd was dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that Flower Burial really managed to kill Thunderclap's sword demon in the Heavenly Star Pavilion. It was even more unbelievable that he was leaving with Thunderclap's sword demon's head. It took a while for the crowd to recover from their shock. Did Thunderclap's sword demon die just like that? But this is the Heavenly Star Pavilion. No one could believe what they just witnessed or how the middle-aged man of the Heavenly Star Pavilion was feeling. Kill him! A roar sounded out in everyone's ears, causing many people to bleed from their 7 orifices. There were even those who fainted from the voice. Simultaneously, the layers of spiritual arrays were shattered as pieces of the walls were broken up. Everyone was filled with fear when they saw the middle-aged man holding the saint artifact. They could clearly see the rage in his eyes from the boundless killing intent that he was releasing. One by one, guards soared into the sky to chase after Flower Burial. As they left the auction hall, more holes were created in the roof. Most of the people charging into the sky were in the astral stage, and there was no lack of Elysium Core Realm experts. It was a terrifying formation, so no one was optimistic about Flower Burial's chances to flee the demon domain. It was rare for so many experts from the Heavenly Star Pavilion to move out, so it was guaranteed that the profound Azure Prefecture would be shaken from this event. All guardians, stay. Everyone else, follow me. The middle-aged man held onto the silver spear and charged forward with everyone else. Pavilion Master, please wait. Chu Tianhao appeared out of nowhere with the elders of the King's Suspend Palace. With his outstanding appearance, he emitted an extraordinary temperament. The middle-aged man waved his hand for everyone else to go on their own. Then, he turned around with a sneer. Young Master Chu, how can I help you? Chu Tianhao was unhappy to see his saint artifact in the hands of the middle-aged man. The Heavenly Star Pavilion is where transactions take place, and rules are naturally important. What do you think of my words? You're right. After all, the Heavenly Star Pavilion is where transactions take place, and we naturally place great importance on the rules, chuckled the middle-aged man. I came to participate in the auction, and I didn't violate any rules here, replied Chu Tianhao. Of course, since you're the highest bidder for this saint artifact, the Heavenly Star Pavilion will naturally follow the rules and deliver it to you. smiled the middle-aged man. When Chu Tianhao heard that, he smirked. Well said, but we still have to discuss the rules. Since Thunderclap Sword Demon is dead, the Heavenly Star Pavilion no longer has the qualification to auction this saint artifact. So shouldn't you give it back to its initial owner? Chu Tianhao's plan was finally revealed. He wanted to take the saint artifact back without paying the price. Then again, his argument made a lot of sense. With Thunderclap Sword Demon's death, there was naturally no need for the auction to continue. After all, the saint artifact didn't belong to the Heavenly Star Pavilion, and they couldn't make decisions on their own. Otherwise, no one would dare to make transactions with the Heavenly Star Pavilion in the future. Hearing that, the middle-aged man's face sank. Young Master Chu, do you think that anyone can step on my Heavenly Star Pavilion now? I naturally don't dare. I'm just discussing rules with you, said Chu Tianhao. The middle-aged man roared. Get lost. I'll tell you the rules right now. Flower Burial has to die tonight no matter what. And this saint artifact goes to whoever kills him. The middle-aged man was really furious. Not only was he fooled by Lin Yun, but Chu Tianhao even dared to talk back to him. With his declaration, the entire Heavenly Star Pavilion trembled. Simultaneously, the doors of the individual rooms opened. Whoever kills Flower Burial will receive the ownership of the saint artifact? Someone asked. That's right. This saint artifact will go to the person who kills Flower Burial. The middle-aged man glanced at Chu Tianhao before he said coldly, It's fine if you don't want to fork out the divine astral pellets. Just go kill Flower Burial. You're still too tender to talk to me about rules. When the spectators heard these words, they charged out of the auction hall. When the middle-aged man left, Chu Tianhao's face was cold as he tried his best to suppress his rage. Tianhao, what should we do now? An elder asked. Chu Tianhao squinted his eyes. Let's go and take a look. No matter what, we can't let Flower Burial leave the demon domain alive. We have to ensure that he doesn't die in the hands of the Heavenly Star Pavilion, but in our hands. The disciples in the fleeting Cloud Sword Sex room were yelling when they saw Yi Xiling return. Senior sister, the Thunderclap Sword Demon is dead. I know, replied Yi Xiling. After all, she had witnessed the beheading personally. Senior sister, do you think Flower Burial is a disciple of our fleeting Cloud Sword sect? Should we help him out? Another disciple asked. There's no such person from the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. However, we can help him to the best of our ability. Let's go, Yi Xiling said. In the blink of an eye, the bustling Heavenly Star Pavilion suddenly became quiet. Over there, when Yi Xiling's group left the Heavenly Star Pavilion, they could see the striking silver figure holding onto a flute in one hand and Thunderclap's Sword Demon's decapitated head with the other. His figure looked profound as he left behind afterimages. However, the guards of the Heavenly Star Pavilion were close behind, and so were the Elysium Core Realm experts. Although Flower Burial's movement technique was profound, the distance between him and the guards was still swiftly closing. Yi Xiling shook her head because she knew that Flower Burial wouldn't be able to escape with so many Elysium Core Realm experts around. Unless Flower Burial was also an Elysium Core Realm expert, there was no way he could escape the demon domain. No one dared to cause trouble in the Heavenly Star Pavilion because all those who tried to cause trouble were killed. Suddenly, Flower Burial's silver figure came to a stop on a towering pavilion, leaving the guards suspicious. At this moment, everyone surrounded Lin Yun. Get lost! The middle-aged man shoved through the crowd holding onto the silver spear. What's the matter? You're not going to run anymore? You think you can flee the demon domain as long as you're out of the Heavenly Star Pavilion? What's wrong? Lin Yun smiled as he put away Thunderclap's Sword Demon's head. Our transaction has already concluded. One song for the head? That's not enough? The middle-aged man gave the surrounding guards a signal before they charged toward Lin Yun. Various phenomena bloomed and sealed off all paths of retreat for Lin Yun. It was an immense pressure that would hinder any Elysium Core Realm expert. The crowd felt nervous because they wanted to get the Saint artifact. However, the Heavenly Star Pavilion wasn't giving anyone a chance to take Lin Yun down. Although the Elysium Core Realm experts didn't move, They were clearly intimidating everyone else because the Heavenly Star Pavilion was establishing its prestige. The formation clearly exemplified the rage of the middle-aged man. After all, he wouldn't tolerate anyone provoking the Heavenly Star Pavilion. Not enough? Then I'll play another song for you, Lin Yun said before raising the flute to his lips. The middle-aged man frowned because he could sense a terrifying serenity from Lin Yun as all of the noise of the world disappeared. Then the noble tune appeared. Retreat! Quick! The middle-aged man said quickly the moment he sensed that there was something unusual about this situation. But it was already too late. When the flute music sounded out, it struck the Empyreans who were charging at him. The music slammed into their chests with the power of a mountain while they faced the noble tune. Experts fell out of the sky with huge holes in their chests. Most of them were astral stage experts. Although they weren't on the Empyrean ranking, they still had a deep foundation and a high chance of making it into the Elysium core realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been recruited by the Heavenly Star Pavilion. But at this moment, a terrifying chill and fear began to spread out wildly under the full moon. When they raised their heads, they could see that Flower Burial had closed his eyes. Where do the flowers bloom? Ethereal music drifted out and lingered in everyone's ears as a sea of flowers was formed. Although the crowd knew what Lin Yun was doing, no one dared to retaliate. No one dared to make a sound as Lin Yun's music played. The fusion of a noble tune and complete mastery sky sword intent felt like a majestic roar in everyone's ears. All the Empyreans who were enveloped by the sword intent had a drastic change on their faces. They were enveloped by the sword intent before they even realized it. In a moment, they were like commoners standing before an emperor. No one could get close to Lin Yun's due to the immense pressure. Sword rays flashed around everywhere like passing blades. At this moment, it felt like immortals were arriving under the moonlight because of the brilliant sword technique that accompanied the flute music. The sky sword intent at complete mastery easily suppressed all the astral stage experts from the Heavenly Star Pavilion, and they weren't sure if they should leave or attack. Looking at this scene, all the spectators were left dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that Flower Burial was actually capable of suppressing this many astral stage geniuses just by playing his flute. After all, it was hard even for an Elysium core realm expert to suppress so many people at the same time. This was only something possible only for those in the pinnacle Elysium core realm experts. Naturally, everyone was feeling shocked. Yi Xiling was also shocked when she saw this scene. The grace that Flower Burial had displayed was breathtaking to everyone present. They couldn't believe that such a heaven-defying genius existed. As surprise flashed through Yi Xiling's pupils, strong curiosity began to creep into her heart. She wondered what Flower Burial looked like under his mask. At the very core of the song that Lin Yun was playing was a question, but no one was answering it. Not many people knew him, so there was no way he would receive a real answer. In the end, he felt lonely while playing his song. Then, the music changed to a sort of illusory sound. Although he was still within everyone's reach, he seemed to be on another plane. Meanwhile, the tone of the song changed as the Dustlight sword art became even more majestic. It was like the presence of a dragon coiling around a mountain. When he executed the Dustlight sword art with his sword, it was also majestic. However, the flute made it exquisite. Soon, the astral stage experts were covered in blood from the sword rays. Along with the music were blood-curdling cries that sent shivers through the crowd. It was the crowd's response to Lin Yun's ever-changing song. Once again, Lin Yun's song changed and became passionate as he desired to tell everyone where the flowers bloomed. With each note, several people would go flying as their blood splattered everywhere. Astral stage experts had no chance to resist. Just like that, the experts were treated like ragdolls as they were tossed into the garbage. The middle-aged man from the Heavenly Star Pavilion had a dark face when he saw what was happening. Charged together, he wanted the Elysium core realm experts to make a move at the same time to suppress Lin Yun by force. But it was already too late as the music had reached its climax. Opening his eyes, Lin Yun radiated with boundless light while silver beams shot out everywhere. Countless crystallized silver flowers flew out from Lin Yun's body that reflected the moonlight. The flowers destroyed the origin energy around the astral stage experts and reduced them to little pieces. So when the Elysium Core realm experts got close to the immense power, they did their best to fight and resist. But even they were sent flying. When the music came to an end, Flower Burial lowered his flute on the roof with the splendor of a deity. At this moment, he was surrounded by crystal flowers, while a full moon shined behind him. The Elysium Core realm experts who were sent flying away slowly landed on the ground to face Lin Yun. "Pavilion Master, I gave you 2 songs. What a bargain for you," smiled Lin Yun. He was certain that Lil Purple should be close to finishing the spiritual array. The middle-aged man was left completely dumbfounded and didn't know how to respond to Lin Yun. Even the spectators didn't know what to say. Lin Yun's heaven-defying talent was clearly frustrating everyone present. When the middle-aged man recovered from his shock, he lost all rationale and let out a furious roar. The saint artifact in his hand radiated brightly as he activated the saint runes. Then, a terrifying phenomenon appeared behind him that sent the people around him flying away. Then he threw the spear at Lin Yun. The silver spear pierced through space and distorted the surrounding air. Clearly, the Pavilion Master had lost all rationale to throw the saint artifact. He was practically handing the saint artifact to Lin Yun if his attack didn't have enough strength. Those that accompanied the middle-aged man were completely caught by surprise. They knew that the Pavilion Master was strong, so they hoped that he poured enough strength into the attack. If Lin Yun received a full strength attack, he would be killed or heavily injured. So it all depended on the strength of the Pavilion Master. Xianxia's heart ached when she saw what was happening. She didn't want Flower Burial to die from this attack. But before she could make a move, something bizarre happened. Ancient runes began to appear on Lin Yun's mask as he manifested a moon that overlapped with the moon in the sky. A silver light instantly spread out over a 1,000-mile radius, continued to surround Lin Yun like a domain. This was Lin Yun's attack lunar descend that could only be used on the full moon. When the saint artifact entered the domain, it started to slow down and its power greatly weakened. By the time it arrived at Lin Yun, the power completely dissipated. Lin Yun firmly grabbed the spear and then started to play with it. After the quick assessment, he stored it in his interspatial pouch. From afar, it looked like the middle-aged man just tossed the spear to Lin Yun. The middle-aged man's jaw dropped in disbelief. Fear began to loom over his heart as he processed what just happened. Lin Yun's laughter broke the silence as he spoke with a loud voice. "What a brilliant exchange. I gave you a song for a head and a song for a saint artifact. The Heavenly Star Pavilion is really a marketplace. Let us meet again in the future if fate allows. Ha ha ha." Soaring into the sky, Lin Yun spread his arms apart and disappeared into the silver moon. His method of disappearing left everyone shocked, as they could only listen to Lin Yun's laughter echoing in the surroundings. After Lin Yun flew into the moon, the crowd began to murmur. A silver lake seemed to appear out of nowhere under their feet and they had no idea what to do. What's going on? Are we trapped? What the hell is this? Where's Flower Burial? Where did he go? He didn't really enter the moon, right? Everyone tried to figure out what was going on. They were struggling to leave, but their movements only left ripples on the lake. It seemed like the entire region was a barrier that was trapping them. Holy shit! The crowd was realizing that they couldn't escape the domain no matter how hard they tried. At the same time, the words Saint Artifact appeared in everyone's mind. They began to speculate that the flute Lin Yun was playing was a Saint Artifact. Otherwise, there was no way his music would be terrifying enough to face many astral stage experts on his own. Additionally, Lin Yun was handed another Saint Artifact. Chu Tianhao's Saint Artifact was practically hand-delivered to Lin Yun. The crowd began to wonder where this heaven-defying genius came from. After all, such a genius like Flower Burial should be in the ancient barren domain instead of a border region like the Eastern Desolation. His origin was strange, but his appearance was even stranger. It made no sense for Lin Yun to appear in Eastern Desolation. Those who speculated that Flower Burial was a core disciple of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect instantly dismissed the idea. They didn't believe that such a powerful genius would be from the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. As for the Heavenly Star Pavilion, they were still processing the loss of the Saint artifact. The middle-aged man was especially conflicted because he could still feel the warmth of the Saint artifact just a moment ago. Gone? It's gone. The middle-aged man was on the verge of crying because he failed to protect Thunderclap's sword demon, and he also lost the Saint artifact. The Heavenly Star Pavilion had never suffered such a huge loss before, which made the man feel even more grieved. There was also the matter of Flower Burial's ridicule that left him feeling useless. A song for a head and a song for a Saint artifact? It was the greatest humiliation of the Heavenly Star Pavilion's history. The more he thought about it, the more the middle-aged man wanted to tear up. That bastard! The middle-aged man roared before he sat down and punched the ground, unleashing a ripple out in the domain. But even so, the domain withstood the attack. When the spectators heard the middle-aged man's howl, they felt sympathy for him. They knew that the Heavenly Star Pavilion had suffered an immense loss. The situation was so bad for them that they wouldn't be able to restore their reputation for a long time. However, their sympathy swiftly disappeared because they had been wanting to teach the Heavenly Star Pavilion a lesson for a while now. The pavilion master was an unscrupulous businessman, which annoyed everyone who participated in past auctions. He fled? Just like that. Xiling was briefly stunned before she smiled. Recalling the song played by Lin Yun, she could hear the loneliness in his song. She began to wonder what kind of person Flower Burial was. Suddenly, she realized that she had neglected the death of the Thunderclap's sword demon and was finally free of the knot in her heart. Xiling was confused. She didn't know why the knot was undone when she wasn't the one to kill Thunderclap's sword demon. Was it because of Flower Burial? It's a shame that he's already gone. I can't even thank him. Senior sister, what should we do now? A core disciple of the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect asked with his brow locked together. This domain is created with a Saint artifact, so it won't last too long. It'll dissipate on its own when the day comes, replied Xiling calmly. Perhaps it wouldn't even take that long because the owner of the domain had already left. As she spoke, 3 figures and their elders flew towards her. Chu Tianhao was leading this group over to meet Xiling. He was the true owner of the Saint artifact, but he had maintained silence throughout the whole ordeal even when his Saint artifact was snatched away. His actions clearly displayed how shrewd he was. Next to Chu Tianhao were Xian Feng and Shin Donglu, the chief disciples of the Azure Thunder Monastery and Thousand Crane Pavilion. Usually, when the 3 of them appeared, they would be the focus of attention. But today, they didn't interfere, nor did they have the opportunity to interfere. Xiling, congratulations on having a heaven-defying genius in your Fleeting Cloud Sword sect, smiled Shin Donglu of the Thousand Crane Pavilion. His words also drew Chu Tianhao and Xian Feng's attention because they were also curious about Flower Burial's identity and they wanted to find some clues from Xiling's expression. But they were disappointed by Xiling's calm response. He's not a disciple of my Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. There's no way such a heaven-defying genius would appear in our sect all of a sudden. Otherwise, your sects would have no position in the profound Azure Prefecture. Upon hearing that, Chu Tianhao smiled. I heard that a genius has recently joined your Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. He ascended the Sword Saint Mountain when he's only in the Heavenly Soul Realm. I heard that his name is Lin Yun. Why are you trying to find out information about my Fleeting Cloud Sword sect's genius? I'm warning you not to do anything or none of you will be able to escape, said Xiling coldly. Xiling wasn't comfortable with Chu Tianhao's words. Although she didn't really like Lin Yun, he was still a core disciple of the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect with unimaginable potential. If Chu Tianhao wanted to target Lin Yun, then the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect would retaliate. Relax. Chu Tianhao smiled. There are only 6 months to the ranking battle. Who knows if you'll be able to keep the Sword Saint Mountain. After all, your entire sect might not even exist by then. So why would I be concerned with a brat in the Heavenly Soul Realm? We'll see. Xiling glared at Chu Tianhao before she continued coldly. I'll be honest with you. I've reached 12,000 in the Empyrean ranking this time, so you're not the only one who made it into the top 20,000. Her words left everyone stunned, especially Xian Feng and Shin Donglu, who had a cold light flashing through their pupils. They were shocked by Xiling's talent. Not only was she a decisive person, but she also had a terrifying talent in sword Dao. After all, she grasped the sky sword intent when she made her breakthrough into the Empyrean realm. There were even rumors that her sky sword intent had even reached greater mastery. Right at this moment, cracks began to spread out on the domain, and it would be easy to escape. So Yi Xiling didn't bother with Chu Tianhao's group anymore and swiftly left with the other core disciples. She seems pretty confident this time. Brother Chu, you're not worried at all? Shen Feng asked. I've been in seclusion, so I haven't had time for the Empyrean ranking, replied Chu Tianhao. He didn't want to stay any longer, so he left after responding. That fellow seemed fine even though his saint artifact was stolen. Can it be that the rumors are true? Shen Feng asked with a grave expression. There were rumors that Chu Tianhao made a breakthrough to the highest stage in the King's Suspend Palace. If he succeeded, he would be invincible in the Empyrean realm. By the time the domain broke, Lin Yun was already far away. He was at the promised location that Lil Purple and him decided on. But Lin Yun couldn't relax and was even more nervous than before. Are you done with the spiritual array? The reason why he could face the Heavenly Star Pavilion was thanks to the Divine Indigo Jade Bamboo Flute, Sky Sword Intent, Noble Tune, and the domain from the Silver Moon Mask. But even so, he was only barely capable of fending off the Elysium Core Realm experts. He knew his strength well, and he had already reached his limit. So he had to rely on Lil Purple's spiritual array to leave the demon domain. After all, the Heavenly Star Pavilion's foundation wasn't simple. Nothing can go wrong with the spiritual array prepared by this Empress. With me around, no one can touch you unless an expert in the Dragon Pulse realm appears, smiled Lil Purple. Lin Yun smiled in response when he heard that. Lil Purple was pretty reliable at times. With the spiritual array, he wouldn't have to worry anymore even if an Elysium Core realm expert appeared. Right at this moment, a terrifying aura exploded out from the Heavenly Star Realm's direction as a person soared through the sky. He merely swept his gaze around before he locked onto Lin Yun. Then he charged over with a boiling killing aura. Evidently, this person was in the Dragon Pulse realm. You and your unlucky mouth. Lin Yun's face changed under the mask as he carried Lil Purple and began to flee without any hesitation. Anyone who could reach the Dragon Pulse realm would have a position no matter where they went in Kunlun realm. Cultivators in Kunlun realm were born in the Xiantian realm, and those who with some talent would reach the Heavenly Soul realm at the age of 15 before facing their first bottleneck in the Empyrean realm. As for those who made it through the bottlenecks, they would ultimately be able to reach the Elysium Core realm. However, most people were stuck and never reached Dragon Pulse realm. Reaching the Dragon Pulse realm required hard work, opportunities, inheritance, and fortune. The Dragon Pulse realm experts were the foremost experts in the profound Azure Prefecture, and their strength would affect the grade of a sect. Of course, the Heavenly Star Pavilion also had a Dragon Pulse realm expert, but no one had imagined that this expert would appear because of flower burial. So when this mighty figure soared into the sky from the Heavenly Star Pavilion, no one could believe what they were seeing. His mighty aura spread out like a dragon as he appeared in the sky. Dragon Pulse Realm. Shock filled Yi Xiling's eyes as her heart began to throb violently. No matter how strong flower burial was, he would be facing a different generation. So it was a little unreasonable to have an expert in the Dragon Pulse realm stand up. Although demonic cultivators were unrestrained, they still cared about rules. So when that black figure soared into the sky, other terrifying auras also exploded out in the demon domain. They were revealing their existence as a form of intimidation. For a brief moment, dragon roars enveloped the entire demon domain, causing the entire domain to tremble violently. When the middle-aged man sensed this, his face turned ugly. The Guardian wasn't someone he could order around. The fact that the Guardian was making a move further emphasized his incapability. That black figure above the Heavenly Star Pavilion ignored the other Orsa and fixed his gaze towards Lin Yun's direction. Killing intent blazed in his eyes as he stared. As a demonic cultivator, he naturally didn't follow the rules. So when he determined Lin Yun's direction, he didn't hesitate to charge forward. Instantly, he flashed forward over a few hundred miles away. It was clear to everyone that flower burial was finished. No matter how strong he was destined to die from the Dragon Pulse Realm expert. But right at this moment, countless spiritual runes appeared around the black figure and formed into a crystal prison. When the prison was formed, an ancient seal appeared that looked like an ancient ice phoenix. The seal was only the size of a fist, but it was constructed with hundreds of saint runes that the black figure couldn't destroy despite attacking twice. Those who saw what happened were shocked to see a spiritual array that an expert in the Dragon Pulse realm couldn't break. However, the black figure roared with rage as he unleashed terrifying demonic light from his body. Then, he threw a punch that destroyed the prison. When the prison was destroyed, the black figure soared into the sky once more to determine Lin Yun's location. Cold light flashed through his eyes as spiritual arrays appeared in his surroundings again to form a prison. This time, the prison was constructed of dragon bones that happened to trap him just when he was about to land on the ground. The entire bone prison looked like it was alive as it shrank around him. The bones of the prison walls were giving off a metallic luster that made it seem firm and unbreakable. When the black figure tried to break the prison apart, the collision only produced a metallic clash that echoed out. He spent a great deal of effort destroying the prison. But when he looked around, Lin Yun was far away once more. Similar incidents occurred along the way as the black figure chased after Lin Yun. Clearly, Lin Yun was prepared to retreat. If it weren't for the Dragon Pulse Realm expert, there was no way that any of the forces could have chased after Lin Yun. Everyone that Lin Yun fought felt a chill run down their spines. None of them were experts in the Dragon Pulse Realm, so they would have died if they pursued after him. Unfortunately for Lin Yun, he wasn't prepared to deal with a Dragon Pulse Realm expert. Although he was able to give the black figure some trouble, the difference in their cultivation was too large. He would eventually get caught. Lin Yun, quick! He's going to catch up soon. Lil Purple was in Lin Yun's embrace, so she was able to see what was happening behind Lin Yun. Lin Yun didn't reply and focused all of his energy on escaping the demon domain. If the black figure was determined to kill him, there was no way he would be safe even outside of the demon domain. A cold light flashed through Lin Yun's pupils because he was starting to get annoyed. If the other party chased after him outside of the demon domain, he would be forced to test the firmament battlecloth. It was his greatest source of strength since it represented the prestige of the Azure Dragon Lord. He had the Azure Dragon Lord's promise that if anyone took advantage of Lin Yun with their cultivation, the Azure Dragon Lord would teach them a lesson. In other words, the firmament battlecloth was meant to get rid of old monsters. Lin Yun's eyes lit up as he saw a boundless ocean up ahead. After losing the envelopment of darkness and baleful aura, the ocean looked gorgeous under the moonlight. He was finally out of the demon domain. However, Lin Yun didn't stop to look around. Instead, he manifested golden wings behind him and soared over the ocean like a golden crow. As he flew, the Dragon Pulse Realm Guardian broke through the remaining spiritual arrays and charged out of the demon domain. But the moment he left the demon domain, a sword ray descended from the horizon and flew towards him. The Guardian threw up a mouthful of blood and was knocked back into the demon domain before he could even chase after Lin Yun. But the sword ray didn't stop there as it stabbed his chest and then flew towards the Heavenly Star Pavilion. Just like that, the entire demon domain was lit up by the sword ray that caused the moon to turn dark. As for the other Dragon Pulse Realm experts who emitted their aura, they quickly retracted their might and retreated. A brief moment later, a huge explosion sounded out as the Guardian was pinned onto the highest point of the Heavenly Star Pavilion, while a sword pierced through his chest. "You again!" That Guardian wore a sinister expression as he looked towards the western direction of the demon domain with blood dripping down on his lips. Since the attacker was far away, only the Dragon Pulse Realme experts could see that the Guardian was staring at the fleeting Cloud Sword Sect's direction. The middle-aged man felt his knees wobble. The Guardian was chasing after Flower Burial and then was sent back by a sword the moment he stepped out of the demon domain. He was even pinned to the Heavenly Star Pavilion's plaque. The middle-aged man couldn't imagine how strong the attacker was, so despair filled his pupils. He had brought the greatest humiliation to the Heavenly Star Pavilion and the entire demon domain. Even the Dragon Pulse Realm demonic cultivators who had a fiery temper had instantly retreated, so he knew that they messed with an entity that couldn't be offended. At this moment, the entire demon domain fell into silence as if no one saw the guardian pinned on the plaque. The middle-aged man fell on his, but as his lips twitched, just who the hell did I offend? Not only him, but the likes of Chu Tianhao, Xianfeng, and Shandong Lu were also shocked by this scene. Who was standing behind Flower Burial? They knew that the owner of the sword could have killed the guardian if they wanted, but they graciously gave a warning instead. The warning was clear. The Heavenly Star Pavilion had to follow the rules too. Lin Yun looked back in surprise. He could sense the boiling killing intent from the black figure, but the black figure was nowhere to be seen. Weird, Lin Yun muttered as he put Lil Purple down. Just a moment ago, he could sense flames blazing in his brows that made him feel terrible. It felt as though there was a sword cocoon being nurtured in the center of his brows that wanted to break out. However, he couldn't break through his bottleneck no matter how hard he tried. What's there to be curious about? That fellow must have been injured by my spiritual array, said Lil Purple proudly. Lin Yun gathered his thoughts and smiled. Then I wonder who it was that grabbed onto my neck so hard that my neck became red. Humph. Lil Purple said calmly. I was just trying to encourage you. Don't you know that people whip the horse to make them run faster? You're my horse. If it wasn't for me, you would be dead. Lin Yun squinted his eyes and suddenly grabbed onto the back of Lil Purple's collar. He disrupted Lil Purple from boasting as she flew into a rage with her face turning red. Lin Yun, I'm really becoming angry. Put this Empress down right now. There's nothing you can do. Lin Yun laughed before carrying Lil Purple on his shoulder. As he walked forward, he glanced at the demon domain enveloped in the black mist because he was really curious about what happened in the demon domain. He knew that there must be things that he didn't know about, but his rationale ultimately won over his curiosity and he stopped wondering. After leaving the demon domain, Lin Yun rested for 2 days before heading back to the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. Lil Purple also had a lot of fun outside, which delayed their return even more. After killing Thunderclap's sword demon, Lin Yun had taken care of everyone on the scroll. After 2 months of running around, he was finally done, so he didn't mind relaxing a bit. They ended up relaxing for half a month before they returned to the sect. I'm back. Looking at the mountains enveloped in the massive array, Lin Yun sucked in a cold breath. After being gone for so long, he felt like he was returning home. He wasn't wearing the mask as he didn't want to attract unwanted attention. Plus, he was more fond of his identity as Lin Yun than the silver-haired Flower Burial. In the past 2 months, everyone in the profound Azure Prefecture knew about Flower Burial. However, no one knew that the true identity of Flower Burial was Lin Yun. Lin Yun leisurely thought about all the progress that he made along his journey and thought about his sword intent that had reached its bottleneck. He knew that it would be earth-shattering if he managed to make the breakthrough. Otherwise, he would be restricted in a prison he had created for himself. He would suffer a huge loss if he fought Empyreans, all because he was holding off on his breakthrough. Suddenly, Lin Yun smiled because he recalled someone still owed him a pot of Millennium Flame. Looking at his smile, Lil Purple said, Humph. Why does your smile look so lewd? What are you thinking about? You can't think about other girls because I'm watching you on behalf of you, Wei Wei. Lin Yun smiled and didn't bother to argue with her. Lil Purple seemed to have a great impression of you, Wei Wei, and would glance at Lin Yun in disdain occasionally. What's bad about you, Wei Wei? This Empress likes someone like her. Someone who dares to love and hate openly. Not to mention that she even gave you the divine indigo jade bamboo flute. Don't get involved in the affairs of adults. Lin Yun knocked her on the head and then continued forward. Just like that, the two returned to the sword sect and back to their residence. Suddenly, a voice sounded out in Lin Yun's ears. Come and meet me. Seeing that the old geezer was so anxious, Lin Yun muttered inwardly before he soared into the sky and flew towards the main palace. His trip had been dangerous, especially because he drew the attention of an old monster in the Dragon Pulse realm and nearly lost his life. So Lin Yun wondered if he should ask for more True Dragon Saint Liquid. Soon, Lin Yun arrived at the main hall and met with the sect master once more. The sect master was still wearing gray clothes that matched his long hair and beard. He emitted a deep and unfathomable aura as his sword intent felt like a deep abyss. When he saw Lin Yun, he smiled. I heard that Thunderclap Sword Demon was killed in the Heavenly Star Pavilion. I bet you failed to complete the list, right? Like I said that there won't be any true dragon Saint Liquid for you if one person is missing. Lin Yun didn't say a word and merely took out Thunderclap Sword Demon's decapitated head. Seeing this, the fleeting Cloud Sword sect master was surprised. Your flower burial? Carry on with your act, smiled Lin Yun. Ha ha ha. The fleeting Cloud Sword sect master laughed. I'm not acting. Although I had an idea, I never would have guessed that you had a strong attainment in music Dao. Cut it out. Have you prepared the true dragon Saint Liquid? Lin Yun asked with his arm outstretched. This is a total of 135 droplets. Use them sparingly, said the sect master as he took out the true dragon Saint Liquid. Then he took the decapitated head. When Lin Yun saw the true dragon Saint Liquid before him, his eyes flashed with joy because this was an astronomical sum. He knew that this was a large sum for any genius in Kunlun realm. Honestly speaking, Lin Yun knew that it was impossible for him to get this much just by killing some demonic cultivators. He definitely knew that the old geezer had other plans, but the true dragon Saint Liquid was too important to Lin Yun for him to care. Receiving the true dragon Saint Liquid, Lin Yun cupped his hands together. Thank you. No need to thank me, you also helped me out. The sect master was briefly stunned by Lin Yun's politeness before he smiled. If you feel bad, you can return some to me. Haha, I don't think so. Lin Yun smiled with his eyes flickering. Since he already had the true dragon Saint Liquid, he would never give them back. These aren't even enough for me to reach the limit of the heavenly soul realm. Old geezer, how many more do you have hidden? Lin Yun asked. He had the Azure Dragon Saint art, so he could refine the true dragon Saint Liquid a lot faster than others. According to his estimation, he would need 200 more. As long as his Azure Dragon Saint art reached the 6th stage, he would have confidence to endure the boundless origin energy in the last tribulation. To reach the limit of the heavenly soul realm, he needed to have a strong physique. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to deal with the quality of origin energy that he would face. Lin Yun's astral energy would far exceed ordinary people the moment he reached the Empyrean realm. It would be at the level of the galaxy stage or even astral stage. The quality of astral energy could easily blow a person's body apart. And from that, one could imagine how tough it was to reach the limit of the heavenly soul realm. I won't hide it from you, I don't have any more. It's good news for me if you can reach the limit of the heavenly soul realm. Anyway, I happen to have something I'll need your help with, chuckled the sect master. Lin Yun naturally wouldn't believe the sect master because the sect master had hidden himself deeply since he was even stronger than Feng Ju. Since Feng Ju could give him a saint artifact, the sect master was definitely very wealthy. What do you need help with? Lin Yun was curious about what the sect master needed from him. I'll tell you about it after you reach the limit of the heavenly soul realm. It'll do more harm than good if I tell you right now. Also, I need you to keep a low profile for the next few months, said the sect master. It almost sounded like he only called Lin Yun to remind him to stay low-key. But even if the sect master didn't say anything to Lin Yun, he would have kept a low profile. After all, he just created a huge uproar in the demon domain. Lin Yun and the sect master kept talking, but the sect master wasn't taking anything else out for Lin Yun. Old geezer, you really don't have any more true dragon Saint Liquid? Now that I think about it, I don't really need to keep a low profile, said Lin Yun when he was about to leave. Clearly, he wasn't going to give up. Ha ha ha. The sect master laughed and seemed a lot younger, giving Lin Yun a misperception that this old man was a young swordsman shining brightly. You're still not giving up? All right then. I'll give you some more names after you're done refining the true dragon, Saint Liquid you have on hand, said the sect master with a smile. Deal. Lin Yun smiled because he knew that the sect master definitely had more true dragon Saint Liquid. Not long after he left, Yi Xiling walked in. Father, something big took place in the demon domain this time. Yi Xiling had just come back from the demon domain, and she still couldn't forget about what happened in the Heavenly Star Pavilion. As she shared what Flower Burial did, she also began probing her father for information. There are rumors that Flower Burial is a core disciple of the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. Is that true? Yi Xiling asked carefully. Truth be told, she didn't believe those words. But she still felt anticipation for the answer. If Flower Burial was really a core disciple of the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect, her father would surely know the identity of Flower Burial. At the same time, she kept convincing herself that she was only going to thank Flower Burial. After all, the Thunderclap Sword Demon had become a knot in her heart, but Flower Burial resolved it for her. She could also tell that the arrogant Flower Burial was actually lonely from his music. Lin Yun just left and he already told me what happened in the demon domain, replied the sect master with a smile. When Yi Xiling heard that, she couldn't help feeling disappointed. Since her father didn't reveal it to her, then this meant that Flower Burial might not be a core disciple of the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. Was Lin Yun also in the demon domain? That fellow is only in the 7th soul Heavenly Soul realm. Although he can fight ordinary star stage experts, it's a little rash of him to head into the demon domain. Now that she looked at it, Lin Yun was still as arrogant as before, and in her mind there was no way he could be compared to Flower Burial. You seem to hold opinions about Lin Yun? The sect master smiled. I just don't like how arrogant he is. It would be another matter if he had the strength to back it up. I already know that his achievements will be higher than mine in the future, but it doesn't change the fact that he's an arrogant fool right now. To dare to head to the demon domain when he's not an Empyrean, what a fool, replied Yi Xiling. Ha ha ha. The sect master couldn't help laughing. Why is Flower Burial allowed to be arrogant, but Lin Yun isn't? You're too biased against him. Seeing that she was exposed, Yi Xiling blushed before she muttered, how can you even begin to compare them? The difference in their strength is too huge. I'm not targeting Lin Yun on purpose. I really just don't like his arrogance. He's the champion of the 9th heavenly path. How can such a genius keep a low profile in the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect? With his talent and strength, he's entirely worthy of being arrogant, smiled the sect master. When Yi Xiling heard that, her mind blew up. Lin Yun was actually the champion of the 9th heavenly path? But how is that possible? Clearly, Yi Xiling couldn't believe that Lin Yun was the champion of the 9th heavenly path. Thinking that she might have misunderstood him, Yi Xiling became nervous before she refuted. So what? He's keeping a young girl around. Stroking his beard, the sect master smiled. If I'm correct, that's an artifact spirit or a sword spirits. It's not like what you're thinking. When Yi Xiling heard that, she was completely dumbfounded. If that little girl was really an artifact spirit, then the misunderstanding was huge. Thinking about how she put makeup on Lil Purple, she couldn't help feeling even more embarrassed. She realized that she was the joke all this time. After Lin Yun left the main palace, he traveled through the air searching for zither music. Once he heard it, he smiled because Luo Hua didn't forget her promise. It's her. It had been a long time since Lin Yun drank the Millennium Flame, so he licked his lips and followed the music. It didn't take long before the Saint Sword Mountain entered his sight. There were countless mountains hovering around Saint Sword Mountain, and it was a forbidden ground most of the time. But Lin Yun was a heavenly core disciple, so no place was forbidden to him. The surroundings of the Sword Saint Mountain looked like a celestial realm as it was enveloped in clouds. Right now, Lin Yun could sense an ethereal intent in the zither music that floated just like the clouds around the mountain. Most people thought that the fleeting cloud was the sky, which would trap most heaven-defying geniuses. But what was above the fleeting clouds? Lin Yun seemed to have an insight as he raised his head to look at the sky. Is there a sky above the fleeting clouds? Then, he realized that there was always a sky above the sky. Lin Yun began to feel a sharp pain in his chest as his sword intent ran amok. The very thing that he held so firmly was suddenly crumbling. If there was a sky above the sky, what was the meaning in cultivating sword Dao? After all, even the fleeting clouds were still beneath the sky and his sword was ultimately a joke. Suddenly, The intense fluctuation of his emotions made him throw up a mouthful of blood as his face turned pale. At this moment, fear began to spread in Lin Yun's mind as he thought about running amok. His sword Dao began to crumble weirdly, like a towering building tottering on the verge of collapse. Lin Yun smiled because he realized that he might die today. His heart was full of hatred because he realized that his sword was too short. Meanwhile, the zither music changed and Lin Yun could sense the noble tune in it. However, this one felt mightier than the one he played. It was clearly the overbearing noble tune, but it sounded gentle like a tender hand caressing his body. Lin Yun's expression loosened up and his sword intent stopped collapsing. His gaze became sharp as the music magically calmed him down. Lin Yun stared into the horizon and let out a long sigh. That was really dangerous. After a while, Lin Yun arrived where Luo Hua was. The mountains were hidden in the clouds like the veil that covered Luo Hua's face. Lin Yun gazed at her as he imagined how gorgeous she was under the veil. When Lin Yun landed on the mountain, he smiled. The scenery here is comparable to Jiangnan. Jiangnan? Where's that? Luo Hua raised her head with curiosity flashing in her pupils. Where was Jiangnan? Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he smiled. Truth be told, even he didn't know where it was. Jiangnan is in our dreams. I woke up from my dream the moment I saw you. Lin Yun sat down with excited eyes when he saw the jar of wine that was prepared. He toyed with the jar of wine briefly before he poured himself a cup. Looking at the golden flames in the clear wine, it was indeed the Millennium Flame that Lin Yun had asked for. With a smile, Lin Yun shook the wine cup gently and golden flames appeared on the surface of the wine that manifested into a golden crow and flew around the pavilion. Lin Yun lifted the cup and chugged its contents. His face turned rosy as he let out a deep breath. Good wine! You killed the thunderclap sword demon, so why is your heart full of trouble? You almost ran amok. Luo Hua asked curiously with concern in her tone. The 4th grade sword intent. Lin Yun replied. He had insight earlier that there might be another sky beyond the sky. So it was practically impossible for him to reach beyond the sky, which made him feel like a joke. He didn't bother hiding anything and shared everything with Luo Hua. It's already hard for you to come this far. Most people in the world will be trapped beneath the fleeting clouds. They will never think about this problem, said Luo Hua. We all want to reach the mountain peak, but we'll see a higher mountain every time we reach a summit. Many people will collapse from despair because every single attempt to ascend the mountain is a life and death experience. The 4th grade sword intent is really hard, sighed Lin Yun before he took out the divine indigo jade bamboo flute and began to play. He was playing it with the noble tune, and when he did, phenomena began to appear on the fleeting clouds. When he was done with the song, the bitterness in his heart decreased. Everything in the world consists of yin and yang, which also means that there's a balance to the world. Sword and blade Daos are stronger than most Daos, and they're also the hardest to comprehend. There are many Daos that are easier to grasp. The 4th grade sword intent is called Divine Firmament. Legend has it that there were 9 skies with 36 layers, and Divine Firmament is the highest of the 36 layers. Luo Hua stood up from her seat and continued, But, is that important? Is it important? Lin Yun's heart began to throb as if Luo Hua's words had woken him up. He could feel various bottlenecks loosening up before he replied, No, it's not. Light shined from the center of his brows as his sword intent formed a seed. It was a complete sword cocoon. Once the cocoon breaks, his 4th grade sword intent would be formed. Divine Firmament didn't mean the highest sky but being above the sky. So he needed to manifest the sky itself with his sword intent. Lin Yun's sword intent had been stuck at the 3rd grade for a long time. But at this moment, the fog began to dissipate as all of his comprehensions flooded his mind. With the cocoon formed, he reached the quasi-divine firmament sword intent. This meant that his sword intent would reach the 4th grade eventually as time passed. At that time, his sword would be the sky, and his bottleneck would no longer exist. Lady Luo really knows a lot. I nearly ran amok earlier and died. Fortunately, I crossed the bottleneck to the 4th grade instead, said Lin Yun. Hearing that, Luo Hua smiled. You're already standing at the summit looking at the fleeting clouds while others are still climbing the mountain. This would happen to you sooner or later. I just gave you a little push. Based on your heart as a swordsman, even without my noble tune, it wouldn't be a problem for you to make a breakthrough. Lin Yun smiled in response. He was growing curious about Luo Hua's identity. Are all Saint clans this knowledgeable? After all, Luo Hua seems to be even more versed in noble tune than he was. Her explanation of the 4th grade sword intent had benefited him greatly, which meant that she also had a strong sword intent. After all, she gave him personal insight instead of relying on the words of the seniors. For example, if she told that to Yi Xiling, the latter wouldn't be able to understand it. In fact, her explanation might hinder Yi Xiling's progress in her sword intent. So everything that just happened was a coincidence. It was a coincidence that Lin Yun had been comprehending the 4th grade sword intent for a long time, and that Luo Hua's explanation helped him break through the bottleneck. Lin Yun realized that Luo Hua's identity wasn't that simple. I heard that you're here for the secret of the Saint Sword Mountain? You're half right. Luo Hua didn't hide anything from Lin Yun and turned her gaze to the Sword Saint Mountain. The Sword Saint Mountain isn't that simple, and ascending the summit is only the beginning of the journey. Even if you comprehend what you received on the mountain, you'll realize that the owner of that mountain has already given the answer to your bottleneck. When Lin Yun heard that, he was surprised. Lady Luo, did you already ascend the mountain? I didn't, but you did. So I'm able to see what you saw? Said Luo Hua mysteriously. Lin Yun figured out what she was saying. No wonder Luo Hua was around when I ascended the mountain. It appears that there really is a secret on the Saint Sword Mountain. What's the other reason? Lin Yun pursued. He usually wasn't this forward, but he was curious about Luo Hua. The other reason is the other reason, replied Luo Hua, not giving any explanation. That's not an easy riddle to solve, smiled Lin Yun. I'm not giving you a riddle. The other half is just the other half. If you know, you know. If you don't, then you don't. It's just like your flute music. You play song after song with bitterness from your relationships, replied Luo Hua without any emotion in her voice. Lin Yun could sense a chill in her words. He smiled awkwardly because he knew that he overshared last time when he was drunk. He talked about Xianxia, Yu Weiwei, and Su Xiao. So Luo Hua naturally knew more about him than how much he knew about her. So Lin Yun stopped probing. If Luo Hua didn't want to share, she didn't need to. Why don't you tell me about your adventures outside? I heard that you killed Thunderclap Sword Demon, but I don't know how you killed him. I believe it must have been exciting, said Luo Hua while sitting down and playing the zither. Lin Yun drank the Millennium Flame, listened to the music, and shared his adventures with Luo Hua. Occasionally, she would interrupt him and ask for more details. When she heard that Lin Yun had also grasped the noble tune, she suggested they play music together. Just like that, the two drank, chatted, and played music together. Before Lin Yun knew it, he finished the Millennium Flame and fell asleep on the pavilion once more. When he woke up, it was already the next morning. He slept comfortably and he wasn't suffering from a headache. Rather, his cultivation improved over the night, reaching the pinnacle heavenly soul realm. If he wanted, he could become an Empyrean right now. I blacked out again? Lin Yun rubbed his eyes and wore a mocking smile. But at least he didn't cry or laugh like the other time. When he stretched his waist, he noticed that there was another Millennium Flame on the table and pounced at it. Ha ha ha! Lin Yun laughed because Luo Hua was really generous to give him another bottle. Then, he looked in the Sword Saint Mountain's direction and started pondering a thought. After all, it was weird for someone like Luo Hua to be in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. Can it be that there's really a huge secret in the Sword Saint Mountain? Ascending the mountain was only the beginning, and the sect master promised him that he could ascend it once more upon reaching the Empyrean realm. It seemed like he really needed to take this opportunity seriously. When Lin Yun raised his head, he could sense a warm current flowing from the center of his brows. Touching his forehead, he could clearly sense the boundless sword intent in the center of his brows. If he could wait till the cocoon breaks open, he would grasp the 4th grade sword intent. He knew that it would be a long process, and that his sword intent could barely be considered the quasi-fourth grade. But at least he no longer had a bottleneck. Now that he recalled the entire process of making a breakthrough yesterday, Lin Yun couldn't help feeling chills down his spine. He couldn't believe that his heart as a swordsman was shaken so much that it nearly collapsed. He began to ponder why this bottleneck was so hard. Some weren't willing to ascend the mountain. Some didn't want to admit that there was a higher mountain after reaching the summit, and some couldn't persevere in their heart. It was already hard to achieve sky sword intent, not to mention divine firmament sword intent. Drinking the new millennium flame, Lin Yun jumped into the sea of clouds. Now that he had resolved his biggest concern, he needed to refine the true dragon Saint Liquid and try to reach the limit of the heavenly soul realm. His plan was to become an Empyrean after reaching the limit of the heavenly soul realm and after grasping the divine firmament sword intent. Then, he would travel the qualifications to compete with the geniuses of the ancient barren domain. Before Lin Yun returned to his residence, he could already hear laughter from his courtyard. It was from Wang Yurua, who had been waiting at his residence ever since she heard that Lin Yun was back. Right now, she was chatting with Lil Purple in the courtyard. She laughed non-stop ever since she showed up. She was in a good mood, and her mood improved even more when she saw Lin Yun. Her eyes lit up because it had been a long time since she saw Lin Yun. "Smells nice. Big brother Yun. Did you go pick flowers last night?" Wang Yurua chuckled. "Humph." Lil Purple looked at Lin Yun suspiciously before she said in disdain, "Who knows? He might have gone to meet a lover of his." "What a scumbag. Mind your words." Lin Yun flicked Lil Purple's forehead. "That really seems to be the fragrance of a woman. Big brother Yun, can it be that you went to meet your lover?" Wang Yurua frowned. "Don't listen to her. I just went to drink with Lady Luo Hua," explained Lin Yun with a smile. "Senior sister Luo." Wang Yurua became emotional when she heard that. Then she spoke with reverence. "Senior sister Luo is famous for being cold to others, and no one can approach her aside from the sect master. Senior brother, your charm is really great." "Well, it's nothing impressive," smiled Lin Yun after giving Wang Yurua a wink that made Wang Yurua blush and immediately lower her head. "Humph." Lil Purple snorted in disdain. "Ah." Wang Yurua suddenly thought of something and continued, "Big brother Yun, I have something to tell you. Your love rival appeared." "Love rival? Where did this person come from?" Lin Yun was startled by those words before he smiled. "Humph, scumbag." Lil Purple snorted once more in disdain. "Big brother Yun, do you know that senior sister changed after returning from the demon domain? She will occasionally fall into a daze and mutter to herself," said Wang Yurua nervously. "Do you know Flower Burial? I have no idea who that scumbag is, but I hate him. Senior sister seems to have fallen for him." Wang Yurua's words caused chaos in Lin Yun's mind. As for Lil Purple, she was full of laughter. "That's right. Flower Burial is a scumbag." Lil Purple continued to laugh. "So I became my own love rival? Wait, when did I show any interest in Yi Xiling?" Lin Yun put on a serious expression and said, "Lass, I have no interest in your senior sister, so don't spread false rumors." "Hee hee, I got it." Wang Yurua winked. Clearly, she didn't believe in him. In the end, Lin Yun knew that his effort to explain himself was futile. "Hee hee, let's be serious, senior brother Yun. Have you heard of this Flower Burial? The entire sect is talking about him. I heard that he killed Thunderclap's sword demon with a song in the Heavenly Star Pavilion." Wang Yurua naturally knew about the grudges between the Thunderclap sword demon and the Fleeting Cloud sword sect. Lin Yun locked his brows together when he heard that because he wasn't sure how he should reply. After all, he couldn't possibly praise himself, right? After a brief pondering, Lin Yun still decided to keep a low profile and replied, "I did hear something about him, but he seems a little weaker than me." "Is that so? You're pretty arrogant with your words." Right at this moment, a cold snort sounded from outside the residence, and a chilling aura swept over the courtyard. Lin Yun and Wang Yurua shivered from the cold. Even Lil Purple's smile had frozen as she disappeared into the sword box. When Lin Yun saw this scene, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It looked like Lil Purple was traumatized by Yi Xiling. Right at this moment, Yi Xiling appeared before everyone with a breeze. Senior sister. Wang Yurua smiled. I'll deal with you later. Yi Xiling glared at her, causing Wang Yurua to lower her head fearfully. But after Yi Xiling turned around, she stuck her tongue out and gave Lin Yun a playful smile. Senior sister Yi, how are you? Lin Yun smiled. Truth be told, it hadn't been long since they last met in the Heavenly Star Pavilion. However, Lin Yun couldn't greet her due to his secret identity. I already know everything about you, said Yi Xiling as she looked at Lin Yun. Does she know? Lin Yun's heart throbbed when he heard that. After all, it made no sense since the silver moon mask could conceal his aura and change his voice. The sect master told me that you're the champion of the 9th heavenly path. You killed 5 realm sons and then crippled the other 5. You were ranked first on the gold ranking, Yi Xiling said, leaving Wang Yurua shocked. Wang Yurua didn't expect that Lin Yun would be the champion of the 9th heavenly path. She heard the other champions were unrivaled geniuses with great potential. After all, their names spread throughout Kunlun realm upon their arrival. Sorry. I apologize for underestimating you back then, said Yi Xiling. Lin Yun was surprised to hear an apology from Yi Xiling. He didn't expect that someone so prideful as her would apologize to him. It appeared that she wasn't that aloof after all. But Lin Yun wasn't too bothered by her previous actions. It has nothing to do with you. I have a lot of enemies in the heavenly path, so I had no choice but to conceal my identity when I arrived here. Yi Xiling initially thought that Lin Yun would flaunt his strength and make her feel bad, but he acted nonchalantly instead. She couldn't help smiling. Actually, you're not that difficult to interact with aside from being a little arrogant, but you still can't talk bad about Flower Burial. After all, he's my benefactor, and I won't let it go if you do it again. Lin Yun was initially planning to reply, but he suddenly saw the smile on Yi Xiling's face disappearing. You might be strong, and your achievements will definitely be higher than mine in the future. But you're still lacking as of now, said Yi Xiling. She didn't say that the gulf between them was like the distance between the sky and earth, because she didn't want to strike a blow to Lin Yun's heart. Then again, Lin Yun didn't find anything wrong with her words and stayed silent. As for Lil Purple, I'm sorry for misunderstanding you the other time, continued Yi Xiling. Don't worry about it. That lass needs to be taught a lesson from time to time. I think you did a good job. I'll send her to you another time in the future, smiled Lin Yun. You dare. Lil Purple's voice sounded out from the sword box with her teeth gritted. Yi Xiling looked at Lin Yun weirdly before she replied, Since I'm apologizing to you, I naturally can't come empty-handed. This is Thunderclap Sword Demon's interspatial pouch. There were many people fighting for it, but I ultimately got it. I haven't looked into it, and I believe that there must be something that interests you. So please accept this. Lin Yun was surprised when he heard that because he didn't think that the Thunderclap Sword Demon's interspatial pouch would fall into Yi Xiling's hands. She must have been pretty close to Thunderclap Sword Demon when he died. Then I won't be polite, replied Lin Yun while taking the interspatial pouch. Yi Xiling let out a breath of relief before she signaled to Wang Yurua that it was time to go. But just when she was about to leave the residence, she suddenly stopped. Oh, right, don't listen to that lass. You might be a pretty good person, but I have no interest in you. I just don't want you to have any misunderstandings. Lin Yun was stunned when he heard those words. Clearly, Yi Xiling had the wrong impression of him. Meanwhile, Lil Purple's laughter sounded out from the sword box. After Yi Xiling left, Lil Purple then came out from the sword box. She had always been fearless no matter who she ran into. However, she would cower whenever she saw Yi Xiling. Since Yi Xiling was gone, Lil Purple freely spoke. That demoness is finally gone. Speaking of which, can I enter the sword box? Lin Yun asked. He was envious that Lil Purple could enter the sword box anytime she wanted. You want the Iris Sword Saint Brat's inheritance? Let's talk about it when you reach the Empyrean realm. You still can't control the Iris Sacred Flame or refine it. Anyway, the inheritance didn't belong to him. This sword box has a huge origin, and you're still too weak right now, smiled Lil Purple. What about the Sword Saint Mountain? Didn't you say that there are some secrets? I didn't see anything when I reached the summit, smiled Lin Yun. I won't make a mistake, but I'm not too sure about the secret of the Sword Saint Mountain. It's just an idea. Humph, if I'm right, then that mountain has a huge origin, said Lil Purple. Lin Yun knew that Lil Purple would reply mysteriously, so he ignored her and shifted his attention onto the interspatial pouch. He was hoping to find something that could make Lil Red stronger. Then again, it must have reached a bottleneck in the ancient Dracope art, or it would have already reached the Empyrean realm. But it was a pity that Lin Yun couldn't understand the ancient Dracope art as it was given to Lil Red by Yu Weiwei. Very quickly, Lin Yun turned his attention to Lil Purple with a smile. Empress, have you heard of the ancient Dracope art? Pouting her lips, Lil Purple turned her head away. Never. Humph. Didn't someone want to give me to Yi Xiling earlier? What ancient Dracope art are you talking about? Am I not a brat who needs some teaching? Lin Yun laughed when he heard that because Lil Purple held a grudge well. Then again, this was what made her adorable in the first place. Patting on his interspatial pouch, Lin Yun took out the bottle of Millennium Flame left to him by Luo Hua and said, Empress, look at this. Millennium Flame. Lil Purple's eyes lit up before she snorted. Humph, it's nothing impressive. I drank Jade Dew back then and celestial wines that only Saint Kings can enjoy. There's nothing I'm impressive about the Millennium Flame. She initially wanted to say that there was nothing impressive about the Millennium Flame, but her gaze betrayed her when she took a peek at it. It's for you. Lin Yun was about to push the bottle over, but it was already snatched away by Lil Purple before he could finish speaking. Seeing this, Lin Yun smiled. Lil Red is cultivating the ancient Dracope art and probably reached a bottleneck. Do you have a solution? Lil Red hopped onto the table and looked at Lil Purple pitifully. From its expression, one could imagine how vexing it was to be stuck in a bottleneck for so long. Hee, I already realized it. I would have said something even if you didn't ask me. After reaching the third stage in the ancient Dracope art, he'll need a 5,000-year-old fruit containing true dragon blood that's at least the level of a saint fruit. But it's a pity, smiled Lil Purple. The ancient Dracope art was famous back in the Golden Era, so there were fierce competitions for the fruit. Every time there's a true dragon blood fruit, the powerhouses of the demon clan would fight for it. I'm talking about genuine dragon blood. Lin Yun knew that even if the true dragon saint liquid had the name True Dragon in it, it was refined from demonic beasts possessing a dragon bloodline. Although it was precious, the dragon blood wasn't pure and the purity wouldn't be perfect no matter how one refines. When Lil Red heard Lil Purple's words, it lowered its head and stared at its paws. It was strong back in the heavenly path, and it didn't want to be a burden on Lin Yun now. I don't have any fruit containing dragon blood. What about deity blood? Lin Yun probed. Divine blood fruit. Lil Purple was shocked because she knew that Lin Yun had a 8-leaf divine blood fruit with him. If news of it got out, it would definitely draw the attention of countless saints and saint kings. After all, a divine blood fruit was precious. The value of one leaf even far exceeded the entire fleeting cloud sword sect, and just the dews on the leaves were of unimaginable value. If it's the divine blood fruit, just one leaf is enough. But are you sure about that? Lil Purple asked. Although the current era is incomparable to the golden era, you can still try to find fruits with dragon blood. Each of the leaves is extremely precious, and the value isn't any inferior compared to the fruit. Logically speaking, the fruit should have a high value that not even Dragon Pulse Realm experts could refine, and it was different for the leaves. So some seniors would pay a great price for the leaves to nurture their descendants. What is there to be uncertain about? Lin Yun smiled because Lil Red was his brother. Without hesitation, Lin Yun took out the jade bottle from his interspatial pouch and looked at Lil Purple cautiously. Will it alarm others? He was mainly talking about the sect master because the sect master's strength was unfathomable. Lin Yun had a feeling that the sect master had grasped the divine firmament sword intent. But Lil Purple didn't reply to him and floated in the air with his long hair spread out. As the golden and crimson mark bloomed on her forehead, She looked even more ethereal. As her hands began to change, countless spiritual runes began to appear as they intertwined in the air. Very quickly, the spiritual runes formed into an array as the two divine runes on her forehead flew out like chains. Instantly, she formed a barrier that enveloped the entire residence. When she was done, Lil Purple's face became pale and the light in her eyes also dimmed down. "Isn't this a little too much?" Lin Yun asked, smacking his lips. "You have no idea how precious the divine blood fruit is. I'm not doing this to hide it from the sect master. You can't tell right now, but there are too many old geezers in Kunlun realm. If any of them know what you possess, you won't make it out alive even if you have 10 lives," said Lil Purple. After Lin Yun unsealed the jade bottle, the divine blood fruit flew out and Lin Yun plucked one of the leaves. The leaf emitted a gentle light with water intent. If it was given to a cultivator who practiced water intent, it would allow that person's water intent to undergo a transformation. The leaf was emitting a crystallized luster that made Lil Purple lick her lips. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't lower herself to do it. Seeing this made Lin Yun smile. "I bet Empress must have drank a lot of dew from divine leaves in the past, right?" "Humph, I drank them by the cup in the past," said Lil Purple proudly. "Well, I don't have that much now. Open your mouth," said Lin Yun. "Humph, I'll put up with it then." Lil Purple struggled internally before she opened her mouth for Lin Yun to pour the dew from the leaves into her mouth. When the dew entered her mouth, Lil Purple's face immediately turned rosy with her eyes shining brightly. Then, Lin Yun turned to look at Lil Red who was staring at him. He smiled before he handed the leaf over to Lil Red who was hesitating. "You stupid cat." Lil Purple hugged Lil Red and took the leaf from Lin Yun with a smile. "I'll teach it how to refine. You keep the fruit and give me your token." Lin Yun's token could enable him to go anywhere he wanted in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, so Lil Purple could find a secluded location with it. After the two left, Lin Yun's gaze turned to Thunderclap Sword Demon's interspatial pouch. However, he wasn't expecting much because he already had many divine astral pellets and even a saint artifact. So he didn't think that there would be anything valuable in the interspatial pouch. After all, Thunderclap Sword Demon was only an Empyrean demonic cultivator. So even if he was famous, Lin Yun didn't think that there would be anything precious in the pouch. When he flipped through the interspatial pouch, it was just as he expected. There were only a few divine astral pellets, along with miscellaneous items that Thunderclap Sword Demon had stolen. As for the profound sky-heavy armor that he was interested in, he couldn't find it in the pouch, which was something he had already expected. After all, it was the profound sky sex cultivation technique, and there was no way they could allow it to leak to the outside. Truth be told, the resources in the pouch were decent, and it would be considered an enormous wealth to any core disciple of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, even Yi Xiling. But it was nothing much to Lin Yun. Suddenly, Lin Yun had a wisp of surprise flash through his eyes as he retrieved a wooden token from the interspatial pouch. This is, when he crushed the wooden token, an exquisite key appeared that gave off an ancient yet profound aura. "Profound Wither." Lin Yun recited the words engraved on the key. He could tell that it had an ancient origin, but he couldn't see anything beside the ancient engravings. He had a premonition that this key wasn't that simple. That fellow really had some secrets. Lin Yun pondered over why a disciple of the Profound Sky Sect was in the Profound Azure Prefecture. But Lin Yun tossed this to the back of his mind for now as he didn't have time to look into the key. "I'll find out more about it after I get more time." Lin Yun made a mental note about the key and focused on other things. He didn't have the luxury of free time. Right now, he had to focus on reaching the limit of the heavenly soul realm and becoming an Empyrean as soon as possible. After all, wielding the flute as a sword wasn't a permanent solution to his strength. Cultivation was the only way to actually improve. If Lin Yun didn't have a strong foundation, then it would be impossible to compete with genuine geniuses like those on the Empyrean ranking. He would find himself in a disadvantageous position every time. Of course, the noble tune was helpful for the time being, but it wouldn't give him an advantage against geniuses on the Empyrean ranking. As time passed, All the discussions regarding flower burial gradually died down in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. Simultaneously, Lin Yun disappeared from the public eye. He spent every day practicing the Azure Dragon Saint art with the True Dragon Saint liquid. Then, he would practice his fleeting Cloud Sword Sutra and sword techniques at night. Occasionally, when he was free, he would play music with Luo Hua and chat. Once again, Lin Yun's days in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect were peaceful. But whenever he was about to run out of True Dragon Saint liquid, he would hunt down demonic cultivators on behalf of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect as flower burial. It was a worthwhile transaction for him to get more True Dragon Saint liquid. However, as flower burial's fame got bigger, it became harder for him to hunt demonic cultivators. His targets started to flee as soon as he encountered them, creating several failures. At times, he would also run into danger as every demonic cultivator knew that he had a saint artifact. So he faced several ambushes that he only escaped due to the Silver Moon Mask. Lin Yun continued this repetitive cycle for 3 months. In the blink of an eye, he had already stayed in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect for 6 months. It was a profitable time for him as he greatly improved his strength. He reached the 10th sword in the fleeting Cloud 13 swords. He also exhausted over 200 True Dragon Saint liquid to reach the 5th stage in the Azure Dragon Saint art. The Azure Dragon Saint art was an ancient body-refining technique that allowed him to compete with Empyreans. Now, he only had 1 stage left before reaching the Azure Dragon Saint physique. The Azure Dragon Saint physique would transform his physique into a saint physique. In Kunlun realm, it was also called the acquired saint physique. It was definitely inferior to those monsters who were born with innate saint physiques, but both types of saint physiques had their own unique benefits. In the massive Kunlun realm, those who could convert their physique to a saint physique were rare. Lin Yun believed that he could reach the 6th stage of the Azure Dragon Saint art to create his Azure Dragon Saint physique. With this, he would be able to reach the limit of the Heavenly Soul Realm and undergo the last tribulation of the Heavenly Soul Realm. After all, his bloodline would undergo a huge transformation with the Azure Dragon Saint physique. It was a pity that he didn't have the Azure Dragon True Bone anymore. He would have been able to change his bloodline to that of the Dragon Clan, which would have sped up the process of reaching the limit of the Heavenly Soul Realm. It was bound to happen since the True Bone gifted by the Azure Dragon Lord was meant to allow him to reach the absolute limit. However, he had given the True Bone to Lil Purple and he also didn't regret his choice. In his heart, Lin Yun felt sad for her. After all, despite how she looked, she had been in deep slumber for 100,000 years. He couldn't imagine what kind of experience she had. Then again, he also wasn't sure if she exaggerated the years. Either way, the issue at hand was still Lin Yun's cultivation. Being stuck in the Heavenly Soul Realm caused a bit of controversy in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. Lin Yun's arrival greatly shocked the sect, and it was weird that his cultivation didn't improve even after 6 months. Many people began to speak nasty about him, but Lin Yun didn't care. Although he didn't make a breakthrough in his cultivation, he knew that he was progressing. Even without using the flute, he was confident that he could defeat the majority of the core disciples with the fleeting Cloud 13 swords. If he coupled that with his Sky Sword intent, no one besides Yi Xiling could stand in his way. First sword, Sun Concealing Clouds. Second sword, Storm Clouds and Wind. Third sword, Firmament Stirring Clouds. 10th sword, Dispelling Clouds. Lin Yun wielded his sword and left behind golden flashes as he perfectly fused the Golden Crow 9 transformations and Fleeting Cloud 13 swords together. Every single time he swung his sword out, he would unleash an azure bird. After the 10th sword, 10 azure birds enveloped the mountain and emitted sharp cries. With 10 saint spirits unleashed at the same time, Lin Yun's sword aura had reached an unprecedented height. The sky was dark and his sword gave the feeling that it would break through the boundaries of heaven and earth. As lightning bolts flashed through the horizon, a terrifying cold light shined from Lin Yun's sword. Sheathing his sword, Lin Yun emitted a terrifying aura that lingered in the surroundings for a long time. His presence was so mighty that he seemed like a colossal mountain. "I am the Saint Sword Mountain," Lin Yun muttered. Now that Lin Yun had reached the manifestation stage in the first 10 swords, He could wield the attacks however he wished. The sword technique was imprinted with Lin Yun's mark as his sword aura because he could manifest a mountain like the Sword Saint Mountain at any time. No one else besides him could grasp the Sword Saint Mountain's intent because the requirements were so strict. One needed a quasi-4th grade sword intent and a physique comparable to an Empyrean. I can fuse both the Golden Crow 9 transformations and the Azure Dragon Saint art into my sword Dao. It's not the worst thing to be stuck in the heavenly soul realm for so long. I'm combining my martial techniques well, muttered Lin Yun. Lin Yun smiled as he began to think about the time he had left in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. He only had 6 more months to stay, which made him think about many happy experiences in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. His life was good as he drank Luohua's wine and goofed off with Wang Yurua all the time. But there was also the matter of Yi Xiling. The profound Azure Prefecture was a few months away, and Lin Yun wondered if Yi Xiling could bear it by herself. He heard from Wang Yurua that Yi Xiling was trying to reach the astral stage as fast as possible. When someone reached the astral stage, they could manifest the stars to paint their own constellation. While Lin Yun was thinking about Yi Xiling, he sensed a frail figure entering the scope of his sword intent. It was Feng Zhang, the core disciple that doubted Lin Yun's qualifications. Why is he here? Lin Yun couldn't help smiling when he thought about Feng Zhang. If he wasn't so shameless, I wouldn't have been so hard on him. Feng Zhang approached Lin Yun respectfully and started speaking. Senior brother Yun, you've improved in the attainment in your sword yet again. There were rumors going around in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect recently that Lin Yun was only mediocre and that it was a pure coincidence for him to reach the summit. Otherwise, why would he still be in the heavenly soul realm? If it was Feng Zhang of the past, he would have thought that the rumors were true and would create trouble for Lin Yun. But he already suffered so much in the past that he didn't dare to believe the rumors. Everything went as Feng Zhang had expected. He could sense a terrifying sword aura lingering in the surroundings today, and he could feel immense pressure from the lingering sword aura. You've reached the galaxy stage? Lin Yun asked. In just half a year, Feng Zhang made great improvements to go from the star stage to the galaxy stage. It's just luck. I benefited greatly from you reaching the summit back then, said Feng Zhang. Seeing that Feng Zhang was so humble, Lin Yun smiled. Do you have anything you need from me? Junior sister Yurua wants to go out for training, and she asked you to go with her. Senior sister Yi can't make her change her mind and asked me to get your opinion, said Feng Zhang with envy in his eyes. Wang Yurua was considered a beauty in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, not to mention that she had such an impressive figure. Most importantly, she was innocent and cheerful, which gave others a good impression. In the eyes of many disciples, she was even more attractive than Yi Xiling. But for some reason, Wang Yurua seemed to be close with Lin Yun and visited his residence from time to time. It made many people go insane with jealousy, and Feng Zhang was one of those people. Lin Yun smiled because Wang Yurua was finally going out to train. Senior sister Yi said that there's no need for you to take care of her if you're busy, continued Feng Zhang. I don't mind, smiled Lin Yun. Since Yi Xiling even stopped her attempt in reaching the astral stage, then there was nothing Lin Yun had to say. Not to mention that he had always been going out under the identity of Flower Burial and not as his actual identity, Lin Yun. Seeing that Lin Yun had agreed to it, Feng Zhang immediately led Lin Yun towards the entrance of the sect. When they landed on the ground, Lin Yun saw Yi Xiling, who was wearing a purple dress that revealed her long legs. She was as beautiful as usual, with frost on her face that made her look somewhat heroic. Beside her was Wang Yurua, who looked energetic compared to the cold Yi Xiling. When she saw Lin Yun, her face was full of joy. Aside from Wang Yurua and Yi Xiling, there were 2 other core disciples. Including Lin Yun and Feng Zhang, it was a good party. At this moment, sunlight was shining down, which highlighted the beauty of Yi Xiling and Wang Yurua. They were 2 completely different beauties with different demeanors, but anyone who saw them for the first time wouldn't be able to look away. As for the 2 other core disciples, they weren't weak either as they had the same cultivation as Feng Zhang. Lin Yun was inwardly startled, and he realized that Wang Yurua had an extraordinary identity. After all, core disciples in the galaxy stage could be considered elites in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. I thought that you wouldn't come, She's just fooling around. So why are you accompanying her to fool around? Yi Xiling locked her brows together. Others didn't know, but she knew that Lin Yun was trying to reach the limit of the heavenly soul realm. She knew that time was precious to him. It's fine, smiled Lin Yun. After all, Wang Yurua could be considered a disciple of his as he taught her 10 swords of the fleeting cloud 13 swords. So Lin Yun naturally had to pay attention to her first experience outside the sect. As a swordsman, it's impossible for her to hole up in the sect or hide behind Yi Xiling for her entire life. Let's go, said Yi Xiling, waving her hand and summoning a black demonic eagle over. When everyone jumped on the eagle unfolded its wings and bolted into the sky. Lin Yun sensed that the speed of the demonic eagle was a lot faster than his movement technique. He sat down and observed everything that was going on. As for Yi Xiling, she was talking to the others. Before Lin Yun traveled in the profound Azure Prefecture with the identity of Flower Burial, Yi Xiling was practically the pillar among the disciples of the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. So all the core disciples listened respectfully to her. According to Lin Yun's understanding, it wouldn't be a problem for her to join the sword sect with her talent. So he wondered why she was staying in the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. After all, there weren't many people who could grasp Sky Sword intent even in the sword sect, and Lin Yun could sense the respect and admiration that everyone in the party had for Yi Xiling. Of course, there was her overbearing air that captivated the disciples along with her beauty. However, her personality was a little prideful as she wasn't friendly to Lin Yun, even after she learned about his talent and strength. Lin Yun believed himself to be a good person, so he wouldn't hold it against Yi Xiling. Plus, it wasn't so bad to have such a senior sister around either. Lin Yun. Right at this moment, Yi Xiling's gaze suddenly fell onto him. What's the matter? Lin Yun asked. This should be your first official trip out of the sect since you've come to the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. There's no doubt about your talent, but you're still in the heavenly soul realm, so it's best for you to maintain a low profile. The place we're going isn't the same as the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect, and you might attract unwanted attention if you stand out too much. I might not even be able to protect you, said Yi Xiling. Lin Yun acknowledged her comment. He finally knew why she wasn't happy that he was here. So it turns out that she believed that she needed to protect Lin Yun. With senior sister around, I believe we'll be safe, smiled Lin Yun while nodding his head. Of course, shouted a youth next to Feng Zhang. Senior sister is a genius on the Empyrean ranking who had grasped the Sky Sword intent. In terms of talent, she was unrivaled in the profound Azure Prefecture. She could even obtain a position in the ancient Barren Domain. So it'll naturally be safe for us with her around, unlike someone who merely relied on luck to be a heavenly core disciple. Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he smiled bitterly. After all, he wasn't the one who wanted the identity as a heavenly core disciple. It was forcibly given to him by the sect master. Who says that? Senior brother Yun already reached the 10th sword in the Fleeting Cloud 13 swords, and he reached complete mastery in them. Wang Yurua immediately defended Lin Yun. Everyone looked at her with disbelief in their eyes. After all, the Fleeting Cloud 13 swords were famous in the ancient Barren Domain, and it would be impressive if a core disciple could reach greater mastery in 2 or 3 swords. However, it was too extreme for someone to reach complete mastery in all 10 swords. Is she telling the truth? Yi Xiling asked with shock flashing through her pupils. I'm just lucky, smiled Lin Yun. At this moment, everyone knew that they had underestimated Lin Yun, especially since he reached the manifestation stage. Furthermore, he did this while dividing his attention to practice the Azure Dragon Saint art and the art of wielding the flute as a sword. Otherwise, it wouldn't be difficult for Lin Yun to master the last 3 swords as well. That's not luck. Senior brother Yun is really formidable, Wang Yurua declared proudly. Meanwhile, Lin Yun smiled bitterly before glaring at her to stop. He was worried that she would reveal his achievements in the heavenly path. Your talent in the path of the sword is stronger than I imagined. Even Yi Xiling had to admit that Lin Yun's talent was terrifying. She was starting to realize why he was the champion of the 9th heavenly path. It's still all right, I guess? Maybe I'm just a little stronger than the senior brothers here. smiled Lin Yun, targeting the core disciples who were looking down on him earlier. His words instantly made them turn their heads away in embarrassment. Although they weren't happy, they had to admit that Lin Yun's talent in the sword was a little incredible. Fortunately for them, Lin Yun's cultivation was stuck in the heavenly soul realm for the past 6 months, or they would all be trampled on by him. Yi Xiling changed the subject calmly. The place we're heading to is called the Profound Wither Sea. I believe everyone here knows what's there. It's located at the border of the Profound Azure Prefecture, and many demonic cultivators stay there. So all of you have to be careful or you will really die. The warning was mainly for Lin Yun because the others knew what sort of place the Profound Wither Sea was. When Lin Yun heard about the Profound Wither Sea, he was briefly stunned by it because the key he obtained from Thunderclap's Sword Demon's interspatial pouch also had the words Profound Wither engraved on it. After Lin Yun listened to Yi Xiling's explanation of the Profound Wither Sea, he had a rough idea of what it was. The Profound Wither Sea was located at the border of the Profound Azure Prefecture. It was no longer part of the Divine Dragon Empire's territory, and most people weren't familiar with it. Since it was a remote place, lots of demonic cultivators chose to stay there. Essentially, it was a lawless sea. However, the lawless sea would occasionally give birth to precious mines. The mines were located on islands in the sea, so the value of each island was unimaginable. The 4 most valuable islands were under the control of the 4 major sections. The demonic cultivators frequented the islands that weren't owned by the 4 major sects. So Yi Xiling was leading everyone to the heavenly aquatic island that was owned by the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. They would find several agrium metal mines on the island while they were there. Agrium was extremely valuable in that it could be used to forge saint artifacts. Occasionally, top-tier agrium could be found with ancient saint runes already engraved on it. Lin Yun realized that Wang Yurua's mission was to protect the island from any threat for a period of time. It could be considered an easy mission because no one would be blind enough to provoke the 4 major sections. Even if there were occasional issues, it would be from small thieves. This made Lin Yun smile bitterly because it was no different from a holiday. At the same time, Lin Yun also felt relieved. He might even have time to sneak away and figure out how the key was connected to the Profound Wither Sea. After 5 days of traveling, the demonic eagle brought the group to the Profound Wither Sea. Lin Yun, who was dozing off, suddenly raised his head to look at the crimson sea up ahead. He could smell a strong stench of blood coming from the sea. However, the smell of blood wasn't the reason why he woke up. In the distance, he saw a black gale that enveloped the center of the sea. Although Lin Yun couldn't see what it was due to the distance, he could sense the terrifying energy contained in the black wind. He had a feeling that not even the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect's sect master would dare to intrude on the black wind. "What's that over there?" Lin Yun asked, pointing his finger into the distance. "That's the Profound Wither Sea's forbidden ground. It's called the Profound Wither Island, the tomb of the Profound Wither Great Saint," Yi Xiling replied. Lin Yun had a feeling that Great Saint corresponded with a certain level in the saint realm. Those who could be called great saints must be terrifying existences even among saints. At the same time, Lin Yun had a feeling that Thunderclap Sword Demon was after the Profound Wither Island. Don't get any funny ideas about the Profound Wither Island. All tombs of saints are forbidden regions, and there's a prophecy that says that the Profound Wither Island will unlock a certain seal one day, granting death to all who come, Yi Xiling warned. "Don't worry, I'm just a little curious. What's the origin of this Profound Wither Great Saint? Even saints can be killed. Saints were practically legends that people would never meet in their entire life. It was unimaginable that a saint would die." The other core disciples in the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect weren't affected by the story because they had already listened to it countless times. There wasn't anyone in the Profound Azure Prefecture who hadn't heard of the legend about the Profound Wither Island. "He's the successor to one of the 9 emperors, the Southern Emperor," explained Yi Xiling briefly. Lin Yun was shocked. The 9 emperors were practically deified legends. So he couldn't believe that the Profound Wither Great Saint was a successor of the Southern Emperor. It had been a long time since the 9 emperors had shown themselves, and some people thought they were already dead. Although Lin Yun had no change on his face, He actually had great bellows in his heart because he never expected that the mysterious key would have a connection with the Southern Emperor. The demonic eagle took a detour around the profound Wither Island and flew at high speed for 3 days before arriving at the heavenly aquatic island. When Lin Yun raised his head, he could see a yellow island enveloped in a faint mist. The entire island was filled with metal intent, which further proved that it was a treasure island to swordsmen. If they could train here for a long time, their attainment in the sword would swiftly improve. The heavenly aquatic island was huge, and the fleeting cloud sword sect would dispatch disciples to guard the island. There were an exceptional number of disciples stationed at the Agrium mines. As for the other locations, they weren't as heavily guarded, and the fleeting cloud sword sect wouldn't cause a scene if a demonic cultivator stumbled in. After all, the entire island was too huge to put on lockdown, and the fleeting cloud sword sect was too far away to provide backup. With the reputation of the fleeting cloud sword sect dropping over the last few years, it became harder to guard the island. It didn't take long for the demonic eagle to arrive at a mine. When everyone landed on the ground, 10 figures appeared. They were all core disciples of the sect. There were even some deacons around. The deacons were core disciples who had reached a certain age and had already excavated all of their potential. Since they couldn't maintain their identity as core disciples anymore, they became deacons. Most of them were at the astral stage, and those who could reach the Elysium core realm would be promoted to an elder. Senior sister. When the 10 people saw Yi Xiling, they wore respectful expressions. The party was led by a deacon in blue clothing who looked to be in his early 30s. Senior brother Lu. Yi Xiling's expression became gentle because he had taken good care of her in the past. After Yi Xiling exchanged a few words with him, she turned to introduce Wang Yurua and Lin Yun. These are the core disciples that come out with me this time. You should know most of them. This is the first time Yurua is out of the sect, and this is Lin Yun, a newly promoted heavenly core disciple in the sect. Heavenly core disciple? Heavenly soul realm. The group's expression became weird, but they still addressed Lin Yun as senior brother because his identity was too noble. With a gentle smile, Yi Xiling continued, "Don't look down on him. He's the one who ascended the Sword Saint Mountain." Her words instantly shocked the group as they cupped their hands together and more convincingly addressed Lin Yun as senior brother Lin. Lu Yuan greets senior brother Lin. The youth cupped his hands together with a smile. "I'm afraid that none of us here are comparable to you in terms of talent since you were able to ascend the Sword Saint Mountain." "There's nothing impressive about climbing the mountain," smiled Lin Yun. "I heard that there were some incidents on the island recently?" Yi Xiling got straight to the point. "Yeah, the demonic beasts on the island are increasing, and some aquatic demonic beasts also came onto the island. They caught us by surprise. That's why we asked for backup from the sect," whispered the youth. "Take us over there." Yi Xiling nodded her head while Wang Yurua's eyes flashed with excitement. On the other hand, Lin Yun wasn't too interested because he was already used to seeing blood. He had a feeling that Wang Yurua would lose interest after a few days. Of course, Wang Yurua was the only person who looked excited. The other disciples were more interested in the gems that could be found on the islands. Plus, the reward of the mission had something to do with Agrium. Lu Yuan led everyone over to the region with increased demonic beasts and shared his speculation. "The place we're going to is a little far from our camp where the mines are. I initially suspected that a treasure of some sort was going to appear. However, I couldn't find anything whenever I searched. It's so strange that many demonic beasts are gathering on the island though. The only other explanation I can think of is that something is happening in the sea. If something was happening in the sea, it would be the appearance of a new monarch that was challenging the previous monarch for the rights to territory. It was quite common as many similar cases occurred in the past. The place where the demonic beasts were gathered wasn't close, so the party spent 4 hours traveling. When they reached the summit, Lu Yuan pointed his finger down. "Over there!" Even without him pointing out the area, everyone could sense the demonic aura in the atmosphere that felt uncomfortable. They could also see a crimson stone forest hanging below the cliff. There were towering crimson rocks erected all over the plains to create a strange forest. Within the stone forest were many demonic beasts densely grouped together. However, they weren't like the usual demonic beasts that Lin Yun saw because they were aquatic demonic beasts. When Lin Yun looked around, he came to the conclusion that it was impossible for this place to give birth to any treasures. There's someone over there. Lin Yun's eyes lit up as he pointed in a direction where an individual was seated on a rock with a hood covering his head. Lu Yuan wasn't too bothered by the person. There are already some demonic cultivators over here. However, they won't invade the camp and were also not willing to start anything with them. Yi Xiling didn't seem bothered by those demonic cultivators' existences, which meant that she already knew about it. But many people looked at Lin Yun weirdly because he was making a huge fuss over it. Lin Yun smiled before he replied, "Ignore what I said then. If it was someone else, they would naturally be attracted to the appearance of such a weirdly dressed demonic cultivator, but it seemed normal in the profound Wither Sea." Lu Yuan then guided everyone's attention towards the depth of the stone forest. They could see that it was enveloped in a faint blood mist as Lu Yuan started to speak. "There are some astral stage overlord demonic beasts over there." His words made Yi Xiling's party lock their brows together because astral stage overlord demonic beasts were somewhat troublesome. If all of them charged at the camp, the fleeting Cloud Sword sect would be in trouble. It made sense why Lu Yuan was seeking backup from the sect. Fortunately for him, Yi Xiling was here. Otherwise, the situation could have been even more dangerous. "Let's go in and take a look. It will be good if we can talk things out with it. But if we can't, we'll have to kill it," said Yi Xiling with a cold light flashing across her pupils. "There are too many demonic beasts gathered over there, so it'll take a lot of time for us to enter," said Feng Zhang with her brows locked together. "It's simple," said Yi Xiling before she waved her hand. Then, she unleashed a dazzling sword ray towards the stone forest. Roars from all over the forest could be heard as a cloud of dust rose up behind countless demonic beasts running away. The demonic beasts were filled with fear when they sensed the sky sword intent. So it didn't take long for all the galaxy stage demonic beasts to run away along with some demonic cultivators. Feng Zhang wore an awkward expression on his face as he shut his mouth. The sky sword intent is really impressive. The other core disciples accompanying Yi Xiling were looking at Yi Xiling with envy. They were impressed with the way she chased all the demonic beasts away with a single sword ray. "Let's go." Yi Xiling took the lead while everyone else followed behind. They were tracking the demonic aura and ran into several astral stage overlord demonic beasts who could speak the human tongue. Through their conversation, they were able to find out that the sea had been chaotic recently. It turned out that the demonic beasts were here because they wanted to avoid the disaster. Yi Xiling took a strong stance and the demonic beasts agreed to leave in 7 days. However, Lin Yun's eyes flickered because he could sense that something wasn't right about this situation. He had a feeling that the demonic beasts weren't being honest, but he couldn't find any evidence to back up his speculation. "Humans, get lost from my territory." Just when everyone thought that they had completed their task, an eerie voice sounded out from the forest that instantly made everyone freeze. It was the voice of an astral stage monarch demonic beast. As a cloud of dust rose in the stone forest, a colossal figure appeared in everyone's view, accompanied by an eerie howl. It was an enormous python who was taller than the rocks in the forest. Its enormous size made everyone feel pressured as they could see each azure scale full of metallic luster and the ferocity in the python's eyes. Furthermore, it was highly intelligent since it could speak the human tongue. A strong smell of salt water was coming from the azure python. Additionally, it was clear to see that the python had a monarch bloodline that made it a king among azure pythons. So it was invincible among those in the same cultivation. It was strange that the azure python was here because it should have a territory in the sea. And the only reason why it hadn't attacked yet was because it was fearful of Yi Xiling's existence. "You shouldn't be here," said Yi Xiling indifferently as she looked at the azure python. "Azure Python King, our fleeting Cloud Sword sect has interacted with you previously, and we respected your territory in the sea. Plus, we've never crossed the line with you," said Lu Yuan. As the azure python's eyes flashed coldly, it replied, "Something happened in the sea and my territory was seized. This stone forest is my new territory, and the other demonic beasts came here following me. Don't push it or all of you will die here." At that time, The fleeting cloud sword sect will say goodbye to this island. How arrogant. We could have negotiated if you were only going to stay here briefly. But it looks like there's no need for us to negotiate anymore. Xianxia's eyes flashed coldly. Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you're a monarch demonic beast. This isn't the sea. Lin Yun realized that the azure python didn't attack because it wasn't in the sea. It wouldn't be able to unleash its full prowess despite being a monarch demonic beast because of the surroundings. There's something strange about this stone forest. The other demonic beasts might not know anything, but this azure python certainly knows something. Xianxia transmitted her voice to everyone, signaling that this battle was unavoidable. There was no way that Xianxia believed the azure python's words. After all, it made no sense for an aquatic demonic beast to suddenly occupy a territory on land, not to mention an island belonging to the fleeting cloud sword sect. It would be weird if the azure python wasn't hiding a secret. All the core disciples prepared themselves because they knew it would be impossible to let the python do as it pleased. Plus, they needed to figure out the python's secret. Demonic beasts were a lot more sensitive compared to humans, so it knew something they didn't know. Lin Yun, you stay behind to look after Yuruwa, said Xianxia before she unleashed her sky sword intent and tore the azure python's aura apart. In the next second, everyone charged toward the azure python. They were all pretty decisive the moment they made their decision. Is it because of Xianxia? Lin Yun turned to look at Xianxia, who emitted a dazzling sword ray from her body. Wielding her sword, she was facing the aura of the azure python all by herself. Quickly, she unleashed a dazzling sword ray that lit up the entire horizon. Seeing this sword ray, Lin Yun instantly recognized that it was the first sword of the fleeting cloud 13 swords. Lass, you're courting death. The azure python was outraged as ferocity flashed in its eyes. Then, the azure python began to shrink in size until it transformed into a snake-human hybrid that wielded a black trident. The azure python brandished its trident fearlessly, sending everyone back before facing Xianxia's attack. When the azure python's attack collided with Xianxia's attack, countless rocks were smashed into bits. The collision was so great that the weaker cultivators were pushed 100 meters backwards. It seemed like the group was still too weak to face an astral stage monarch demonic beast. Lin Yun immediately grabbed hold of Wang Yuruwa and retreated to a stone rock just when the shockwave was about to reach them. Wang Yuruwa's face had turned pale at this scene because it was unlike anything she could have imagined. Senior brother Yun, senior sister will be fine, right? Wang Yuruwa asked with her voice trembling. I don't know. Lin Yun replied with a grave expression. He knew that Xianxia was strong, but he had never seen her full strength before. Furthermore, the azure python wasn't a pushover since it could take on a humanoid form. Although it wasn't a perfect human form, it was undeniably a lot stronger now. Then what should we do? Wang Yuruwa was full of panic as she clearly wasn't prepared for such an intense battle. What else can we do? Lin Yun replied without any change on his face. We can only hope for Xianxia's victory. Wang Yuruwa had been living in the fleeting cloud sword sect's safe environment and hadn't witnessed the brutality of the world. Even if she couldn't participate in this fight, it was still beneficial for her to watch. Wang Yuruwa looked at Lin Yun and noticed that Lin Yun wasn't like the person she usually saw. It felt as though he had become a stranger all of a sudden, giving her a cold and dark feeling. She gnashed her teeth with her fist tightly clenched, but she still didn't say a word. Is this the best the fleeting cloud sword sect can do? Who do you think you are to fight with me? The azure python laughed as it unleashed a powerful storm intent through its trident that tore through the sword aura of the core disciples. The attack was so strong that a majority of the core disciples were bleeding from their lips. Luckily, Xianxia took the majority of the force or else they would have died. Suddenly, a cold figure streaked past the python, leaving a sinister gash on its body. It wailed in pain once it was hit. Everyone retreat. I'll take over, Xianxia said while she pushed her sword intent to the limit. This woman! The azure python's eyes flashed with a crimson light and lightning flickering on its black trident as it charged towards Xianxia. Xianxia unleashed another azure bird from her body as her sword ray tore the storm apart. Xianxia, who was only in the galaxy stage, managed to send the azure python flying. Firmament stirring clouds. Yi Xiling roared again and unleashed another dazzling sword ray from her sword that manifested into a terrifying phenomenon. Complete mastery? Lin Yun widened his mouth in surprise. Although Yi Xiling's comprehension hadn't reached his level, she relied on her strong comprehension to bring the technique to complete mastery. Although she probably didn't know, the phenomenon she had created vaguely looked like two colossal peaks. Lin Yun realized that he had underestimated Yi Xiling. Then again, anyone that could grasp Sky Sword intent wouldn't be mediocre. Plus, she was also ranked within the top 20,000 on the Empyrean ranking. How arrogant! The azure python flew into a rage and let out a ferocious roar, brandishing its trident. When it swung its trident, it formed a violent storm that made the atmosphere cold. In the blink of an eye, a colossal wave was formed. When the sword and trident clashed, the collision produced a resounding shockwave that swept through the surroundings. Wang Yurua's face turned pale as a trace of blood dripping from the corner of her lips. Lin Yun saw it and praised her in his mind because she didn't let out a sound even though she was hit by the shockwave. He could have blocked the shockwave for her if he really wanted, but he knew that she was here to train, so he allowed her to suffer a bit. Initially, everyone felt worried by the collision. However, the worry was quickly replaced with joy because they saw the trident break in half. At this moment, the azure python began to panic and decided to escape. But just when it was about to turn around, it suddenly opened its mouth and spat out green venom. Even from afar, Lin Yun could smell the terrible stench of Venmo. He watched as the venom corroded Yi Xiling's sword ray and astral energy. However, Yi Xiling charged right through the venom and stabbed her sword into the heart of the azure python. The azure python let out a painful howl as blood and scales started falling from the sky. In the next second, the azure python was forced back into its original form. Yi Xiling was prepared for this, so she retreated back and looked at the python coldly with the demeanor of a true heroine. The python stared at Yi Xiling fearfully before it swept its tail out and turned around to flee. Coincidentally, it was running in Lin Yun and Wang Yurua's direction. Yi Xiling's aura had already reached its peak as she swung her sword at the python's tail. She easily cut the python's tail off, which made blood and scales rain down from the sky. However, the impact of the tail's attack sent her flying backwards. Not good. Yi Xiling's face suddenly changed when she saw the direction that the azure python was escaping to. The azure python was smart and chose to run where Lin Yun and Wang Yurua were at. After all, the two of them were undoubtedly the weakest among the party, especially Wang Yurua, who didn't have any experience. The azure python was pierced in the heart. It was a fatal spot, so it was well covered with scales. However, Yi Xiling's attacks were so ferocious that she destroyed the protection around the heart. Once this happened, the azure python lost all courage to fight and fled. After all, it was in a disadvantageous position to fight with Yi Xiling on land. Plus, her sky sword intent was a lot more terrifying than it thought it would be. Yurua, watch out! Yi Xiling's face changed as she became nervous. Although the azure python had been heavily injured by her, it wasn't something that Lin Yun and Wang Yurua could face. Senior. Wang Yurua's face had a deathly white color to it as the python charged toward her. She was speechless as fear overtook her body. Let's go. Lin Yun grabbed onto Wang Yurua with a grave expression, but he didn't have any panic on his face. Pushing the azure dragon Saint Art to the limit, purple golden dragon runes appeared on his body as his hand turned into a dragon claw to push Wang Yurua far away. The azure python was quick, so it hit Lin Yun after he pushed Wang Yurua away. Countless rocks shattered as Lin Yun crashed 10,000 meters away, leaving a huge cloud of dust in his path. Yi Xiling managed to grab hold of Wang Yurua, who was spinning in the sky. After Wang Yurua calmed down, she cried out, "Senior sister, help senior brother Yun." Yi Xiling looked in the azure python's direction with a complicated gaze and disbelief. She couldn't believe that Lin Yun, whom she felt was unpleasant, would save Wang Yurua by taking the azure python's attack head-on. Senior sister, senior brother Yun. Lu Yuan's face also changed as he rushed over. He wanted to say that Lin Yun was probably dead under the azure python's attack, but he didn't know how to say it. Take care of her, Yi Xiling said with a cold light flashing through her eyes. If anything happened to Lin Yun, she would definitely make the Azure Python pay the price. But all of a sudden, she felt a terrifying sword aura shining through the cloud of dust. The fleeting cloud 13 swords? Yi Xiling's expression turned serious as a terrifying aura swept out from Lin Yun, instantly enveloping this entire region. First sword, sun concealing clouds. A dazzling sword ray exploded and enveloped the entire sky, causing Yi Xiling to widen her eyes in disbelief. She could sense a terrifying aura coming from the sword aura that was charging towards the Azure Python. When the sword aura spread out, the Azure Python felt threatened. Even though it was injured, it couldn't believe that a mere ant in the heavenly soul realm could make it feel threatened. The Azure Python roared because it wanted to kill Lin Yun and destroy his sword aura. As the Azure Python unleashed a terrifying aura, its remaining azure scales began to flicker. Then it coiled around Lin Yun, which trapped the sword aura. However, when the sword aura landed on the Azure Python's body, the blazing sword intent instantly melted the Azure Python's scales. It was a sky sword intent that was even more terrifying than Yi Xiling's sky sword intent. Plus, Lin Yun's fleeting Cloud 13 swords was also a lot stronger. Lin Yun's sword went straight into the Azure Python's body, causing the Azure Python to let out a painful howl as it charged toward Lin Yun. Lin Yun retreated as he prepared to unleash the second sword of the fleeting Cloud 13 swords. Then, he created a huge gash on the Azure Python's body. The Azure Python initially wanted to bite onto Lin Yun, but Lin Yun unleashed a barrage of attacks that prevented it from proceeding. If the Azure Python wasn't injured by Yi Xiling, Lin Yun would already be dead. So he didn't dare to be careless and unleashed 9 swords in a single breath. Lin Yun was tiny compared to the Azure Python, but his sword aura was like a colossal mountain that suppressed the Azure Python's aura. After he swung the 9th sword, the Azure Python laid on the ground with sinister wounds. Is it dead? Lin Yun landed on the ground and gasped for air as his forehead was covered in sweat. It was taxing for him to unleash 9 swords in a row, especially under the condition that he was already injured. This made Lin Yun throw up a mouthful of blood as his face turned pale. The python started to struggle again, trying to get back up. But all of a sudden, a sword ray flew over and stabbed into the lower jaw of the Azure Python, pinning it into the ground. The Azure Python wailed once more before collapsing. No matter how much it struggled, it couldn't get up. When Yi Xiling landed on the ground next to the python, she looked at Lin Yun for a long time and fell silent. After all, it was a little too shocking even for her that Lin Yun had brought the fleeting Cloud 13 swords to the manifestation stage, not to mention that he also grasped the Sky Sword intent. Wiping the blood off his lips, Lin Yun winked and smiled. Senior sister, why are you looking at me like that? Have you fallen for me? Yi Xiling recovered from her shock before rage filled her face. However, recalling how Lin Yun chose to save Wang Yurua earlier without any hesitation, she became gentle once more. The champion of the 9th heavenly path is truly terrifying. I'm just curious about all the secrets you're hiding. As she spoke, she stepped forward to help Lin Yun. However, she noticed that his injuries weren't serious. She couldn't help looking at Lin Yun once more in disbelief. Although the Azure Python was already injured, it was still unbelievable that Lin Yun managed to take an attack head-on and only suffer light injuries. You barely have any injuries despite taking the attack head-on? I'm just lucky, smiled Lin Yun. He was indeed lucky because the Azure Python had underestimated him, not to mention that he had reached the 5th stage in the Azure Dragon Saint art recently and was only 1 stage away from reaching the Azure Dragon Saint physique. This enabled him to possess a powerful physique because the purple golden dragon runes reached a shocking number of nearly 70. Even without the Azure Dragon True Bone or Azure True Dragon Saint armor, his defense wasn't bad. Lin Yun, Lu Yuan and the rest rushed over and were shocked to see that Lin Yun was still alive. Whoa! Senior brother Yun, Wang Yurua sobbed before she threw herself into Lin Yun's embrace. Senior brother Yun, I'm sorry. I thought that you didn't care about me earlier and I was angry. Whoa! I was really afraid that I wouldn't be able to see you again. Wang Yurua sobbed while she was in Lin Yun's embrace, causing Feng Zhang and the other core disciples' lips to twitch. However, Yi Xiling didn't reprimand Wang Yurua for her actions this time. Senior sister, is the azure python dead? Lu Yuan looked at the colossal azure python lying on the ground covered in terrifying wounds with a portion of its scales melted. When he saw the python, the thought of Lin Yun damaging the python never crossed his mind. He thought that Yi Xiling put in all the work. After all, who could imagine that someone in the heavenly soul realm could put the azure python in this state? However, Lin Yun didn't want the credit, and Yi Xiling wasn't going to reveal Lin Yun's secrets. It's not dead yet. Yi Xiling's eyes flashed coldly as she walked toward the azure python. Meanwhile, Lin Yun finished comforting Wang Yurua and followed behind Yi Xiling. He was also curious why the azure python was in the stone forest. There had to be something precious since a monarch demonic beast was present. Speak, Yi Xiling said coldly. The azure python opened its eyes slowly before it spoke with a hiss. The origin stone of blood flame dragon rune gold will be born 7 days from now. At the very least, it will be a saint origin stone. Everyone's hearts throbbed violently because they didn't expect to hear such shocking news. Yi Xiling waved her hand to summon her sword back. Then, the azure python crawled away while speaking. I admit my defeat today in your hands. But before the azure python could finish, a sword ray flashed from Yi Xiling. She decapitated the azure python. The azure python's eyes were wide open because it never expected that Yi Xiling would be so decisive. You lied to me? The azure python hissed from its decapitated head. As Yi Xiling sheathed her sword, her eyes flashed with mockery. You think I don't know what you're thinking? Why should I keep you alive to take revenge on the disciples of my fleeting cloud sword sect? As a monarch demonic beast, are you really that naive? Even the party from the fleeting cloud sword sect was shocked by how decisive Yi Xiling was. However, Lin Yun was the only one to smile. He now knew why he didn't hate Yi Xiling right from the beginning. She had a temperament that he liked, a heroic demeanor fitting of a swordsman. What's blood flame dragon rune metal? Lin Yun asked. Feng Zhang and the other core disciples were also curious because they had only heard about it and didn't know what it was, not to mention how valuable it was. Lu Yuan, you explain, said Yi Xiling. Lu Yuan nodded when he heard that. As a deacon of the fleeting cloud sword sect, he naturally knew about the various mines produced on the heavenly aquatic island. The heavenly aquatic island mainly produced agrium mines, which could be refined into agrium metal. Although it was rare, they could still produce about 500 kilograms a year. The more agrium they had, the more saint runes that could be engraved on a saint artifact. The fleeting cloud sword sect didn't sell their agrium, but gave it to the sword sect. As for the blood flame dragon rune metal, it was a rare or that was found with agrium. In fact, they could be considered a variant of agrium, but they were extremely rare. Just 500 grams of blood flame dragon rune metal was equivalent to 5,000 kilograms of agrium, and only a few could be found every decade. Naturally, it was priceless in comparison to agrium that could be purchased with divine astral pellets on the market. On the other hand, blood flame dragon rune metal couldn't be found on the market because saint artifacts forged with them were a lot stronger than ordinary saint artifacts. When Lin Yun listened to Lu Yuan's explanation, he had a rough understanding of the value. But the azure python said it was an origin stone, shouted Lu Yuan with a grave expression. An origin stone was the primal or, essentially, the origin stone could give birth to an entire mine. Generally, if the origin stone was taken from a mine, the mine wouldn't produce any more ore. Likewise, if one could obtain the origin stone of the blood flame dragon rune metal, they would be able to possess an entire mine of blood flame dragon rune metal after decades or centuries. Lin Yun was speechless at the terrifying reality. Initially, they were here for Wang Yurua to train, so he didn't bring Lil Purple or Lil Red with him. After all, Lil Red was still trying to make a breakthrough into the Empyrean realm. Without them around, Lin Yun's fighting prowess was much lower. Suddenly, Lin Yun's face changed as he flicked his finger. His sword ray destroyed a towering rock, forcing an azure-clothed youth to appear. When the azure-clothed youth appeared, he wore a devilish smile on his face. Qin Feng. Lu Yuan instantly recognized this person. At the same time, a few other people also soared into the sky and fled the moment Qinfeng was exposed. Hee, not bad. I hid myself well, but you still found me. The azure-clothed youth wasn't in a hurry to leave as he smiled at Lin Yun. Don't chase after him, said Yi Xiling, stopping Feng Zhang and the other core disciples from moving. Lu Yuan's heart sank as he said, "This is troublesome now. It looks like those demonic cultivators already knew about the existence of the blood flame dragon rune metal. Qin Feng? That madman ranked 10th in the profound Wither Sea?" Feng Zhang suddenly asked, which attracted everyone's attention. The profound Wither Sea was located at the border of the Azure Profound Manor, so there were many demonic cultivators hidden in the area. Most of them had offended a terrifying existence, so they wouldn't show themselves if they didn't need to. Qin Feng was one of the demonic cultivators who lived in the profound Wither Sea and wasn't afraid to show himself. He was known as Madman Qin. Yi Xiling took out a medal from the fleeting cloud sword sect. Shortly after, the medal began to shine and a message flew into the distance. Putting the medal away, Yi Xiling said, "I already informed the sect master about the current situation. The elders will come within 7 days." There was no way the sect master could come personally because he was too big of a target. If the sect master came personally, it might attract even more attention. Since the elders were strong enough to deal with the demonic cultivators in the profound Wither Sea, they would be fine. However, they would have to defend the island until the elders arrived. "Do you want me to call the elders stationed here?" Lu Yuan asked. "No. I'm not sure if the information is trustworthy and we only have 2 elders on the island. If they leave their posts and the origin stone is taken away, the entire island will be finished." Yi Xiling was a lot calmer than Lu Yuan as she analyzed every angle of the situation. "Is Qin Feng really that terrifying?" Feng Zhang asked. "He was equal to Thunderclap Sword Demon when he was in the Galaxy stage, not to mention that he had reached the Astral stage half a year ago. His strength transformed to a much greater height now," explained Lu Yuan. "It's just Qin Feng, but he's of no concern." Yi Xiling started to walk away, but her face turned pale and she threw up a mouthful of blood. Then her aura started to get weak. "Senior sister," everyone exclaimed as they stepped forward to help her. But all of them were slower than Lin Yun, who was already supporting Yi Xiling. He kept an eye on her ever since she passed through the Azure Python's venom. After all, that poison was something that even an Elysium Core Realm expert would have to be fearful of. "She's poisoned," Lin Yun said after a brief examination. "I'm fine. We have to find the possible location of the Blood Flame Dragon rune metal's birthplace," said Yi Xiling after she pushed Lin Yun away. "Indeed, you're fine. But you can't fight over the next 7 days," smiled Lin Yun. He didn't choose to refute Yi Xiling because he knew that she was a strong woman. However, the moment he said those words, everyone's hearts were instantly enveloped in shadow. They understood why Yi Xiling let Qin Feng go earlier. "It's not that bad." Yi Xiling glared at Lin Yun before she took a pellet and rested briefly. Then, she led the party into the stone forest. Lin Yun didn't move despite the party starting their search. Seeing this, Wang Yurua asked, "Aren't you coming? You should go first." "I want to deal with the corpse first," said Lin Yun with a wink. Rage flashed in everyone's eyes because Yi Xiling was poisoned and Lin Yun's main concern was the corpse. They hadn't even found the location of the Blood Flame Dragon rune metal's birthplace, which made everyone feel annoyed. "You killed this demonic beast, so you can naturally deal with it as you wish," said Yi Xiling before she left. Although no one believed that Lin Yun killed the Azure Python, they didn't dare to refute Yi Xiling's words. Once everyone was gone, Lin Yun started to examine the colossal corpse. It was so large that he wouldn't be able to take the entire corpse. At times like this, he missed having Lil Red around. Lin Yun spread his arms apart and landed on the back of the Azure Python. Then, he used his sword to cut the python, causing sparks everywhere he sliced. Yi Xiling knew that she couldn't cut the corpse because she was injured and couldn't use her sky sword intent, so she didn't bother to deal with the corpse. Plus, Lin Yun was the one who wore the beast down until its last breath. When Lin Yun swung his sword down, blood splashed and revealed the beast core. He grabbed it with a smile because Lil Red loved beast cores. Unfortunately, the beast core didn't have traces of dragon bloodline, but it would still benefit Lil Red. Taking a few steps forward, Lin Yun muttered to himself, "It should be somewhere around here." Scales flew everywhere as Lin Yun dug around. Took a while before he found the gallbladder. The gallbladder contained all the green venom of the azure python, which looked disgusting on his sword. Instantly, Lin Yun sealed off his pores and focused his sky sword intent to expel the venom gas. After sword intent reached a certain height, one could cut through anything. Naturally, Lin Yun was confident in dealing with the venom. However, he wasn't as confident as Yi Xiling was to pass through the venom and touch it. After Lin Yun expelled the venom gas carefully, a green gallbladder appeared on the tip of his sword. With a sigh of relief, Lin Yun pulled out a jade bottle to retrieve the gallbladder. When he was done, his movements became a lot quicker as he could explore the contents of the corpse without fear of being poisoned. He quickly retrieved the rest of the valuable parts of the azure python. By the time he was done, the sky had already turned dark. So, Lin Yun charged into the stone forest. "I need to catch up to everyone." A full moon hung high in the night sky, but the moonlight couldn't pierce through the dark of the stone forest. In the darkest portion of the stone forest was a circle formed by numerous stone pillars that had mysterious figures sitting on top. Every single person was emitting a baleful aura because they were the infamous demonic cultivators of the profound azure sea. At the center of this group was an even more terrifying person. Even Qin Feng couldn't be compared to this person. The figure was enveloped in black demonic flames that made him look bizarre and horrifying. His oppressive baleful aura felt suffocating for those who were watching him. Suddenly, his eyes opened, causing everyone around him to cup their hands in respect and fear. "The azure python is dead?" A hoarse voice sounded out from the demonic flames. "It's dead," replied Qin Feng. "Yi Xiling is here, and she's somewhat troublesome. Her sword intent is too strong and makes her stronger than Rumor. After all, the azure python was a monarch demonic beast that was powerless before her." Qin Feng had a deep impression of Yi Xiling, especially the phenomenon she manifested when she executed her sword technique. Even from afar, he was able to sense the power that she radiated. "So they know about the blood flame dragon rune metal now?" the person enveloped in the demonic flames asked. "They do. I snuck closer to listen in, but I was discovered by a brat. You know, there's something weird about him." Qin Feng's eyes flashed coldly because he could have listened in a bit longer if it wasn't for Lin Yun. He might have even had the chance to see if Yi Xiling was injured from the fight. "Oh!" the person who was enveloped in the demonic flames replied before he fell into silence once more. A long time later, Qin Feng said carefully, "I think that Yi Xiling might be injured right now. If we go all out on them tonight, we might be able to catch them off guard." Qin Feng's thoughts were bold. Although he was careful with his speech, he couldn't conceal the insanity flickering in his pupils. "Then can you ensure that the blood flame dragon rune metal will appear?" A sneer sounded out from the demonic flames. This, Qin Feng began to hesitate. After all, it was found out by the demonic beasts unintentionally. The origin stone of the blood flame dragon rune metal was extremely precious. Perhaps it might be considered a slightly more valuable treasure in the hands of an individual, but the value it had towards the powerful sects of the ancient Baron domain would be unimaginable. After all, the origin stone of the blood flame dragon rune metal represented an entire mine of blood flame dragon rune metals. But the origin stone still needed to be protected and taken care of for decades or centuries before it could turn into a mine. Only in the hands of a powerful sect could the origin stone's value be fully excavated. It was impossible for anyone here to make full use of the origin stone. Then again, the information was probably real because aquatic demonic beasts were born with a keen sense for the aura of mines. Will it really be born in 7 days? I'm at least 99% confident, Qin Feng said after a brief ponder. Since you aren't certain, why do you want to provoke Yi Xiling? She's the biological daughter of the fleeting cloud sword sect's sect master. Everyone calls you a madman, but do you not fear death? A mocking voice sounded out from the demonic flames that placed immense pressure on Qin Feng. What if the origin stone really appears? Another demonic cultivator asked. Ha ha, ha ha ha. The unrestrained laughter from the demonic flames sent chills down everyone's spines. As long as there are enough benefits, it's naturally worth taking a risk. What do you think? Madman Qin, am I right? Of course. Qin Feng nodded his head. There are Elysium Core Realm Elders in the camp of the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect, and there are at least 2 of them. A demonic cultivator spoke up, confident in his information. No problem. The Fleeting Cloud Sword sect has declined over the years, and they basically rely on a woman to maintain their reputation. Oh, Blood Flame Dragon Rune Metal, you have to appear. No, you must. Otherwise, I won't be able to make a move against her. After all, I'm a cowardly person. Ha ha ha. The person enveloped in the demonic flames cried and smiled like a madman. Although everyone in the circle was a demonic cultivator, they were terrified by the leader. Even Qin Feng, who was called a madman, was nothing in comparison to the insanity of the leader. Lin Yun's figure shuttled through the stone forest under the moonlight, and it didn't take long for him to catch up with the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect's party. They were all seated on the ground resting around a bonfire. Everyone was sitting with a grave expression. In just this brief moment, Lin Yun figured everything out. The origin stone would appear right where they were waiting. As he got close, Yi Xiling opened her eyes and nodded her head. She was deeply poisoned, and her lips had turned purple. But even so, she still looked as prideful as usual. You're finally willing to come back to us. If you took any longer, we would have thought that you were running away with the demonic beast's materials. After all, it's not worth it for a genius who had ascended the summit of the Sword Saint Mountain to die with us, said a core disciple named Lu Qingyan. Even the other core disciples around him also looked unhappy. They were all being cautious about their lives. But Lin Yun's only concern seemed to be the Azure Python's corpse. Naturally, they would be unhappy with Lin Yun. However, Lin Yun ignored them and walked towards Yi Xiling with a smile. When Lu Qingyan saw that Lin Yun was ignoring him, his face turned even darker. This is for you. Lin Yun took out the jade bottle containing the Azure Python's gallbladder and handed it to Yi Xiling. When Yi Xiling opened her eyes, she was shocked. She looked at the jade bottle in silence for a long time. Even the other core disciples also turned their attention over. But none of them knew what it was except for Lu Yuan, who had a shock on his face. Lu Yuan naturally recognized that it was the gallbladder of the Azure Python, but the gallbladder should be enveloped by venom. It was impossible for any of them to retrieve it. At this moment, he had a completely new impression of Lin Yu. This is why he is a heavenly core disciple. When Lu Qingyan sensed that the atmosphere wasn't right, he cleared his throat before whispering to Lu Yuan, "Big brother Lu, what's that?" Lu Yuan had a good nature, so he answered, "That's the gallbladder of the Azure Python, but I have no idea how he managed to retrieve it. After all, even I would have difficulty cutting the scales of the Azure Python. The gallbladder is enveloped in the Azure Python's venom, which can penetrate one's body through the pores. It's extremely dangerous to get close to the gallbladder, not to mention harvesting it." When the other core disciples heard Lu Yuan's words, they sucked in a cold breath. They were shocked by what Lin Yun was holding. Feng Zhang was the only person who was unfazed. He wasn't like the other core disciples who believed that Lin Yun didn't improve in the last 6 months. "Big brother Lu, can the gallbladder clear senior sister's poison?" Wang Yurua asked with her eyes shining brightly. "It should." Lu Yuan nodded. When Lu Yuan gave his confirmation, Lu Qingyan's face became ugly and awkward. So it turned out that Lin Yun didn't stay behind because he wanted the Azure Python's materials, but because he was finding a solution for Yi Xiling's poison. In fact, the gallbladder even put Lin Yun in great danger. Humph! Wang Yurua looked at Lu Qingyan unhappily, causing the latter to lower his head in embarrassment. As for Yi Xiling, she took the jade bottle containing the gallbladder and began to refine it immediately without any hesitation. When Lin Yun saw that she was so straightforward, he smiled. Then, he sat in front of the bonfire with everyone else. "I collected the materials of the Azure Python's corpse. To express my gratitude to everyone, let me treat all of you to some barbecue." "Barbecue?" Everyone was confused by Lin Yun's words. However, they understood what was going on the minute Lin Yun took out the meat of the azure python. Although the vitality of the azure python isn't comparable to the draconic python, it's still a monarch demonic beast. The meat I took from it contains the essence of the azure python, which will benefit every single one of you. Fortunately, the meat will be more tender than if we were eating the draconic python. Lin Yun smiled. All you are good for is boasting. You talk like you've killed a draconic python in the past, muttered Lu Qingyan. Once again, Lin Yun ignored Lu Qingyan and took out his tools for the barbecue and began dazzling everyone with his culinary skills. After an hour, the python meat emitted a fragrance that captivated everyone's stomach. You think you're worthy to be a heavenly core disciple just because you know how to roast meat? Lu Qingyan muttered before he turned his head away despite his stomach rumbling. Ha ha ha, come. Lin Yun laughed and signaled for Lu Qingyan to come over. Lu Qingyan was confused that Lin Yun was handing the roasted meat to him, but he still let Lin Yun shove the meat into his mouth. All you do is talk. Stop talking and eat, smiled Lin Yun. Ha ha ha. Everyone in the party laughed when they heard Lin Yun's words. Then, Lu Yuan spoke with a smile. Senior brother Lin? Give me some as well. Me too. Wang Yurua puffed her cheeks out, fearing that all the meat would be eaten. Even Feng Zhang rubbed his hands together. Senior brother Lin, can I have some too? Of course. Lin Yun smiled and gave everyone a share of the meat. Although Lu Qingyan was unhappy with Lin Yun, he couldn't help feeling amazed at the delicious food. His face even turned red because the meat was so good. Lin Yun specifically cut the meat where the essence of the azure python was. With his barbecue skills, there was no way that the mat wouldn't taste good. Everyone felt a surge of vitality in their bodies after they finished eating their first portion. After all, they ate the meat of a monarch demonic beast. So it didn't take long for everyone to start fighting for more. Lin Yun turned his head around to see Yi Xiling leaning against a stone pillar. Her face regained its rosy colors since she was done refining the gallbladder. Clearly, she expelled a majority of the poison. Lin Yun handed a share of the roasted meat over to her with a smile. Lady Yi, try some. I made it myself. It should taste great. Yi Xiling nodded her head and took the roasted meat, but she wasn't in a hurry to eat it. When everyone was done eating, their eyes began to flash with exhaustion from their long day. At the same time, the bottlenecks that everyone had in their cultivation had loosened, so the group closed their eyes and began to refine the vitality from the meat. Even Lin Yun was also focused on refining the meat. After all, he was injured from his fight and he needed to recover as fast as possible. Thanks to his powerful physique and the vitality from the meat, his injuries were healing at a rapid speed. When he was done, he opened his eyes to a quiet campsite. Raising his head, Lin Yun looked as sunlight started to peek over the horizon. Suddenly, Lin Yun turned his head around and saw that Yi Xiling was nowhere to be seen. All that was left was the untouched meat that Lin Yun handed her. Wondering where she had gone, Lin Yun stood up and walked until he spotted Yi Xiling's figure. She was standing on a crimson stone pillar with remnants of silver moonlight shining down on her. Lin Yun was even dazed by her beauty for a split second. Yi Xiling wore a gentle expression as she looked at the moon barely in the sky. A sorrowful song to seek someone who understands your song. You're always thinking about others in your songs. Even when you think about yourself, you're only thinking about the sword in your hand and never truly for yourself. Lin Yun smiled awkwardly when he heard that. So it turns out that what Wang Yurua was telling him the truth, that Yi Xiling dozed off whenever she looked at the moon. Suddenly, a breeze blew by and Yi Xiling appeared before Lin Yun, returning to her cold demeanor. You're different from what I imagined. You didn't show your temper even when Lu Qingyan berated you, said Yi Xiling as she looked at Lin Yun. Because he's not a bad person, smiled Lin Yun. Then again, Yi Xiling had never met a genuinely bad person, so she had no idea how bad they could be. Soon, Lin Yun thought about his experience on the heavenly path and how the three realm sons set up a trap for him. They were genuinely bad, and Lu Qingyan couldn't even be considered a child compared to them. Hearing what Lin Yun said, Yi Xiling was surprised. I take back my previous words. You have many good features aside from your good looks. Her words left Lin Yun briefly stunned because her praise sounded a little weird. Lin Yun smiled awkwardly before he changed the topic. It appears that you have something on your mind? Are you still worried about Qin Feng? I'm not afraid of the demonic cultivators in the profound Wither Sea. I'm only afraid that we'll run into the one ranked first. Yi Xiling didn't say that person's name, but Lin Yun could see the fear flashing through her pupils. Suddenly, Yi Xiling paused and turned to look at Lin Yun before she asked, Lin Yun, do you know how to play the flute? Lin Yun was completely caught off guard with how fast she changed the topic. Seeing that Lin Yun was silent, Yi Xiling spoke in a disappointed tone. Never mind. Actually, I do know how to play a little, smiled Lin Yun. His response made Yi Xiling's eyes light up as she asked, Can you play a song for me? Lin Yun began to hesitate, but he managed to convince himself to play. As soon as he took out his jade flute, Yi Xiling's eyes suddenly dimmed down as she sighed. Never mind. There are many people who know how to play the flute, but there's only one flower burial. After she was done speaking, she left Lin Yun all by himself. As he stood in the wind, he couldn't help but shake his head. Over the next few days, everyone acted a lot friendlier. It was a noticeable change that occurred after the barbecue session. The group was more harmonious than before, especially after Yi Xiling managed to dispel the poison from her body. 5 days later, blood flames suddenly appeared on the ground with an ancient yet primal aura. Then the sudden phenomenon manifested a dragon that soared into the sky. The origin stone has appeared. A nervous voice sounded out from everyone's mouth. Under the metallic collision sound, the massive crimson dragon flew into the horizon and entered the clouds. Blood flame dragon rune metal. Lin Yun's expression became grave when he saw this scene. Right now, the crimson light from the dragon dyed the surrounding sky red. It was akin to a beacon that lured over the demonic cultivators. So the joy on the faces of Lu Yuan and the rest was quickly replaced with anxiety. The ground began to tremble violently as cracks full of light spread out along the ground. Then, the temperature in the surrounding atmosphere began to increase violently while an ancient aura seeped out. Senior sister, that's the origin stone of the blood flame dragon rune metal, right? Feng Zhang's body began to tremble uneasily. Lin Yun appeared beside Yi Xiling and said, The appearance of the blood flame dragon rune metal is earlier than expected. Everyone's face sank when they heard that because this meant that the experts of the fleeting cloud sword sect wouldn't make it in time. Unless the sect master interferes, it will still take another half-day for the elders to arrive, said Yi Xiling. Upon hearing that, Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. So we just have to defend this area for half a day? We can send a signal to the elders at the campsite. The moment he finished, a green firework blew up in the sky above the fleeting cloud sword sect's camp at the heavenly aquatic island. The camp is being assaulted. Lu Yuan's face became ugly because he had high hopes for the 2 Elysium Core Realm elders at the camp. It seemed like the enemies were starting their ambush. As expected, said Yi Xiling without any change on her face. At the same time, Lin Yun could sense that enemies with baleful aura were coming towards them. Then, Lu Yuan turned around and spotted a familiar blue-clothed figure. Qin Feng! Qin Feng by himself is nothing. As long as that monster from the profound Wither Sea isn't here, we'll be fine, said Yi Xiling without much change on her face. Who is the number 1 ranked person? Lin Yun asked with his brows locked together. Yi Xiling avoided the topic earlier, so Lin Yun knew that she was scared. His name is Lei Ying, an abandoned disciple of a powerful demonic sect. He's proficient in lightning and flame intent, and his cultivation should be at the Quasi-Elysium Core Realm. Yi Xiling replied. Quasi-Elysium Core Realm. Lin Yun squinted his eyes because it was a little too strong. Elysium Core Realm demonic cultivators are too dangerous, and the 4 sects have a secret agreement to work together if an Elysium Core Realm demonic cultivator appears in the profound Wither Sea. But Lei Ying is only in the Quasi-Elysium Core Realm, and his terrifying reputation makes the demonic cultivators of the profound Wither Sea will heed his orders, explained Lu Yuan with a grave expression. Lei Ying has always been a cautious person and tries not to make any trouble for the 4 major sections. So the sects turned a blind eye to his existence in the profound Wither Sea. But he's really behind this. There's no way he will let go of the Blood Flame Dragon rune metal. The truth of the matter was that Lei Ying didn't cause trouble, because the 4 major sects didn't have anything that caught his attention. But the Blood Flame Dragon rune metal was worthy of grabbing his attention. He might not be near Heavenly Aquatic Island. Feng Zhang and the other core disciples said. Who else aside from him can command so many demonic cultivators to attack our sect's campsite? Xialing asked. Her question instantly stumped everyone. While everyone was thinking, the cracks in the ground finally exploded. Countless rocks were sent flying as a cloud of dust appeared. Then, a fist-sized metal gemstone flew out. The gemstone was smooth and looked like a blood jade. It also had a delicate look like a fruit that would break with a single bite. Lin Yun could sense a terrifying aura when he locked onto the gemstone. Although it wasn't large, he knew that it would be incredibly heavy. I wonder how powerful it could make a saint artifact. Lin Yun could sense his heart beat wildly as the Azure Dragon Saint art began to circulate in his body. An unquenchable thirst appeared in the depth of his heart as the Azure Dragon Saint art desired to devour the gemstone. However, Lin Yun forcibly suppressed the feeling. Why is the Azure Dragon Saint art attracted to that gemstone? Suddenly, a thought flashed in Lin Yun's mind as he figured out what was going on. The Azure Dragon Saint art wanted the dragon's blood. Can it help me reach the 6th stage? Was this the opportunity Lin Yun needed to achieve the Azure Dragon Saint physique? Logically speaking, he should have reached the 6th stage with all the true Dragon Saint liquid he refined. But he was stuck in a bottleneck no matter how he tried. Xiling suddenly waved her hand and pierced through the crimson screen to grab the gemstone. But the moment she grabbed hold of it, her face changed. 9th grade Saint Rune. Who would have thought that the Saint Rune on the Blood Flame Dragon Rune Metal's origin stone would be at the 9th grade? Everyone was dumbfounded by Xiling's words. Saint Runes were differentiated into 9 grades, and then they would reach Divine Rune status. However, Divine Runes were only seen in legends. So the 9th grade Saint Rune was the highest grade in Kunlun realm. It didn't take long for Xiling to wear a burdened expression as she turned to look at Lin Yun. It's too heavy. Lin Yun, you've cultivated a body-refining martial technique, right? After Lin Yun nodded his head, Xiling handed the origin stone to Lin Yun without any hesitation and said, Then you take it. Then, she transmitted her voice to Lin Yun. The value of this origin stone is unimaginable. Even if we all die, you have to take this back to the fleeting Cloud Sword sect no matter what. When Lin Yun held onto the origin stone, he nearly fell onto the ground. It wasn't because the origin stone was too heavy, but Xiling's words had shocked him. After all, she made it sound like Lei Ying would kill all of them. Lin Yun quickly recovered from his shock and circulated his vitality to stabilize himself. He made several attempts, but he couldn't keep the origin stone in his interspatial pouch, so he had to put it in his sword box. When he placed the origin stone in the sword box, his face sank because his footing became even more unstable. The origin stone seemed to have a weak intelligence as it struggled to exit the sword box. It even increased how much it weighed, which made Lin Yun feel like he was carrying a mountain. Naturally, Lin Yun couldn't get beat by a rock, so he gritted his teeth and circulated the Azure Dragon Saint art. Immediately, purple golden runes appeared on the surface of his body as he controlled the origin stone inside the sword box to regain his footing. Ha ha ha! Xiling, we meet again. A burst of laughter sounded out as 10 figures appeared in front of Xiling's party. Qin Feng stood in the front with 2 people next to him that were in the astral stage, which was the same level as the fleeting Cloud Sword sect's deacon. There were also a few others who rushed over after seeing the phenomenon on the island. After all, even a fool could tell that a treasure was being born. The incoming demonic cultivators gave Xiling a headache because Lu Yuan was the only one who had reached the astral stage. Xiling's Sky Sword intent was at greater mastery, so most astral stage experts weren't her opponent. However, Qin Feng was ranked 10th in the profound Wither Sea, which would give her a hard time. Why is Lei Ying still hiding? Xiling probed after seeing that Lei Ying was nowhere to be seen. She was secretly hoping that Lei Ying had gone to the campsite because it would decrease the burden she was feeling. Qin Feng seemed to know what she was thinking and grinned. Boss Lei isn't needed to deal with you. Xiling, you think too highly of yourself. Ha ha ha. Hearing his words, the other demonic cultivators began to laugh as they started examining Xiling. When an old man looked at Wang Yuruo, his eyes instantly lit up. This lass isn't bad. She looks really tender. Wang Yuruo had never seen such a huge formation before, so her body was trembling and her face was pale. Lin Yun stood next to her and started comforting her when he saw her current state. Relax. Don't be afraid. Xiling, hand over the origin stone. You're not the only ones who know about the Blood Flame Dragon rune metal. If you don't hand it over, we'll slaughter everyone on the island, yelled Qin Feng. Qin Feng was only paying attention to Xiling and Lei Yuan right now. He was confident that he could hold Xiling back, and that the two astral stage experts he was with could handle Lu Yuan. So it would be easy to deal with the fleeting Cloud Sword Sex party. As the 10 demonic cultivators spread out and surrounded the fleeting Cloud Sword Sex party, they sealed off all paths of retreat. When Lin Yun looked at Qin Feng and the two other astral stages, he knew why Xiling wasn't optimistic about their situation. Plus, things would be even worse if Lei Ying showed up. If Lei Ying really showed up, there was no way they would make it out of this alive. While Xiling and Qin Feng were locked in a stalemate, more demonic cultivators gathered because of the phenomena. There were even some who emanated a terrifying aura. The situation was already tense because of Qin Feng's party, so things were getting complicated for Xiling. Qin Feng squinted his eyes together before licking his lips and snickering. Xiling, why are you dragging this out? Hand over the origin stone quickly. Xiling's face changed slightly and turned cold. The fleeting Cloud Sword Sex elders will be here in just half a day. At that time, none of you will be able to escape. Her words instantly caused an uproar among the demonic cultivators. After all, they only came because of Lei Ying's prestige. However, no one wanted to give up their life and face the elders of the fleeting Cloud Sword Sect. Even Qin Feng's face changed briefly before he grinned. The fleeting Cloud Sword Sect is ranked at the bottom of the 4 sects, and it's no longer the fleeting Cloud Sword Sect it used to be. Don't tell me that as demonic cultivators, you guys are scared out of your wits after listening to what she said. The robust man on the left of Qin Feng grinned. Even if it's just half a day, can you guys even last that long? It's troublesome that the 3 of them are here. The other demonic cultivators most likely won't leave, said Lu Yuan with his brows locked together. What's the origin of those 3? Lin Yun asked. The one on Qin Feng's right is called Xiao Kuan. Although he's not ranked in the top 10 in the Profound Wither Sea, he's not that far away in terms of strength. The one on the left is named Luo Kue. His cultivation is at the greater astral stage, and he's known for his brutality and courage as he has barged into the campsite of the 4 sects, said Lu Yuan. Lin Yun nodded his head lightly. Qin Feng was ranked 10th, and he had 2 astral stage demonic cultivators beside him. Clearly, the disparity in strength was the confidence in Qin Feng's decision. What if I can hold Luo Kue back? Lin Yun suddenly said as he looked at the man standing at the left of Qin Feng. What the hell are you talking about? Lu Yuan looked at Lin Yun with disbelief. If Lin Yun could block Luo Kue, they would be able to charge their way out of the encirclement. However, Lu Yuan wasn't optimistic about it. Lin Yun didn't lower his voice when he spoke, which caused countless gazes to lock onto him. Xiling was surprised to hear Lin Yun's question. Although she had to admit that Lin Yun was talented, Luo Kue was still someone in the astral stage. The latter could easily suppress Lin Yun by relying on his cultivation alone. Ha ha ha! The demonic cultivators were briefly stunned before they began to laugh. Looks like the fleeting Cloud Sword Sect has really declined to actually let a brat in the Heavenly Soul Realm participate. Don't you guys have anyone else? I'm too embarrassed to kill you. Luo Kue laughed. You feel embarrassed to kill someone? I'm afraid you don't have the capability to kill me. Anyway, why are you guys stalling? What are you afraid of? You don't even dare to attack without laying here. In the end, You're just a bunch of cowards. Lin Yun had his own speculation and guessed that Lei Ying must have encountered trouble seeing that they had yet to make their moves. So if he could hold back Luo Kuei, there was a high chance that the group could slaughter their way out of the encirclement. At that time, they would have plenty of time to leave the island with the origin stone before Lei Ying returns. Is that brat insane? I've seen arrogant people, but this is the first time I've seen someone who isn't afraid of death. A mere ant in the heavenly soul realm dares to provoke Luo Kuei? Doesn't he know what the astral stage means? He's simply courting death. Lin Yun's words caused an uproar among the crowd, as all the demonic cultivators looked at Lin Yun with indifference and ridicule. You want to die? Then I'll fulfill your wish. Luo Kuei's eyes flashed with cold light as he smiled sinisterly at Lin Yu. Then, a crimson aura leaked out of his body as he prepared to attack. Watch out! Yi Ziling's face changed as Luo Kuei disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in front of Lin Yun swinging his sword. With his blade shining brightly, many people had a hard time watching. But when the light dissipated, everyone was shocked to discover that Lin Yun had already shifted from his initial location. The only thing that Luo Kuei managed to hit was the corner of Lin Yun's clothes. You're pretty fast at running. Luo Kuei's eyes flashed coldly as crimson light began to appear on his palm. Then he swung his blade once more. Lin Yun managed to dodge the attack that was only a few inches away from his cheek. However, Luo Kuei didn't stop attacking. He kept swinging his blade to suppress Lin Yun. Die! At the same time, he had fully unleashed his aura in the astral stage. If he was facing an ordinary expert in the heavenly soul realm, he would have easily rendered his opponent immobilized. Lin Yun's face turned cold as he circulated the Azure Dragon Saint Art. Purple golden dragon runes began to gather towards his hands to create armor over his arm. Just like that, Lin Yun took Luo Kuei's attack head-on. Sparks flew from the collision, which produced a terrifying explosion and sent Lin Yun flying away. When he landed on the ground, a cloud of dust rose all around him. Lin Yun slowly got up from his kneeling position to the shock of the crowd. All of the ridicule that they had from before was gone. Clearly, Luo Kuei didn't hold back with his attack and somehow Lin Yun wasn't destroyed. Lin Yun knew that his only outcome would be death if he wanted to fight with just his origin energy. So he had to rely on his movement technique and his physique. If he could find an opportunity to bring out the Sky Sword intent and catch Luo Kuei by surprise, he would have a chance to kill his opponent. However, he would need Luo Kuei to act carelessly. Then again, he could use his other identity as Flower Burial and fuse his Noble Tune and Sky Sword intent together. Either way, Lin Yun was getting a better understanding of his strength through this fight. Since he wasn't fighting with the Jade Flute, he saw many of his weaknesses. I didn't expect you to have such a strong physique. I'm surprised you blocked my blade. But just so you know, the show has just begun, Luo Kuei said with a sinister expression on his face. As he descended from the sky and clashed with Lin Yun, his attacks became even more ferocious. His crimson aura and blade fused perfectly, creating various phenomena that put Lin Yun in a disadvantageous position. Sparks continued to fly from the collision, shattering many of Lin Yun's dragon runes. Although the dragon runes could withstand the attacks from the blade, they couldn't continuously bear the power of the attacks. Lin Yun's body was put under great pressure and pain. Haha, you really have a tough body, laughed Luo Kuei as his expression became more insane. The crowd's hearts began to throb violently as they stared at Lin Yun in amazement. They couldn't believe how monstrous his talent was to face Luo Kuei for so long. There's something weird about that brat, said Qin Feng as his expression turned grave. Suddenly, he remembered that Lin Yun was the one who discovered him hiding a few days earlier. This is Senior Brother Yun's true strength? The core disciples of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect were dumbfounded as they watched Lin Yun fight, especially Lu Qingyan. He suddenly regretted his inappropriate behavior towards Lin Yun. When Luo Kuei heard the surrounding discussion, his face gradually became ugly because he even heard someone doubt his strength. After all, an astral stage should easily deal with a brat in the heavenly soul realm. Luo Kuei was enraged by the embarrassment he brought upon himself. Crimson light began to bloom behind him, forming a crimson dragon python. In the end, he couldn't hold back from bringing out his Holy Spirit. You do have some ability, but it's a pity that you'll still die. When his Holy Spirit took form, Luo Kuei roared and poured his origin energy into his blade. Then, the terrifying crimson dragon python released a sharp howl. The crimson dragon python fused with Luo Kuei's blade and descended upon Lin Yun. At the same time, the other demonic cultivators felt that Lin Yun was about to die. Qin Feng smiled at this scene because they were about to make an example out of Lin Yun. After all, even he was afraid of Yi Xiling. When the fleeting Cloud Sword Sect's disciples saw the attack directed toward Lin Yun, all of them became anxious. After all, they no longer had any enmity toward Lin Yun, especially after his barbecue. The fleeting Cloud Sword Sect's party drew their weapons and ignited their fighting spirit. However, a golden light shined out of Lin Yun's body that dyed the sky golden. The light baffled the demonic cultivators and froze the fleeting Cloud Sword Sect members. How is a heavenly soul realm executing a Holy Spirit martial technique? Then, a silver light shined out of Lin Yun's body as well, manifesting the golden crow and silver phoenix. Lin Yun clenched his fists together. In the next second, Lin Yun's hair began to flutter in the wind violently, while looking at Luo Kuei with rage blazing in his pupils. A clown like you dares to say that there's no one else in the fleeting Cloud Sword Sect?